Hello and welcome to the penultimate week of the Rainbow Six North American League Stage 3. That's right, only 3 play days remain to decide who from NA is going to the major. There's SI points on the line as well. There's a lot going on, but let's check in with our wonderful analysts and our guest. First of all, CDAPS, welcome back. Last time you were here, I was out, I was ill. Now you're back. We finally get to do a show together. How you doing? Welcome.
Doing a lot better than I thought I would be. It's exciting to get back in the studio. I mean, sure, I have to deal with them too again. But hey, we get the
You enjoyed it last time.
Just a little bit. But hey, we get to work together, and I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a great week of games. Jacob, how you been?
Not too bad. I'm definitely surprised to see you up and about this early. Again, congratulations
Iron
on
Man
what's been a ridiculous recovery rate so far over the past couple of months. Definitely missed you, though, so it's nice to have you back.
Yeah, excited to have Connor back in the studio. It's been a little while, but I think the first comment aside, I think we should have a fun day today.
Cool, should be good. Well, before we get into it, let's check out what's kind of happened so far with a quick update.
As we approach the last 2 weeks of Stage 3, we are in a full-on sprint towards the November Major. All 4 spots are still up in the air, with teams determined to punch their ticket to the last Major of the year. TSM and the Soniqs have all but confirmed their attendance, looking to claim their spots by the end of this week. Beastcoast is the only team whose fate has already been decided. After a loss to Oxygen, they no longer have a chance to make the top 4. Oxygen are close behind. They still have a chance, but even if they win their last 3 games, their future lies in the results of other matches. The rest of the standings are still incredibly close. Just 4 points separate Astralis in 8th place from XSET in 3rd. After a disappointing initial 2 weeks, Astralis found wins, but haven't managed to unleash the same strength they showed earlier in the season. Parabellum once again find themselves in 7th place. They looked good in week 1, but have evened out with 3 wins and 3 losses. Coming up, they'll face Mirage, TSM and Beastcoast in their last 3 matches. In stages prior, these might have been smooth sailing, but stormy waters are likely ahead for Parabellum. DarkZero and SSG remain close, with DarkZero ahead by just 1 point. They were looking good with Skies standing in for Hyper, and even took their game against SSG in regulation. However, DarkZero lost to Mirage last week, and SSG remained hot on their heels with their dominant 7-2 victory over Astralis. Both teams have similar schedules over the last 3 play days and could find themselves competing for one of 2 remaining major spots. Mirage holds 4th place with 11 points. Like Parabellum, Mirage's performance in recent play days hasn't lived up to the expectations set in week 1. Their matches against SSG and XSET both ended in heartbreaking overtime losses where Mirage couldn't capitalize on their early lead. It appeared Mirage was a team that cracked under pressure, but surprised us when they closed out the match against DarkZero 7-3 on Playday 6. If they come in with that same strength for the rest of the stage, they could end up attending their first major. Finally, XSET lands in 3rd place so far. They aren't worried about 1st or 4th as long as they secure a spot in the major stage. Astralis, DarkZero and SSG stand between them and their goal. Having only lost to Soniqs and Parabellum so far, XSET still look good to close out the domestic stage and go international once again. The last 2 weeks of NAL are going to be an all-out brawl for those 4 all-important major spots. Who's locking in first? Who will be fighting to the bitter end of the NAL?
Well, that's a bit about where we're at right now. It's maybe not the Stage 3 we expected coming into this, is it? It's the teams have flipped as far as who's on top, who's on the bottom for the most part, compared to what we saw back in like Stage 1.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see things shift up a little bit. I think the first couple of weeks, it was all over the place. You had teams that were like, Parabellum were doing really well, and now I think we're starting to see things kind of even out a little bit more. We're kind of getting able to tell which teams are actually top squads and which teams maybe only had a hot week or 2 to start things off. So it's nice to at least have some order, even if it's a different order than what we're expecting.
Well, let's talk about week 3. Here's some highlights to check out that we saw a lot. It was another interesting week of R6.
I mean, we started off with that game specifically, SSG Astralis, the 7-2 to absolute beatdown. Astralis looking like they're basically not on the server, and Spacestation having a whale of a time playing super fast attacks, some of the best roam clears you're ever going to see, and a massive 3 points after they lost in Playday 5, so they're going to take that one to the bank. And then a game that was probably the hardest to call in the week, TSM versus XSET, on a map that TSM looked like they were trying to redeem, and XSET get a 4-round lead to start the thing off, and it ends up just being too much for them to come back from.
Yeah, Theme Park not exactly been kind to TSM, but they are still doing well as far as the standings are concerned. One loss is not going to spell doom for them. Oxygen Beastcoast. The battle of the two teams at the bottom of the scoreboard. The loser of this game was guaranteed to not qualify for the major, and unfortunately that was Beastcoast, who could not stand up to OXG, getting their first win on the stage.
Yeah, and for Oxygen, you know, maybe this is the time that we're finally going to see them bounce back. But both these rosters here, now Parabellum seemingly reformed, going up against the Soniqs that I think, you know, if there was a commissioning body, they should have just denied the transfers the Soniqs have, because this squad is straight up illegal. How you're able to get Geo as well as Gunner coming in onto this team to replace who they lost is absolutely amazing, and they've looked so dominant as a result.
This Mirage game against DarkZero was a surprise, but it was still a slaughter, with DZ not standing up against the gun power of Mirage. They were going for swings, they're going for picks, and it really did work out well for the young squad of MRG. An important win, and one that now solidifies them as actual major contenders, something that we haven't really seen from Mirage in a very long time.
What, like 5, 6 stages ago, back when Hot and Cold was on that team? Exactly, yeah. For the one stage Hot and Cold was on that team was the only time we ever considered them top 3, and now they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, Mirage looking a little bit reborn this stage. We'll get to see them in our first match of the day that we'll talk about a little bit later. There's our scores from last week. And some other surprises there. Like, I feel like Astralis has got a little bit of life in them, but probably not enough to make the major at this point. We'll see.
Forrest
I mean,
does.
there's still 3 days. Yeah, I mean, there's that. But I don't know. Let's talk Astralis for a second, actually. Like, this team who took first in both stage 1 and stage 2, struggling here in stage 3. Do they bring it back in the last 3 play days?
Not for first place, definitely. I think that streak is already basically broken.
Sure. Yeah.
I know, crazy, lukewarm take. Astralis aren't going to get first for the 3rd consecutive stage.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if at this point they've already dug themselves in too deep. I think the mentality wasn't there when this stage started. It definitely wasn't there post-Berlin when they were trying to find a way to come back. And they said in the interview they realized they needed to find some way to get back into whatever mindset or groove they had in stage 1. But their playstyle basically became synonymous with what every other team at the time was doing. And they tried to adapt around it. And it feels like everyone's figured their formula out, and they've not done enough to resurrect from that.
Well, let's talk about a player who has not been held back at all by everyone kind of catching up to his style. We're going to talk about our first MVP from week number 3. It is none other than Blaz from Team Parabellum. Like, this guy is just unstoppable. Even when Parabellum has their ups and downs, it seems like Blaz is always putting up numbers.
Yeah, I think the consistency is a great point to bring up with Blaz, because he is always there showing up. I think the difference between Parabellum when they win or lose is not whether Blaz is there, it's whether the team can actually come around and support Blaz. Every single game, it seems like Blaz is on one, and this Playday there against the Soniqs was certainly a strong match for them. Coming back as well for Rexon. Yeah, he also had a fantastic Playday here in last week.
Our other MVP.
Yeah, I mean, made so many good moves to start off that match, was really taking the game into his hands, had a lot of initiative plays, and all of them seemed impactful.
Yeah, and I think this is overall the best siege that we've ever seen out of Rexon. He's on a tear right now, and I don't think he's going to stop anytime soon this stage, especially with how the Soniqs just seemingly are already out of the woods with their more difficult matchups. It's almost seeming like it's a perfect storm. It's a wonderful recipe for Rexon, Mr. Richie, to continue doing so well.
It's interesting how we're seeing 2 very different sides of the scoreboard spectrum. Blaz on a 3-3 team that showed a lot of very initial early success this stage, and now seemingly has tapered off a little bit. In no small part, he has kept them in it, but at the exact same time, Rexon's flipped the table. He's at the top of the scoreboard, only has 1 loss to his name. They've been blowing through every team they've been playing this stage in huge part because he's been the one to help lead the charge, and Grixer is still as solid as ever, still arguably maybe the best player in North America. Combined with his power, it's going to be really tough to stop them for the rest of the stage.
Absolutely. Well, we saw a little bit of NA. We know a little bit about what to look forward to this week, but let's see how the rest of the world in Rainbow Six Siege is doing. That's right, it is more than NA, even though, you know, sometimes we don't like to think about that. But let's check out how the EU region is doing first, EUL. Obviously, the reigning champions in terms of majors right now, with Rogue taking Berlin, but right now, second place to BDS.
Yeah, it's been a fun week. Obviously, they just played on Monday, so they've got some recent games coming through. TT9, unfortunately, still 0-0-0-4.
Yeah,
They
wow.
had another 7-5 loss this week. They have been really on a
Yeah, this doesn't show round differential, but they really are trying. They really
they've
are.
Changed name to TT10, I guess.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for them, but Intermission is trying at the very least.
I think the best part about this is BDS are definitely already finding the player that was the answer to their Rafal problem. They didn't know how it was going to work out with adding somebody new on the roster. They still have yet to lose a game. Rogue is right back in the picture, and it's interesting how I feel like this is even more of like a skill separation through 4 games than maybe we were anticipating. I love that Rogue and Heroic are neck to neck. I also love that Na'Vi, slowly but surely, is finding a way back into things. Again, they've still got half their stage left to go, but if Na'Vi are actually able to make a major appearance for the first time seemingly since what? Pro League Finals? Tokoname?
Yeah.
When was the last time they did
Doki
that?
era.
Doki era Na'Vi, yeah. Doki Citizen era Na'Vi.
Well, Legendary Esports org, coming up again possibly in EU. Let's check out our next region as well. LATAM is where we're going next. And Team Liquid on top, pretty much tied, just a little bit ahead in match score with Black Dragons, yeah.
Yeah, for me, when you look at BR6 as a whole, it's always a really competitive region from that top half that as soon as you go to international play, these players can show up on LAN, power up, and look good. But the biggest surprise, once again, down at the bottom is as soon as Team 1 lost Alamau and what happened to NIP.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of people who were on the NIP train post-SI. They did decent, I think, making a major in Berlin with a new player for their very first stage. Got grouped, but it was still a contest. They may very well have gotten to the playoffs if they had one more game slide their way. I love that MIBR is actually on the comeback now. It felt like they were completely absent from the last 2 stages in spite of being top 4 at the past 2 Six Invitationals combined, and they're now actually fighting with W7M, who may be on the verge of losing a major spot if they're not careful.
I'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, moving to APAC North, we'll see how things are going in that region. It looks like Cyclops Elite Gaming, or Cyclops Athlete Gaming, right on top.
They're elite
good
now.
cyber
They're doing
athletes.
better.
Certainly elite performance, yeah.
Yeah, only 3 games played, of course, throughout the stage so far, but it is Cyclops and Sandbox currently at the top. Of course, only top 2 qualify from APAC North directly to the major, so a lot of those teams definitely going to be fighting hard. Damwon Kia not too far behind, technically tied with Sandbox on points, losing a little bit on round diff. So definitely will be a tight competition. It seems like these top 3 teams are kind of the ones to watch out for in APAC North.
Look, man, I love Damwon as much as the next guy, and I certainly hope that with Yas coming out and then coming back in actually bolsters them a bit.
Yeah.
Still rooting for Fnatic. I'm still rooting for this team.
Man.
I want Dizzle, I want Mag back in a major. All it takes is bumping up against some of the best teams in the region. That's kind of the
I just want to see a Korean team perform in a major at some point this year. Like, that's all I ask. Is it
you
that
came
hard?
in at a really bad time for Korea.
I did. That's usually the opposite of what happens when I start working on esport. But we'll see. We'll see what happens as the year closes out. But APAC South is where we're going to go to wrap up our world check-in. Fury on top, pulling ahead of Elevate by just a tiny little bit there.
Fury of all teams? I didn't see this one coming.
I mean, they're looking good, and it's getting even better for them in the fact that their main rival for that top 2 spot, Elevate, just had to make a roster move, right?
It's true.
They've had to sub in a new player onto their team. Obviously, Elevate started off very, very strong, but then they lost a game to Fury, and their road ahead for Elevate also is kind of stacked. They got a lot of good teams still to play. I think they've got Direwolves up next game, and Gladiator still on the card as well. So it's worrying for Elevate, a team that I think many people were calling APAC's best hope.
All right. Well, any opinions on APAC now?
You know, I really want to see Wildcard pop off a little bit more, you know.
Okay.
Me too.
We'll see.
Wildcards.
We'll see.
Why
It's
not?
just Wildcard. Yeah.
The desires of the heart are something that are important to consider as we go ahead and take a look at today's schedule, of course. It is going to be starting off with a really interesting one, Parabellum versus Mirage. Now, that's interesting for me to say because, again, coming into 2022, Parabellum Mirage, maybe not the most exciting matchup. Now, here we are in stage 3. This could be big. It could have major implications for both teams, too.
Yeah,
Keep thinking.
Go ahead.
Most of this is expected results, is kind of the problem. Because we can look at every match on the card for the day and think Mirage is doing way better, Parabellum's in a slump. Beastcoast are Beastcoast. Astralis are not doing hot right now.
Yeah.
OXG are OXG. And then you get to this one.
That one's a
You get to
big
this
question,
bad boy at the very, very end,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden, all of your ideas about what may or may not happen go out the window. You have no misconceptions. All these 4 games, you kind of have an idea, probably some safe predictions, and then this one hits you in the face, and it's not the same thing at all.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting on the lead up to that as well. I think there are potential for upsets. I think Parabellum could perhaps pull an upset to start off the day.
Totally, yeah.
And I'm excited to see what Auction could do because they've been making changes to their roles. They've been trying things out, and it's a tough opponent, don't get me wrong. But yeah, maybe there's something there.
I'm kind of the opinion too that I think there is a possibility that Astralis pulls one out on XSET. I think it's unlikely, but I think there is like maybe 30-35% chance that they're going to take that one. I'm going to even put a percentage on it. I don't know. Which one are you looking forward to today?
I mean, naturally anybody with a brain would say match 5 is going to be an absolute banger, but
sure.
I think match 1 and 3 both do have good potential. This is the battle for Canada where you can say, quote unquote, Parabellum would be an upset.
That's why you wore the flannel.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah, but with
Okay.
Parabellum and Mirage, both of them, they're kind of right on the cusp, and it's kind of awkward to call this an upset if Parabellum wins or an upset if Mirage wins.
I agree.
They're really equal footing, as well as with match 3, Astralis versus XSET. These are two teams that have done so well across the entirety of the year, not just this stage, that this might just be an SI matchup kind of preview.
There was also one small thing. I didn't get a chance to go back and dive into all the historical data yet. Has there ever been a time in NAL history where a team has gone winless for a whole stage? I don't think it's happened. I'm pretty certain.
Think so?
I think there's always been one team that either pulls 1 or 2 wins out of the bag.
Yeah.
Right now, Beastcoast have nothing. They've got 1 overtime appearance, no actual wins yet. So they're trying to stop themselves from the thing that's never happened before. The literal precedent has not been set to say that they can lose every single game, which makes me wonder, who are they going to beat? It's Spacestation today. Spacestation looked pretty decent, and then they have Mirage coming up, and who's their last game? The one from next week?
Well, I don't know. None of us remember this. We're focusing on today.
It's more like,
Pop quiz
surely
update.
they don't go winless for a stage, right? Surely
Yeah.
this doesn't happen.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get the day started. It's going to be Parabellum versus Mirage to kick off the first day of the week here at the Rainbow Six North American League. See you in just a few.
Spacestation. Spacestation.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Raps one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory for the Spacestation. XSET. They play it out perfectly.
The challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League, everybody. Your host, Doa, here at the desk, along with Jesse, Jacob, and CDAPS rejoining the NAL. Welcome back. You excited for the day? Excited for the week?
We're starting off with one of my formerly favorite teams. I publicly denounced them because they dropped my good friend Penguin. But, you know, we still have to kind of love Parabellum.
He straight up abandoned Jameson like that. That's really harsh.
Yes, but, you know, Mirage, I like a lot of their new pickups, Mohesi as well as Dexter, coming from my area expertise being Challenger League. You always got to root for your boys as they step up into the big league.
Good to see them come up, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at a little bit of what they've been able to bring as we take a look at our standings here. And we also have some interesting additions to it. Via Bunny, we have percentages. Who's going to make the major? Who's going to make SI? Here are the percentage chances of those things happening, along with where our standings are in NAL right now.
So I think like the most interesting thing here is like when you look at the SI percentages, they really don't line up with these scoreboards. And that's because SI, of course, is cumulative throughout the entire year. So you got teams like Astralis and Oxygen, who despite playing so badly here in Stage 3, because of doing so well in the first couple of stages, are effectively locked into SI anyways, 99.9%. On the flip side, TSM struggled all year long. Their SI probability is only 2%. They're going to have to go to the major. They're going to have to likely finish maybe top 4, top 2, even win to even have a shot of going to SI at this point.
Hey, I mean, we saw this team go through those SI closed quals just last year.
You're not wrong.
We had some fun times in San Antonio, Jacob. But
I don't know if I want to talk about that.
Yeah, but what happened with TSM after they won that event?
Basically nothing. It's the single worst fall off of a Six Invitational winner in Siege history. Even going back to the Continuum days in 2017 where they couldn't qualify for events immediately after winning it, TSM are definitely in a hole. The thing for NA teams though, when it comes to winning SI, both SSG and TSM in the past 2 years, where did they come from to win the Sixth Invitational? The qualifier system. So even if you automatically qualify from something different, the odds are for North American teams, if you want to win the thing, you kind of have to come through the LCQ.
Absolutely. Well, we're about to get started with our first match of the day, Parabellum versus Mirage. But before we get into it, let's check out a little bit about what the teams themselves are thinking going into the stage, going into what's happening so far.
Just in general, we're a lot more coordinated. Our chemistry is just way better compared to the other teams.
I think Doc and Asian are pretty comfortable and they adjusted pretty well. And they fit pretty well into our system as well.
As a team, we've definitely scrimmed more than I have on other teams. I feel like we're up to speed now and we're competing pretty well.
Before, some of us wanted to play more aggro, some of us wanted to play more passive. On this team, we all want to play the same way.
We're always known to be kind of aggressive, but it's a lot of like taking gunfights but together.
We're just coming into the games with a lot more confidence, having fun. Those are two elements that I was really emphasizing during the off season. I know everybody has really been preaching, like, let's not stress out about every little detail. We know that we're good, let's just show it.
Don't let the pressure get to us. Just chill out, play loose, play how we want to. Stop putting pressure on ourselves for our attacks, because we know our attacks are poor. We're trusting our defenses right now. As long as we make plays as a team, we'll win the attack.
I think this stage, we started strong. We need only 3 more wins to make it. We're gonna be able to adjust, fix our mistakes, and be back next week to win hopefully 2.
I mean, obviously we want to make the major. That's definitely our goal. I mean, we're in a good spot for it.
We continue to hammer out the kinks of every single strat every single day, so we're just going to keep looking to do that, keep looking to improve, and improvement is just our #1 focus.
I love it, right? I love hearing how revitalized Mirage seems, right, in those interviews. It seems like a different team, right? Obviously, we have the 2 new players coming in, but just the attitude, the swagger, I think, is there in a way it was never there earlier in 2022, and the results are kind of proving that they have a reason to be swagging out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the results look really good. I mean, Mirage are the only team that can say that they've won, or they've gotten at least 1 point through every single match since the first Playday. It's been a long time since Mirage have collected 0 points. If those overtime games go the other way, Mirage could very easily be #1 in the standings right now.
They keep on climbing, but they're doing it mostly on the back of what's been a very surprising defense, which has always been Mirage's strong suit. If you look at how they've played out most of this year, defensively, that's always been where they've had more success, even if it's still meant they were dead last in the previous 2 stages. The problem is, can their attacks actually improve beyond 9th place? It's a 41% win rate on that side of the stat sheet, and it's honestly not that far behind several teams, if only by a couple of percentage points, but that's still the thing that they need to clean up, and against a Parabellum team that is usually very solid on defense, depending on the map, this is an intriguing case of who has the stronger side heading into this contest.
Well, let's talk about Parabellum a little bit. Let's dive into that. You were mentioning earlier CDAPs. It's nice to see some of the players come up, Doc and Asian, start to do pretty well, perform pretty decently here in NAL. But are they going to bring Parabellum enough to get them to the major?
You know, they might just have their biggest chance going into the major, because this is a roster that is seemingly revitalized with completely differing philosophies than what we've seen in past stages. No longer is this your mama's Parabellum. This is not that old school pink and white jersey back in the SI run, because there's no Penguin. Sonar is now only a coach, and the way and the direction that this team is going is all about playmaking and adopting this meta, bringing it into the new age, having that excitement, having explosive attacks, but with what historically they've had good defenses, has actually kind of slipped a little bit.
I think whilst there is a lot of good things you can say about these rookies, I think this may be a match where Parabellum want to rest back on some of their previous experiences. Because when you look at the head-to-head between the Battle of Canada, the English-Canadian org Parabellum, the French-Canadian org Mirage, historically, it's been far one-sided, favoring Parabellum. It's been 725 days since Mirage beat the roster we now call Parabellum. In that near 2 years, obviously, Eska's the only remaining player from that one Mirage match that they ended up winning. Since then, there have been 7 maps in a row that Parabellum have won against their Canadian rivals here. So obviously, with new teams, I think this is the first time we're actually seeing Mirage as potentially the favorites in this game, because they've got some really hot pickups. But absolutely, if Parabellum can kind of call back to the olden days, they may be able to just pull out an upset here.
It's been good to see them bounce back, and I think when they've had this kind of adversity, it's only going to make them stronger. They were obviously undefeated on Border through the first week, and since then it's definitely been far murkier waters. But I keep on coming back to the maps that they've been playing this stage and wondering if their play style is simply more conducive to a different kind of map. And I'm wondering if they want to keep on expanding that pool beyond what we've already seen from them this stage so far. If they keep on playing on tighter, closer contested maps where they have the ability to trade more, they're going to do considerably better on their defenses, because that's been such a lacking point for them in this stage. And if they play on much more broad, open maps, then they also have to prioritize sticking together and actually working as a unit on defense to disrupt some of the attacking plans that they're going to run into. The nice part is they balance each other out on both attack and defense. The weaker side for one team is also the weaker side for the other, and the stronger side is the stronger side for the other. So when we're on both halves of this game, both teams will be playing into a deficiency or a strength that their opponent also shares, which is going to make it a pretty balanced game.
The dynamic is going to be really interesting. Go ahead.
I was going to say that pretty much the biggest thing with Parabellum that you got to notice with their defense is that big play capability. So many rounds it seems like they almost get bailed out by somebody like Blaz popping off for a 4K, a ridiculous 2v5 site hold if the early round seems to fall apart. And the deficiency in the attacks of Mirage has been seen in that mid round, and that's kind of the pocket of where you would see these big plays potentially go through. So if that's really what you want to focus on and hammer home, it's a pretty good thing to look at.
Yep, that's right. Well, let's talk about Mirage, their opponents on the other side of the arena now, and we've been talking about them a lot this stage. This is a team that looks revitalized. They're in the hunt for the major. Can they take on Parabellum? You know, they talked about focusing on the defense, but you do need to have some success on attack, I think, to win a game.
Yeah, which has been their biggest problem. Right now, they sit 6 points behind the average on attack as far as the league is concerned. And 6 points, honestly, doesn't seem that terrible when you look at it. And then when they're on defense, they're 8 points above whatever the current average is. So it feels like they're always going to have one side that seemingly favors the other. But on attack, I wonder if it's a leadership thing. That means they can't finish what they start. Sometimes they can get some of that early aggression. They can meet the roamers head on. It feels like a lot of plays they have are trying to match the tempo or set the tempo very early in their attacks. But then you make the flip side, and on defense, all of a sudden they're monsters. So what on attack isn't working? That's the thing I want to answer over these next 2 days.
Yeah, and probably the biggest thing with those Mirage attacks is you mentioned leadership. Who's their leadership? The 2 rookies. You have Dexter doing a lot of early round shot calling, and Mohesi using kind of that late round execute phase, which has obviously been where a lot of the issues kind of arise from.
Yeah, and I mean, we can certainly focus in on their attacks all day, but you can't take away their defensive stats, right? Over the last 3 games especially, they've been so good, 70% defensive win rate. And these boys, they remind me of myself in recess, back in 4th and 5th grade. If you're gonna find them, you're gonna find them on the swings, and they may be the most aggressive team that we have in the league right now. What I've loved to see from Mirage is constant peek outs from, you know, whoever it might be, whether it's Dexter coming in for a big swing one round, it might be Mohesi the next. But there's always one person, at least last week, that I thought was doing a great job of holding back, and that was Melted. Through the first couple of weeks, it felt like that was kind of more Mohesi's job on defense, to play a little bit more of an anchor position, play a little bit more passive. Last week, whether it was a role change that they specifically implemented or whether it was the fact that they just played back-to-back maps on Villa, Melted played so much smoke, 77% pick rate on that operator, something he really hadn't touched throughout the rest of the stage too often, and he was doing a really great job of staying alive late and going for those clutches. 3 clutches is now the most clutch player of any team in the North American League, and he got 2 of them just last week. I think the role changes for Melted as being that kind of hard rock that the rest of the team can rely on, that can like let them be confident and go for those swings, has been really, really impressive, and it's one of the big reasons why Mirage works.
It's neat to see Melted in this position, because when I talked to him in Vegas before the stage began, he seemed to really have like a fire lit under him. He was like, I did not play well in stage 2. I was sick for a lot of the time. I just didn't get to show what I wanted to show. I think he came into this stage on a personal level with a higher level of motivation than we've seen earlier in this year, and it's showing.
I think this is something you can also piggyback on if you want. Melted's always been kind of a project, I think, back in the Parabellum days and when he was playing in Challenger League, wondering if he was the guy who was really going to fill in the pieces on a PB team that was still trying to get to relegations in the first place. And now that he's had all this time on Mirage, we figured out what roles he's good at, what roles he's not good at. It's just taken a long time to figure out how you want to craft this guy into what Mirage has needed, right?
Yeah, and then if you take a step back even further from his Parabellum days, you got to think about the Wichita Wolves, Ape, Rise era. And guess what? There's another player on this team, Mohesi, that came from that same system. And I got to talk with Guerra this week. Wonderful to talk to him as always. But those philosophies from Ape, which we see a lot with Astralis and we talk about with call-out-isms, being brought in on the hard work and that effort and the mental strength for this team, is also applied onto Mirage and bringing in, and you can definitely see the changes.
That's something I actually talked to Mohesi about a couple weeks ago, and I asked him kind of how he became such a strong IGL and how he kind of fit in that role. And he said straight up, I credit Callout, I credit Forrest for teaching me a lot of these really important skills, and that has allowed him to evolve and be this leader that Mirage desperately needed.
Right, well, the map vetoes are in. It's time to find out where we're going to be playing. Let's see, Cafe and Bank off the stage right away.
Yeah, a couple of clear bans. Kind of hurts to ban Bank against Mirage, who haven't touched it since stage 1, but not entirely unexpected. Border and Theme Park. 2 maps, each team banning a map their opponents have played 3 times this stage, so we will not be getting any of those classic comfort picks. And then Chalet and Sky. Skyscraper is the map these 2 teams played on last stage. It was a stomp favoring Parabellum 7-1, but with the new rosters, maybe don't want to try that again.
See, here's the thing. I thought either Oregon or Villa would be the map that we'd play between these 2, but Parabellum still have a ban on the board, and Clubhouse is still left. And you know, Parabellum do not like Club. It's been one of their permabans all year, which means it's actually Mirage that basically gets to pick the map that we're going to between either Oregon or Villa. Both of them seem as though they make perfect sense. Mirage will take Oregon. Surely Parabellum ban the Clubhouse here. They do, so we head to Villa instead for the year. For Parabellum, an 80% win rate on it, and they've almost never banned it. They love this map. They really want to go the distance on this thing. They just did that 8-7 against Astralis last week. And for Mirage, they've also played it twice this year. Historically, they've liked it, but they have yet to bring this map back to a 50% win rate, given their struggles on it, both in stages 1 and 2. But I do think, given the fact that both teams like playing it as often as they do, this was kind of the expected result.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens on the map. But before that, we have to predict who we think is going to win the map. And to start us off, as always, we're going to check in with our casters, Pengu and Intero, waiting to tell us who they think is going to win this one. It's a little bit tricky, I think. Mirage certainly seems to be coming in as a bit of a favorite, but not a huge favorite, in my opinion. What do you think?
I think that Canada wins.
You think Canada wins?
The Canadian organization,
Very bold
the country
statement.
of Canada will prevail here ultimately.
So it's one of those, like, the fans will win.
I just hope everybody has a really good time.
Yeah.
I think it's the good
We learn a lot.
Boo, pick a side.
We're all better friends after this.
We're all better friends.
You got to choose, though.
Like,
You got to
I
choose.
learn more in loss than I do in victory. But no, I mean, if you just go based off of who's performing better, then obviously I would go with Mirage. I genuinely don't know who's going to come out on top. I would say Mirage because I'm going to go with the team that I think has shown more upside, but it would not surprise me if Parabellum wins the match either.
I am going to say Mirage. They are amazing on the defensive side, but on their attacking side, which PB is a little bit more fully fledged in my opinion, so I'm going to go with Parabellum. But I think it's going to be a very close and hard game for either team. It's not a landslide at all.
You're going with Parabellum, is what you're saying?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. We got to change the
Oh,
graphic
they
then.
misheard you.
It sounded like you said Mirage at first. I heard that too. But
Are you just saying that because he's Danish?
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I can understand just fine.
Also, we can't take the same team because we're at the same percentage, 53, so like
That's
one of us
true.
has to come ahead.
Yeah,
so
that's the break.
You only have 3 days to keep fighting, so
This is the moment.
keep doing it.
that we are.
All right. Thanks for the opinions. We're going to check in with our casters again once the map begins. But now it's time to find out what our analysts have to say. 1-1 so far. You want to break the tie?
Well, I think I will. I think we're going back to Villa, right? And this is a map that we just saw Mirage do so well on the last week, and it's the one that I think their adaptations with, Melted playing a little bit more passive was so successful on. So I'm liking Mirage here. I think that they're really on a strong path, and Parabellum, since week 1, have not looked like a strong team. So I think Mirage, they're finally going to break the curse and beat this team that they have been trying to beat since 2020.
All right. Special guest, CDAPS, what do you think?
I'm going to go with my former favorite team.
Wow.
I still have a soft spot for Parabellum.
Still biased. We've had
just a little bit.
two PB biased analysts in 2 weeks.
Yes, but
Hasn't
the biggest thing for me was just how woeful these Mirage attacks have looked. It's a 41% across a couple of plays with, sure, their attacking entry percentage is not that bad. They're slightly above average, but the conversion rates, those really kill me on that low 50%, one of the lowest on a map per kind of across the entire stage. And where the small issues that we've seen on Villa this stage from Parabellum have been on those defenses, I think those issues can be ironed out, and there is the big play potential for players like Blaz to just explode.
Yeah,
Sound logic.
I'm down on the PB pick too, mostly because Mirage's attack win rate through 2 Villa plays so far, it's only 36%. It's pretty abysmal so far in the year, and I think they need to find a way to step it up, but I do think Parabellum has smaller issues that they can fix over the course of just what has been only a couple of days since they played it last. I'll give PB the edge here, but it's still really close because this was a map that definitely could have gone either way.
All right, 2 for Mirage, 3 for PB. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads. Parabellum, it's going to be tails. Mirage, we'll go ahead and flip it. It's a stunt coin today. I have to forget my other one at home at least once per stage. It's heads. The coin, it says Parabellum as well. Interesting. Our Kennedy half dollar this time. And
You know what I'm noticing?
What have you noticed?
The Canadians in the Canadian matchup have both sided against the Americans. And I feel like as Canadians, we have an extra little bit of insight, which means that we're going to be correct here and Mirage are going to win.
I mean, time will tell. Let's see what
Imagine
the fans
how
have to
hilarious
say.
it's going to be when they're wrong.
The fans have been the most correct so far, besides some of our guests as far as the fan go. The fans, 57% apparently, say Parabellum is going to take it. So most everyone going Parabellum, couple going Mirage, Jesse and Intero throwing it behind the Mirage squad on the hot streak in stage 3. We'll see if that's correct or not. Now, let's look at our community poll. What question on Twitter do we have to think about? Who will have a higher rating, Kool-Aid or Mohesi? There you go.
That's a fair poll.
That is a very fair
poll. A couple supports.
To find out, you can go and vote on Twitter at R6 Esports NA. That's going to do it for us here at the desk. A quick break, and when we come back, the first map of the day gets underway. Parabellum versus Mirage here on Rainbow Six NAL. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me the notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I was sipping more for 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bare face. Now he's got a hell behind the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I bow down to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry.
Match up number 1. Let's get this underway. Parabellum versus Mirage. I was saying to you before we got into the match today, when we were sitting eating our lunch/breakfast together.
Breakfast.
Breakfast. Because it was 10 a.m.
Yes.
10 a.m. give or take. That's usually breakfast, at least where I'm from. That 6 days ago, five play days ago, 7 play days ago, we would look at this matchup and we'd go, yeah, it's nothing special.
It's whatever.
And yet here we are, looking at a team in Mirage that is currently sitting tied for 3rd. That is correct, tied for 3rd. They and XSET both have 11 points. If Mirage wins in this match today, they will not be first overall because they'll still trail the Soniqs, but they will jump all the way up to 2nd place. And the likelihood that they go to the major will soar through the roof. That is correct. You heard that.
Damn.
Perennial basement dwellers of NAL could be going to the major. Parabellum obviously still sorting some things out with this roster, have not lived up to the potential that I think so many had hoped for them. And they as well, though, are on the cusp of making it to the major. If Parabellum wins here today, they will actually end up in a tie for 3rd as well, with XSET and Mirage at 11 points.
It is surprising to look at, and I really think that the matchup potential for Mirage versus Parabellum is monumental. It's like their playstyles, they almost supplement each other really beautifully because they can both play so aggressive, and they both have their very small niches where they excel in. So for example, we spoke about it on the desk with C-Dabs. Mirage's attacks are a big question mark for me going to this matchup, whereas Parabellum's attacks are a whole different story. They're so different. So to see how they match up on the individual rounds. Start things off, it's going to be Parabellum on the attack and Mirage in the defense, as we're just going to start betting the operators out just in 10 seconds time.
Back in Playday number 5, Mirage came to Villa to play up against XSET, and Mirage was up 6-4 at one point. In fact, they were up 5-2, and then XSET clawed it back and knocked out Mirage in overtime. And of course, it's not exactly the result that you want for a team that had so many opportunities, and they led the way in opening picks, and they seemed to dominate with the numbers advantage, and then just ultimately could not sort it out midway through the round. And XSET was able to claw back. Is Parabellum that same team? I would argue that XSET are a far stickier team than Parabellum, and when I say sticky, I mean they stick to you. You can't shake them. You can't get rid of them. They're like a burr. They're just clung to you. I guess burrs are a little sticky. I don't know if Parabellum's going to be able to do the same thing. Mirage, just as they did against XSET, starting on defense. First, operator bans are in. Azami and Nook banned out, as is pretty typical of most NAL games. Flores and Valkyrie, the other bans that came in.
Yeah, the thing is, Mirage, they need to be on fire on the defensive side. That's like their simple win condition. When they played up against SSG on Chalet, that also was like an overtime match earlier in the stage. Same story. Mirage need to find success on their defense to have a chance at winning these kinds of games. And the thing is, when Mirage played DarkZero on Villa, it was a 7-3 victory in favor of Mirage. They were doing really, really good. But the question is, how does that now work against Parabellum, whose entire meta game, how they approach Rainbow Six Siege, it's so much different than that from DarkZero. Well, opening round so far, we already see Mirage bringing out a handful of operators that are a little bit unique for this situation, right? Kento on the Frost and an AVG defense is not very common, and we also see Dexter bringing out the Warden just in case Parabellum they get free gear with the smokes or the flashbangs, the Ying for example. So already from the get-go, we're seeing some counterplay or potential counterplay, making sure that PB can't bring certain operators, and if they do, they'll be suited for it. Of course, we got Mo and Melted on that shotgun duo of Smoke and Mute, a staple set of operators for any bomb side of Villa. And a spawn peek.
This is pretty. I think this is common stuff. We saw this from Mirage before. Dexter will go jumping out of windows, going for those early picks, maybe try to catch your opponent off guard. But again, it always goes both ways. If it works out, you go, oh, that was brilliant. What a genius move that was. If it doesn't work out, you go, what are you doing? Stay in the building.
No, you're right. It's there's almost like no worse way to. I guess there is no real worse way to dive into a spawn peek, right? You step out of spawn. It's like been 5 or 10 seconds. You're dead. You're like, what is this guy doing? Why is he being stupid or silly? But in reality, if you die to a spawn peek, it's probably on you more than anything else, or not being careful enough. So, learn from your mistakes. Don't repeat them.
Good way of putting it. Logic Bomb goes in. So a host of changes on the test server that were published today. If you didn't see it, changes to Rook, Doc, and I mean the operator, not Doc.pb, who is currently about to nade the shield that had been opened up earlier on from that hole below. And then obviously a change to Dokkaebi as well, where if you are dead, then you still get kicked off of cams, which is a very interesting change. Not active just yet, so still a little bit less potency in those Logic Bombs, as annoying as they may be to try to find the off-site players of Mirage.
No, you're right. And I mean, Dokkaebi already now has started to see a fair bit of play recently with the secondary EMPs being added to her kit as well if you want to use them. So we might see a bit of a meta change going forward, which I always think is a welcome change, as we have for this stage in itself. Of course, Rico has been altered. All weapons are now viable, I would argue, and we see more flexibility in both the attack and defensive side.
Well, star-studded performance from Blaz will help Parabellum. He's the most kills of anybody in the entire league right now, sitting at 67. He's got a couple that are nipping at his heels, but ultimately, the Frenchman dominating the North American League, showing why he was a highly touted prospect that was imported over to this region. If Blaz has a bad day, the rest of Parabellum, thankfully, have a whole bunch of players over 50 kills through these 5 play days. Blaz hits the first pick. Oh, and 2, in fact. Starting off strong, exactly what you need out of him. Clearing out both Kento and Dexter. Benji holding over towards 90 with just over 30 seconds to go. Doc has been taken down, though, and might get gassed out by Melted. As he does, the plant by Blaz attempted. He loses half of his HP in the process, but he's killing 4 kills, a 5th quad for Blaz. He could get them all. All he needs to do is find Mohesi, but Mohesi finds him first. A potential comeback brewing for Mirage. It's a 1v2. Asian is recoverable if that's the priority here, but Mo has ice in his veins. Channeling the Great White North. Eska with Diffuser in the midst of the bomb site. He's getting it down. If he bails off, he loses out. And he has enough time. He gets off at the last second, and Mo gets the clutch. Hell of a first round for Mirage. Blaz gets 4 kills, and it's all for naught because their opponents take round number 1.
That is actually such a frustrating round if you're Parabellum, because like can anybody else get a single kill on the board? Because that was basically Blaz doing all the work, and then Mo, same story for the opposite team. Really a battle of titans right now, and I mean, that is ridiculous. The entry from Blaz was absolutely huge. Getting 2 kills off the bat, 90 and red stairs, and just going through the bomb site and taking care of every single member. Impressive stuff, but Mo, he returns the favor. SMG11 did arguably get buffed this season with that muscle break being added, so if you thought that Smoke or Mute players are lethal before, well, they're even stronger now in this current patch of Rainbow Six Siege, and Mo just showed exactly what you can do with that operator. Great clutch for him, and Mirage, they keep their first opening defensive round as a victory, even though it looked very dicey for a moment.
Tech pause right now, unsure of the reason. We'll keep you updated as we get access to it. We're talking about kills. Blaz, obviously, the most kills in the North American League with 67. Add 4 more to that, pushing him up to 71. The first player to break 70 kills in the NAL so far this stage. And he does it in a pretty disappointing result for his team, ultimately, because they don't win the round. But if you're looking at another metric, 50 kills, well, most of this Parabellum squad have already broken 50 kills. The only one that hasn't, that is far and away incapable of reaching at this matchup, barring a miracle, is Eska. He's sitting at 30 kills. Asian has 44 kills. Melted and Kento, 46 kills each. And Mo had 49 kills heading into this matchup. But with Mo getting that clutch, he's now broken 50 in total. So add another person to it. And I mean, this is Playday number 7. So over 6 Playdays, to have almost 10 kills a match for some of these players is a mighty fine score for when you see the average match being about 10 to 11 rounds.
No, absolutely, you're correct. And of course, if you play max OT every single day, then you can argue that, there's some round inflation. So I feel like kills per round average could be like an even nicer stat to look at just for consistency purposes, but you are correct. And I mean, most teams, they're pretty evenly matched these days. We don't really see crazy landslides the same way as we did like a year or 2 ago. You mentioned Blast last round, Parker, but like whenever I watch Parabellum, my eyes normally lies upon Doc, because when he just walks into a building, kind of like Blast did that previous round, they will just find kills and win gunfights seemingly out of nowhere. And I really think Parabellum, if they can keep utilizing the new star players, and the new young players rather, they will just walk over so many teams in the NAL. The thing is, Mirage is like the most lethal defender team I think right now. And I spoke to Dexter last week and I said, Dexter, explain to me you guys' playstyle when you approach the game. And he was like, it's pretty straightforward. He's like, we just kind of, we play aggressive, we play together, and we're not afraid to take these gunfights on the defensive side, but our weaknesses lies in our attacks when it comes to problem solving. And that's something you'll fix with experience over time, so I think Mirage really have a lot of potential going forward for them if they can keep, putting up rounds and numbers and even getting victories here and there. Monty getting broad. Doc, as you said, was the focus for you on Parabellum side of things. Take some damage right at the onset. Not the start that you want. Mo has also exchanged some of his life, so both these members of Parabellum having a bit of a conversation, a war of words. Escott and Repel upside down takes out Benji. Second round in a row that Parabellum will start off the killing. It's a nice catch right there. Normally when people, they bring out the Muncie, the issue that I see is that you don't really have anyone that maybe catch those roamers as they run backwards. So having 90 Repel and Red Window Repel really cuts off any way around this Muncie, away from this Muncie player that is Kool-Aid, and now you get a free kill of your choosing. It's the Jaeger, not the biggest value operator kill-wise, so to speak, but you are finding yourself in a man advantage, and you still got 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. It's a great pace for Parabellum. They got so much utility. Nades, flashbangs, and smoke grenades. They can pretty much approach this round however they would like to, especially if Kool-Aid can stay alive on the Muncie itself. Mo is arguably the key operator right now. He's playing downstairs. He does have a C4. He does not have a ton of information. No Valkyrie, no Echo on the board. So he is going to be playing off information based off sound or visual cues from his teammates on the bomb side. So if Mo plays this correctly, he could get at least 1 kill for his trouble's worth.
Mo really has been this cerebral assassin. Squared Circle fans will appreciate that reference, so I hope that you get it. Jacob in particular will probably benefit from it, because he's a wrestling guy. There goes Mo to Blaz, by the way. This was the opposite way that it happened in the previous round. The Monty will lead Parabellum on in. Doc sustaining some damage as the Mountain continues walking forward. Now Melted is down for the count. Blaz on top of Astro Stairs. He's dead. Kool-Aid, pistol in hand, doing some major work. It's Dexter to clutch out. And just as he could have potentially seen the smallest bit of a head upside down, he gets blocked by the Mountain, who will continue to walk in his direction. You got to pick your poison. Diffuser's down, by the way, so we are continuing to watch the clock as it's Kool-Aid to get his second pick. Nicely done by Parabellum as they answer back.
I love that. Whenever you're playing Monty, don't just walk around fully extended. Do what Kool-Aid did just there. Just extend, unextend, extend, unextend. Dexter was always thinking he might be a DSME, but then Kool-Aid would just keep, playing it passively. And the one time Kool-Aid actually aggressive, Dexter thought it was a fake, didn't really prepare himself for the gunfight, and therefore lost it. It was a very beautifully played execute from Parabellum. Monty walks on in, gathers information of 2 of the 3 members on the Mirage side, and then you'll have Asian hold one angle while Doc tries to walk into the bomb side. And the diffuser delivery, in towards the bomb side is just so cleanly done. There was no real way for Mirage to get a foothold of that round unless Mo stayed alive downstairs with that C4. It really was their only answer. The downside of not bringing a smoke is if the enemy brings the Monty, you're in a really tough position to stop him in his tracks or slow him down. Especially if you're playing operators like Frost, Jaeger, who can't really do a whole lot but just shoot towards his shield. So now we are going to change the bomb site once again despite losing. We're not going to go back to the same bomb site. We're going to go downstairs to kitchen dining instead. Extend up above. Bring 2 C4s, Melted and Mo. Likely both going to be playing on the bomb site itself with that mute pulse combination. Very common setup. And then Dexter bringing the Lesion could also be an indirect counterplay in case the Monty gets brought, as you get both the impacts and the goo mines, which will help you stop the Monty from pushing as freely as it was last round.
Anything to slow down the pace that can be set with a Montaigne leading the charge. I like that they're bringing the Monty, frankly. I mean, they're not this round, but I like that Parabellum is bringing it. I think Spirits on the Monty showed that Mirage had some difficulties dealing with that, and if Parabellum can essentially ape that, mimic it, copy it, whatever term you want to use, then that's excellent, frankly. And it really does exploit a weakness that you saw that was present in another match. Kudos to Parabellum, if that's the reason why they've decided to incorporate a Monty, simply to try and catch Mirage off guard.
I fully agree. If you can play different paces and styles of Rainbow Six Siege in a single matchup, you should, right? One round you go super fast, the blast entry round number 1. Second round you're going fast, but you're doing it with a Monty who's a very passive operator. Third round, now we're taking it slow actually from Parabellum. We're droning everything out, holding angles, waiting for a response from Mirage, and when no response comes around, well, we start taking map control arguably for free. And now we see it right now. Drones come in, Breach goes through, Blast will sneak in with information. We just take it step by step and another easy opening kill just like that.
Blaz comes in, Mirage goes out. You can't explain that. Incredible stuff. Started the day with 67 kills, now up to 73. Blaz putting in so much work for this team. Again, leading the way for the North American League. And doing so on entry. Kento was caught completely off guard and was a free pick. The rest of Mirage close enough to this kitchen bomb site. Some still playing from above. Parabellum has not been able to sweep through all of the roamers. A little bit over a minute to go now as some of them go back to Discovery, and Mirage might want the cavalry to come back into the bomb site if they feel like the push from Parabellum will be too overwhelming.
This is the most difficult point for Parabellum to be in, though. They gotta break this wall, but as I say, that Asian gets a kill. Blast is on side again, but the shutdown from Mirage stops him.
Dexter, the very first pick for his team. Melted joins in as well. Parabellum had an advantage. It's now gone. Asian and Doc on low HP too, as is Dexter. All these teams taking their lumps. Mirage wants to re-engage from above. They know that the buck is nearby. They hear the Gon 6 go off as Asian heads back down the stairs. Good patience from Mirage. Kool-Aid's in the midst of the bomb site. He's got Doc right next to him, but there's a nitro cell from Melton. Oh. It seems to miss, but Doc gets taken out as Dexter on the flank catches Parabellum looking in the wrong direction. Asian will twist and turn as Melted shuts him down in a big clutch. As Melted picks up 3 huge kills and will hop on that diffuser while Mirage regains the lead.
So, bringing in the numbers right now, Parabellum, they have 3 plants in a row, 3 opening kills in a row, none answered back from Mirage. Yet Parabellum only have 1 round to Mirage's 2. That puts us in this weird position where, on the numbers, Parabellum doing great work. Round and round and round, time and time again. But Mirage's clutch factor in those 3v3s, or even when they're in a 1 versus 4, where like Mo was, they come out on top 2 out of 3 times. It's impressive stuff from Mirage's defensive side. It's exactly what they need, to get a chance to fight back, because once we go for side swap after round number 6, that's where people are going to go, Mirage attacks, what are they going to look like? Because I don't think they're going to be able to match Parabellum's efficiency right now.
No, that's a very good point to be had. Especially when Villa, the first thing any long-term viewer of Villa will think is this is a very defender-sided, very defender-friendly matchup. If Mirage fails to get 3 rounds on defense, and that spells trouble. I will say, I completely echo your thoughts. The fact that Parabellum are able to get those opening picks, get the objective down, and gain map control very quickly, all extremely impressive. And with the exception of round number 1, Parabellum have been in the middle of the bomb site, getting the diffuser down with a good grace period should they have to fall off. It's not in the dying 10 seconds of the round. They've got ample opportunity and tons of time to try again if Mirage shuts them down the very first time the diffuser gets to be planted.
You're absolutely right. Let's see, orbital lineup-wise, we're back on AVG. A similar story to the first opening round. Kento on the Frost, Dexter on the Warden. No spawn pick this time on that 90 window. We cannot really repeat those because they become predictable otherwise. And Parabellum, once again, bringing out the Monty. So, again, we're changing the pace every single round, and it can be so difficult to figure out how you should match it as a defending team. And remember, you don't know they're bringing a Monty until you hear the shield clanging around the bomb site or somewhere on the map once they start roam clearing you out. This is going to be a split attack. Dog down below, using those grenades to clear out the shield possibly. He's going to nade the floor once. Second nade goes towards the shield. Then we got both members on the master bedroom balcony and study balcony. I like how he's choosing to clear out that shield position because it can be tricky, but Dog seemingly has a very good formula on how to clear that out efficiently every single time. And he's doing it right now so that in case Dog dies later in the round, those grenades have already been spent. Now he's just a free gun on the map, and you won't have to deal with, roam clearing downstairs later in the round when so many things are happening. So it might look like Parabellum are attacking this round very, very slowly, but the time they've spent now, they won't have to spend later on in a minute from now. So it really does balance out quite nicely, and their pacing is just about on track what you would expect.
Diffuser 2 will likely be juggled, at least what we've seen from Kool-Aid so far. He's not likely going to be the one getting the plant down. It entirely depends on how they want to approach this Aviator Games defense, as you talked about. Right now, Parabellum stacked up over towards the master bedroom side of things, and Blaz does it again, by the way. Again and again and again. Blaz gets these opening picks, absolutely monstrous. Down goes the star and the clutch master of round number 1, Mohesi.
Yeah, it's also, again, your C4. Dexter still has, but Dexter plays so front forward and so aggressive that a C4 in his pocket doesn't necessarily have the same guaranteed value or expected outcome. I like this quote-unquote rat play instead of 90. Benji's gonna stick the corner, teammate kills the drone for him. Dexter presses nicely onto Doc. That's an important kill.
What did I say about the timing, though? The Monty's already in the middle of the site, and there's 45 seconds left. Timing for EE1Ds to go out. Eska still has one more in back pocket. Now Dexter is in the line of fire. Toxic canisters doing a little bit of damage. A fake rip from the nitro cells. Dexter wants to draw out another. Has great timing with these pre-fires, but gets a bit unlucky in that engagement. It allows the Montaigne Kool-Aid to vacate the premises. Now it's all up to Asian. Stacked up right next to Eska. There goes the last E1D. Toxic canisters go out. Damage to Kool-Aid being done. We don't know. Blaz down. Now Eska will follow. Diffuser planted, but Kool-Aid taking damage in the ensuing fray, and now he's down too. It's all up to Asian. Sits far back. In a 1v3, Eska is unretrievable, but depending on where he is, can still be giving information. Kento on the diffuser. Asian needs to get a call off of this, kills his teammate, and can only get a single player. I don't know if he was just trying to keep his opponents from getting it or not, but Mirage hops on, gets the easy disable, and Parabellum caught with their pants down right after the diffuser goes down. They ultimately give the round to Mirage.
Definitely a positive situation for Asian, and I think it comes down to not necessarily pressure or nerves, but there is so much happening in that round. He doesn't have info 90, he doesn't have exact information on the bomb side, so he just hears and sees his injured member on top red stairs, and unfortunately, it is his teammate. And team killing him doesn't change any of the outcome possibilities of that round, thankfully, but it's again, open and kill Parabellum, plant Parabellum, early bombsite presence for Parabellum, yet it's Mirage who once again wins the round in those retake situations. And looking back at the round, I mean, Parabellum, they pretty much played it near perfect. Like, sure, they lost the gunfight on study balcony to Kento. That opened things up for sure. But outside of individual gunfights being a 50-50 coin flip, they really strategically played that round nicely. But sometimes all you need is just to go crazy with the gun skill and then somehow bring it back. That's what Mirage are doing time and time again. It's working out. They got their 3 rounds that they wanted, right? The minimum threshold of defensive victory, so to speak. Mirage can go 3 for 3 at worst. They can, go even on the flip. Parabellum, they need now to get some rounds on the table for themselves. If Mirage go 4-2, 5-1, it starts looking very scary for Parabellum, as there's not a whole lot of room for error once they could get to defend on Villa themselves.
Oh, we follow along with what's going on with the kills. 50 kills being a very impressive metric. We can fixate on it in just a second. Parabellum very quickly working away at the wall and have managed to open it up. Mirage's attempt to rebuff them, not going quite well. You have to be wary of the Nomad. No shield being brought this time. Kento's impacts expended. There's an air jab on the doorway. That means that retaking Master, perilous for Mirage. It could be in a very rough spot if they decide to try it. Kool-Aid the only one who's taken any damage so far in the server. 1 minute off of the clock. And with that work being done, it makes Mirage uncomfortable with the way that they sit inside of this bomb site and gives Parabellum tons of time to line up the rest of the execute.
Normally when Mirage defend this bomb site and they attack the Master Bedroom, Kento on the Master Bedroom door is how they win and lose rounds. Melted gets Kool-Aid early on, that's ace off the board, but they've reached the wall already, it's not a huge loss.
Very first blood for Mirage so far in this match. Comes in round number 5, good timing. They've allowed this Parabellum team to dominate in terms of opening picks. And I mean, even with all those opening picks, Parabellum doesn't have anything to show for it outside of a single round.
You're right. I like the approach here. Doc and Blast working together for Astra, but look at Melted's position.
Oh, gets pre-fired by Doc. He could have had 2 separate targets to be found, and now Blaz is an even greater opening. Searching for kill number 10 in round number 5. That's a number that is impressive as ever, and he'll get it. Doc down to Benji. All these guns hitting their marks. Nice shot from Blaz again, and he misses the Jaeger, lets him slip by, and cannot out-duel Benji, who'll need to clutch in a 1v2, but can't get past Eska. Parabellum might have surrendered the first blood, but they get the round. They're second so far, looking to tie up this first half with 1 round to go.
It looked a bit dicey there as Parabellum started challenging 1 versus 1 versus 1, but they do get that 1v2 clutch in their pocket. No plant was going down, so, you know, had Eska lost his individual gunfight to Blast in that scenario, that could have been a dicey situation. But it worked out. Blast is, again, seemingly just walks into the bomb site, clears corner after corner, gets kill after kill. But it was Doc who allowed that to happen. Doc's first kill in this game was onto Melted, who was playing smoke instead of Astro. And it looked like Melted had that under complete control as Doc had no information. But by winning that gunfight, he allowed himself and Blast to take control over Astro. That got the kill to a mine instead of this triple instead of statue. Then the Frost inside the trophy bomb site afterwards. So a single kill just snowballs that map control in favor of the attackers. And then the round is over from there. We're once again winning and losing of Blaz. If you can find the openings and keep going forward, the round is basically done. But Blaz also has a weakness, and that is he doesn't really stop going forward. He will get 2 kills, which is amazing, but he wants the 3rd. He'll get enough control on the map to get the full bomb site, but he wants that final member on top red stairs, which he doesn't need to aggress for, but he goes for it anyway. The thing about confidence is that confidence is king in Rainbow Six Siege to take these gunfights, to win them as well. But sometimes discipline has to come above it after a certain reward, if you will, once you get those 2 or 3 kills. You don't have to get the 4th every single time. But what do I know? Blast has way more kills than I have, that's for sure. He's doing great so far.
Let's talk about the kills a little bit now because we have a little bit of quiet time. Tried to talk about it in the previous round, but guess what? They decided that action was going to come much faster than we expected. The players that were just seeking 50 kills in this matchup were Mo, he's accomplished it. Melted, he's accomplished it. Kento is 2 kills away from 50, and Asian is 4 kills away from 50. Almost everybody else in this lobby have hit it. The only one who hasn't and is likely out of contention for this match is Eska. He entered with 30 kills, 33 to his name at the moment. I mean, it's entirely possible he drops 17 more kills for the remainder of this round, but I think it's unlikely given his role.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to go absolutely nuclear, and also your teammates would have to not get a whole lot of kills at the same time, which that's unlikely in this scenario.
I mean, you'd have to do that's called the forest treatment right there. So you need to absolutely play out of his mind, or even if Blaz do it. And I mean, you don't have a lot of space to get so many kills when Blaz is taking them all away from you. Asian down for the count. No more kills to add to his tally this time. Mo starting off the round right for Mirage with a Nitro cell. Down goes the ace. That's the single hard breacher of Parabellum off of the board.
It's also Mo's first kill since that very first opening round when he got the 4K clutch on AVG defense. So Mo's been quiet for a bit, has played C4 almost every single round, but this time actually gets it off and it rewards him a kill. They do have a second one in pocket, that is from Melted, so Mo can keep giving off information. Nope, he cannot. Mo's down for the count as Blaz finds him on the verticality.
Well, Blaz ultimately trades himself out for that pick as Kento finishes him off. You got from above, the Buck doing some serious damage. It can now potentially walk into the bomb site. The last time that we saw Parabellum get the diffuser down here, they were beaten on the retake, and beaten quite formidably by Mirage, who barely broke a sweat in doing it. The benefit that Parabellum had at the time was that they had the numbers advantage. They do not have that this time. They're in the middle of the bomb site, though, so PB have some site control. How tenuous is it? Well, they're getting rebuffed every single step of the way, and now suddenly all of the forces in the bomb site are as good as dead. It's Eska in a 1v4. Searching for the very final players. Mirage winning the first half 4-2 seems like a certainty, and Melted makes it absolutely happen. Mirage goes up 4-2 after the first half, showing that defense on Villa is still a favored place for most teams to go, and we'll swap sides.
That final attack round from PP is arguably on paper the worst one they've done so far because I was not impressed with the strategical coordination. The Buck drops the laundry hatch very early to open up that laundry wall. No vertical play was done inside a memo, and when they walk into the bomb site, the crossfire between the memo player and the pantry player, it got them 2 kills from Mirage's side. So PP actually missed the whole step. They missed vertical control in the crucial position to allow them to walk in the way they did, and they got punished from it. Mirage, of course, were in great position, reading the situation well. They deserve that round. 4-2 is a great start for them.
We'll have a higher rating, Kool-Aid or Mohesi. Who has better hair? I mean, that one's obviously Kool-Aid. I have to say that every single time. What do you think?
I mean, I'm a Mo kind of person. I'm not gonna lie. He's been playing phenomenally this entire stage, basically.
Kool-Aid 2-5-1 with 2 diffusers being planted. Mo 5-5-1 and a clutch. But as you pointed out, the lion's share of Mo's kills coming in that very first round. The public thinks that Kool-Aid's going to win 55-45. And, I mean, you could be right. Right now, Kool-Aid does lag behind in the kills department, but has proven his worth outside of that. First half, by the way, diffusers being planted by Parabellum in half of the rounds or more. Bomb site cycle excluded living room library. The 3 other bomb sites played twice with differing results. Aviator and Kitchen were the only bomb sites that were successfully defended. Parabellum won both trophy statuary executes, which for a map right now on Villa, it's been played 4 times in the NAL. Trophy statuary has a 56% win rate for the defenders. Kitchen is up at 60%. Living room library has been played twice, only 2 times, and was won by the attackers both times. That might give you a good idea as to why we're not currently seeing it being brought by either team.
What we are seeing being brought, though, is Benji on the Ying, an operator that Parabellum did not choose to bring on their attacking side. And Mirage, they were playing Wharton twice themselves, also not the story for Parabellum. So this Ying operator, that is Benji, could do a ton of damage once we get to that execution phase of the round. But the thing is, we have to get there first. We're defending Aviator games, we're roam clearing from Master Bedroom over, we're playing for map control, and Parabellum, they're also defending it. Yellow ping comes out, C4 below from Asian, misses, nothing really happens there. Doc playing on the red stairs with a member downstairs of Kool-Aid covering his cross. So the red stairs hold here is very important for Parabellum. Mirage, they have to break it to advance in this round.
Ooh, Kento's got a long angle, and I think he just saw the feet of Doc, but I mean, unless he's a foot enjoyer, there was no benefit to seeing that at all. Blaz was posted up behind the deployable shield. I like this alibi frost mat combo inside of study because you're going to try to shoot the clone and then you might not be able to hit the mat at the same time. First pick goes to Melted, and there goes the Candelas. Blaz completely blinded in the corner, expended, but nothing followed up on except for Mo, who decides to take the fight to Kool-Aid before Doc shuts him down. Oh, diffuser juggled. Blaz still in this rat corner, still in the midst of the smoke. He could do so much damage at close range with that storm in hand.
He can. Doc is there to bait the drones as well. He hears the footsteps of Buck on red stairs. He swings for it, but the timing does not favor him. And Blaz might have to fall back off his aggressive position now and play behind that shield instead.
Kento could quarterback this. Both he and Blaz are tantalizingly close to engagements. There go the Candelas. Doc picks up a kill onto Melted. Another smoke goes out. That should shut down a play from the other bomb site, but Mirage has very limited intel as Blaz and Eska try to get into position. Eska on the outside. He can cover study quite easily. Waiting for them to walk right in. Blaz takes one down, another falters. Mirage did not do their homework, but now it's Dexter on a flank of his own, and he looks the wrong way as Blaz picks up 3. This is really a game for the ages for Blaz, as Parabellum claw their first round out on defense.
It looks like Blaz is playing a mixture of either Terrorist Hunt or Ranked at this point, because he's just swinging every single gunfight like this doesn't even matter. And it's not because he's disrespecting Mirage by any means or measure. It's that Blaz has been doing so well. You know, we can base it off his kill record, as you've been putting out, Parker. He's going to keep doing this until some team shuts him down. And if you can't shut Blaz down, then he will just take as many kills as you will allow him, which so far is 15 in 7 rounds. It's an impressive record to have. And I mean, look at this. Blaz is on the mute. Does he have a shotgun? Obviously not, right? You give this man the MP5K, give him a fully automatic primary with 31 bullets so that he can keep going for those gunfights. But you're also not going to make him be completely loose, right? If you need the mutant aboard this round and you also want the Echo, well, guess what? No one gets to play Alibi. So Blaz is still playing the team role, supporting lineup that he has to bring, but he will be allowed to do so in a more aggressive way because it's such an important factor for the aggressiveness of this team. So they're playing nicely around him, but they're not putting all their eggs in one basket, you know, fully relying on him just bringing a certain operator. We're always talking about like crutches, like last meta was like finger crutch, now we got alibi crutch. Blaz just kind of plays whatever, right? That's an impressive thing to do because most members that are having these crazy stat lines will often get seen on the same simple operator every single time for comfort.
82 kills on this stage for Blaz. 82 kills. By the notes that I have here in front of me, next closest I believe is Rexon with 63, tied with Yeti and Newers. So, oh no, sorry, Fultz has 64. I missed Fultz. Fultz, I would like to formally apologize. In fact, we actually have a great deal of ties because Forrest also has 63 kills along with Newers, Yeti, and Rexon. So Blaz really paving his own way, but we know that Forrest can drop a 20 bomb and easily jump up there to contend. So it'll be fascinating to watch unless there's been a glaring issue with the way that I have compiled all of these numbers. First Candela goes out, by the way, 1 minute in. Mirage using a skeleton key and one of those big flash clusters to try and push somebody off of Aviator and Games, but there's nobody there, so they can walk right in with impunity and continue to march towards this trophy statuary bomb site.
I'm a little bit surprised that Parabellum is choosing not to bring the Warden. They are bringing the Echo, which will give you information, a deployable shield, etc. But with Ying being brought the last round, this basically signifies that Parabellum does not believe the Ying to be an issue. And if we look back at Mirage, this entire Stage 3, we always talk about how their attacks are not the greatest. Well, this could be easily one of those, like they've identified that they don't think the Ying is a massive problem because the executes aren't that clean from Mirage. They don't think they'll need it, don't think the value is there. Last C4 goes out, doesn't do a single point of damage, but he's still alive at least.
He's downstairs inside of that bike room. Logic bomb goes off, it looked like, or no, rather, he went onto his phone. I don't know if it was to turn off a logic bomb or to go onto cams. We only saw it for a brief second. ADS gobbles up both the flash and the Gon 6. That means that Doc's shield hangs on, and that is massive for Parabellum.
Yeah.
There's no free entry to this statuary part of the bomb site.
Not just that, but the shield also covers the mute jammer for the wall, and we have Ace on the master bedroom balcony who now can no longer breach it.
There goes the Candelas. First pick is Kool-Aid. Benji walks right in, completely blinded, gets a pick onto Asian. More coming in, but it's Doc to take the fight. Just drives straight up. Blaz a kill down below. Mirage's entries not where they need to be. Their attacks falling flat on their face. Mo's trying his best to keep it in, but Blaz picks up kill number 2 as Eska seals the deal, and we've got ourselves a tie game.
That we do, and I mean, let's look at how, or like what time that round ended at. 29 or 28 seconds, and it was basically the initial execute that got shut down. Let's flip it. When Parabellum was on attack, when were they in the bomb site basically planting? At like 45 seconds left, and they had multiple people alive. It's a very different kind of attacking pace from these teams, and the most impressive thing about this is that Parabellum aren't even roaming. They're all sitting on the bomb site, which means the map should be cleared out relatively quickly from Mirage, but it's not. They're taking a lot of time considering what they're up against, which is basically no roamers. And it's forced a timeout from Mirage's side.
Well, that's not very surprising here. If you look at the way that the defense skews on Villa, we talked about it in the first half. 53% right now in favor of the defense. 53% of all rounds played, won by the defenders. One of the higher overall numbers for any of these maps. Cafe with 62% though. Good Lord, that is quite high. And, well, that actually leads the way in terms of most defender-sided map. At Villa, 53%. Every single bomb site that gets actively played skews towards the defense. Aviator Games at 52, Trophy Statuary at 56, Kitchen Dining won 60% of the time by the defenders, and that's exactly where they're going to go now for Parabellum. Go downstairs, go to the most defender-sided of these bomb sites. But if you look at the way that these bomb sites have ebbed and flowed, Aviator Games has been played 3 times so far today, Nick, and it's been won by the defense every single time. Trophy Statuary has been played 3 times as well. Mirage failed on both defenses, but Parabellum did not. So it's 2-1 in favor of the attackers, and Parabellum has won that bomb site every single time. On Kitchen, it's been played twice, won by the defenders both times. Parabellum can gain the lead by continuing that trend and make it 3-0, locking it until what would eventually be the 12th and final round should it be needed.
Right now, the numbers are pretty even. I mean, 53 defender win rate is that's a very, very fair balance. I mean, back when Villa first came out, or Theme Park first came out, we're looking at like 75% defender win rate, map round scores. And speaking to pro players during our player interviews throughout the stage, I always ask them, how do you guys feel about the meta right now? The balance, with the finger nerf, the LMG nerfs, etc., all that stuff, the recoil changes. And most of them say that they feel like the attacker and defender side choice is pretty much like a dead even 50-50 in terms of like feeling. Of course, there's numbers behind this, but just like player comfortability and how they feel about choosing a starting side seems to be, for most players, at least the ones I've spoken to, very, very even. So in other terms, it's a very healthy balance right now, and it comes down to execution, playstyle, and preparation, more so than just sheer, oh, this map is crazy good for defense for no reason. It's not like that anymore. If you play well, you'll win the round, whether you're in attack or defense.
Melted getting droned in on a collision course right now with the Legion Evasion playing downstairs, and they tussle. Melted losing out. Melted having a great game, by the way. Very quietly assembling 10 kills before he gets pokeballed by Doc. Asian gets away with limited HP, but Parabellum still start off on a strong footing.
I don't know if you recall, but remember when Parabellum did this exact same injury with Blast? It was very, very clean, very swift, very accurate. Mirage, they're doing the exact same thing, but in a little bit of a different way, and now they're stuck halfway through the round. There's no one even in living, by the way. They ran away. Like, they're out of there. They don't know yet. So the drone work right now, not really hitting their marks.
Doc from above, waiting patiently. A quiet round. Oh, he misses out. Not exactly the reflexes he wants. Got to go back to Aim Lab and grind that one out. Better luck next time. Mirage managed to get away with no damage actually being done whatsoever from Parabellum on that upstairs gameplay. But Mirage obviously know they need to clear out that top floor. They have failed to do so at this point. It's going to be a very linear, very straight-on execute. As there goes a Candela. Mo is dropped down, will likely go through pantry with the diffuser in hand. Benji waits outside. Gumine's being hit. Will give information to Parabellum right before the execute begins.
Mirage had to change their course there because it can't get away in. So basement staircase and a rush through. Might do it.
Oh, there's Mo to get the pick. As we said, he wanted to go through pantry, but instead he decides another way. Benji gunning down Kool-Aid. Kitchen not working out for the defenders one bit. Suddenly Mirage with the advantage, and it continues to get better and better as Kento and Mo get the final kills, and Mirage deny Parabellum the lead.
It's such a weird round to break down because on paper, Mirage should never win that. And it's basically a flawless round after they lose the opening kill because no one dies after that. They had to sprint up a staircase, sprint past the guy on the Astro stairs, just into the bomb site door and win 5 gunfights back to back to back to back to back. And they did it. Just like that. What should have been the most difficult task for them somehow was the easiest. And I was thinking that, I was looking at it, I was like, they can't breach the walls. They can't really just walk into a side. I thought so, at least. So thanks to dropping down that hatch living, gonna go up a staircase, etc. That makes a lot of sense. It's what they have to do. It's a bit of a desperation play. They did have the Ying to try and help them a little bit to get in initially. But other than that, it didn't seem like the odds were with them. In Parabellum, they lose that most defender-favorite bomb set of Kitchen Dining. I'm gonna change up to AVG and again instead, where they kind of one-off Blast's gun skill. It's a bit of a messy execute from Mirage. They keep bringing out the Ying. That's going to be their brute force operator for these rounds to come. Dexter is going to opt for a more supportive role of Thatcher, likely to signify that they want to breach the walls this time around, likely vault instead of 90, or if they're going for a study attack, get those study walls and top main control.
Timeout working out quite effectively. They play with a lot more confidence. I am surprised, though, that that linear take, not focusing on anything upstairs, it really fell on its face for Parabellum defending up top, because time after time we'll see a team go for an execute. They will forget about the players that are on the second or even third floor, depending on how these kill holes are set up in the floor, Nick. And you just get picked apart because you do not push off those players on the top floor. Did not matter at all for Mirage last time. And from our vantage point, I don't know if you saw it, but I'm not exactly sure what went wrong for Parabellum, as they did hold that top floor.
They did.
And just didn't really have any major success for it. First engagement is Blaz looking for Dexter, did a lot of damage, softened him up. He was just marinating him, letting him steep in his own pool of blood. And Blaz, 18 goddamn kills in 10 rounds is just something else.
Yeah, and I mean, that stature off the board, which could be trouble if Mute was being played on this round, but it's not. So honestly, yeah, it is now harder to deal with, Banshees, etc., but it's not the end of the world. It would be a bigger loss if Melted died, only bringing those 2 grenades that you need to clear out these positions, because again, the red hold from PPE is supreme, and Cool finds the second kill of the round for this team onto Mo.
Parabellum looking to answer back right now, and things are going really well for them. Blaz, the only casualty for PB. Everybody but Kento, the casualties for Mirage. A longer list of who's dead than who's alive. Kento's got 4 kills to his name. His stats at the moment, not the strongest, but he's clutched out before. He's got a lot of work to be done, and he's got time to do it. The only thing that will benefit him is if there's sloppiness from Parabellum, because winning a 1v4 requires an awful lot of assistance from the 4 players who might get a little greedy. Started already. Kento could have taken the head off of one of Parabellum's players, but will now instead contend with the Warden of Kool-Aid, who pops up on top of Model and ties things up yet again. Parabellum's only lead will come in round number 11, because there's only 2 more rounds of regulation to play.
Yeah, this is where both teams, they really need every single round they can get. So a clutch, of course, can sway the numbers. A mistake can do the same thing in the opposite direction. And now is where the pressure starts building up, right? Will a player like Blaz, for example, stop playing as aggressively as he has so far because there's that pressure that you might throw around? Or will he stick true to it because he is 18-8? He has slowed down a little bit, if you will, compared to the previous rounds. But it's also on the defensive side. Blaz is no longer walking through the map just looking for kills. He's holding crucial areas of the map, waiting for Mirage to advance towards him. Mirage, one of their biggest weaknesses is, yes, their attacks are weak, but the reasoning for why they're weak is because they tend to do the same attack time and time again. It was an issue earlier in the stage against SSG on Chalet. It's been an issue pretty much across the board, regardless of what map they play. I want to see Mirage do something differently. If they go Master Bedroom again and just brute force it, in through that area, and they lose the round, for example, I wouldn't be too happy with that. They gotta try and do something different, if you will. They keep bringing the Ying. That is their operative choice. Just like Parabellum, they brought Monty those 2 or 3 rounds as well. The spawns are different from Mirage. They do seem to have a different approach in mind. They can approach that the way they would like to, but the roam consisting is there from Parabellum, both Asian, Doc, and Blaz. The trio right now, 2 playing above, 1 below. Of course, Blaz, who's a below member, does have a C4, as you should if you're going to play that vertical angle.
Calm before the storm. This is my favorite round, 5-5, because no matter what happens, a team will go to match point. Always get excited.
It's true.
When this occurs. This has really been the Blaz show, by the way. 18 kills is just inhuman, but not out of the ordinary for some of the superstars that we've seen. Again, we've seen Rexon drop an incredible amount of kills. I think Spirits also had an 18-kill game last week. 20 kills from Forrest before. Asian, very first pick. On to Kento. That's a reward for being the last alive for his team. Asian starting to warm up, as is all of Parabellum. 19 kills now for Blaz, as it's Mohesi, his victim, his target. Goes down into the ground.
Yep. And they fall back, Parabellum that is, immediately upon getting that first initial kill. Blaz found the second, and now he might fall. He doesn't read the situation well, but Blaz sticks into living area, just awaits his next move. And I want to make a correction, because Mirage did attack from study side last time. They're doing it again. But it was a contesting from Parabellum, who last time played passively, now aggressed into them. And Blast playing cat and mouse at Dexter finds his 20th kill of this series. Of this match, rather. That's a huge milestone for a single 1v1. Best of one.
Benji creeping up. A little bit of damage has been done to him. Unsure who is doing the damage right now. Parabellum, not a single scratch on that paint job. They look mighty fine. Blaz down below, 20 kills. Could there be 21? Eska down for the count. First kill from Mirage coming in. Decent timing for them to begin their execute. 45 seconds left. And there's a ton of munition for Benji to just continue spewing out. Melted. Another kill for Mirage as Kool-Aid is good as gone, but Blaz is still the wild card down below. Benji attempting the defuse plant, but Benji falls off. It's rightly timed. Now Blaz will need to clutch it a 1v2. Sight control for Mirage. Blaz over towards Trophy, now going towards Statuary. Both members of Mirage cycling around. Blaz by the deployable shield. He's going to have to pick his targets correctly. They're all the way there. He sees them, does damage to Benji, but nowhere near enough. Catches the back of just a second. And now he'll need to head right back in. Blaz taking damage in the process, and Melted does not allow any more incredible plays. 20 kills is all he's going to get after that round. Mirage on match point.
And it's again Mirage winning a round that they shouldn't really win. They're down at 2 versus 4. They have no utility, no drone information. Had a single smoke grenade left in the pocket of Ying, who used it to great effect to enable some of that bomb site presence. And it really comes down to Parabellum. They didn't have any real operator or utility to deny the plans. They're going for those gunfights because it's being faked out. No C4s, no toxic babes. They had to take those 1v1 gunfights, and it did not go in their favor. And of course, PB now seeing this position that it's match point for Mirage. They're going to call their tactical timeout because you'd rather take it now, talk things through, force overtime than to lose in regulation and not having taken it. But of course, a bit of frustration can be seen in their faces because that round technically was theirs.
Good time to call the timeout. I mean, you have to. I mean, you have to because it could be the last round. You're hoping for overtime at this point. Just look at these opening picks, by the way. Mirage only have 3 opening picks by my count out of 11 rounds. That's it. Only 3 rounds where Mirage has had an advantage in terms of man count for any good period of time prior to the end of the round. And yet they have 6 rounds in total. Parabellum are very, very efficient at getting that first pick, but then after that, they struggle so hard and are just unable to close it out. And I mean, I don't want to put blame on some of the supporting cast, but outside of Blaz, the next closest player has 5 kills. I understand that Blaz is stealing the show, and we're going to keep saying his name because he deserves it with the play he's had so far. But is he essentially creating this almost killing vacuum that when Blaz dies, nobody else is in position to get these picks? Because if you have a whole team where you have 5 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, 5 kills, and you lose that star player, you're in rough shape. You're in very, very rough shape, whereas things are far more spread out on Mirage's side of things with Mo at 9 kills, Melted at 14, and Benji at 8.
You are correct. And you can always make the argument that all Mirage has to do in this case is shut down Blaz. You know, you can start targeting him, play the Jackal, play the Lion, play the Dokkaebi, find him, isolate him, kill him, because Blaz is normally roaming alone on the map, usually a floor below his teammates. Now, is that a super viable strategy? Probably not across the board, but I do think there's some truth to it, what you just said, Parker, where, yeah, if Blaz doesn't kill somebody, then no one else really will. I think discipline might have been a weakness as well in that previous round for Parabellum, swinging in a 1 versus 1 gunfight, exposing yourself to individual opponents, whereas when you have the numbers advantage in a 4 versus 2, you know, use 2 members to fight against 1 member, and then you will get a trade at the very worst. It goes from a 4v2 to a 3 versus 1. Do that again, it's 2 versus 0, you win the round, congratulations. Mirage aren't planting the diffuser in these rounds. They're winning off the initial gunfights, and then Parabellum just falls 1 by 1. It's the same kind of story. Blaz is playing downstairs, has a C4, plays alone and isolated. Mirage, same lineup, Thatcher, Nomad, and the Ying. The 3 key operators. Last time they lost members clearing the roam, now it's a 5 versus 5. You got Dexter and Mo on Master Pedro balcony. With those EMPs and Ace charges, they can clear out the triple wall and get some pressure on towards the bomb side. That's a very big win for them because they have not had that in any of the previous rounds.
We're at 1 minute and 15 seconds now to go. Match on the line for Parabellum. Mirage, 3 points could be within their grasp, and they would take sole possession of second place in the North American League with 2 play days to go, meaning that there would only be 6 more points that they could accrue. Not good enough to overpass or to overcome the lead that the Soniqs have. The Soniqs could even stretch their lead with a victory today and all but clinch their spot going to the major. For a team that has been in the basement of the North American League, this is absolutely astounding for Mirage, who by adding these 2 players have been in such good shape. But there's Asian to suddenly gun down Melted and Mo. Mirage having an answer back. Suddenly they've got 2 kills of their own. And another now as well, as Kento is in the middle of the bomb site doing so much damage behind the deployable shield. Parabellum with Kool-Aid and Asian spotted out by 1. It's Kento to do even more damage. And can he drive a dagger through the hearts of Parabellum? Diffuser's down. Kool-Aid a single tap onto Dexter. A comeback to be had. He's got Kento and Benji to be found, but there's still 2 Candelas left. Mirage chalk to the gills with utility at the moment, and Kool-Aid is completely blind. He's got the timer working against him. Mirage looking for the knockout blow, and Kool-Aid continuously stunned. Which way to get back into the bomb site? They hear him making noise. Kool-Aid has an idea of where they are. There's his last toxic canister doing damage to Benji. But they know exactly the spot that Kool-Aid is in. A beautiful shot, but he's only got 1 second to get to the diffuser, and he's not gonna do it. Kento a 4K, Mirage all 3 points, and they're in second place.
Oh my, I don't know what to say. The Yang in the 1 versus 2 is so disrespectful. I mean, you're just tossing Candelas at your opponent, stalling for time. It is so well played by them. And Kento, of course, is going to open things up, just rushing that bomb side, pulling a blast, if you will, against Parabellum. And it will be a Mirage victory.
The likelihood of them making the major right now, oh my goodness, can you feel it?
It's close.
Can you taste it? Can you smell it? Can you see it? Can you hear it? What a story this has been for Mirage. Parabellum, an opportunity to go into overtime, secure themselves at least 1 point, a consolation prize had they made it, possibly even 2 points for the victory, but they get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. And suddenly Mirage are in a spot that not any of us ever thought that this team would be in, and what a story it has been from them. What a stage it has been from them. They haven't secured their spot just yet. There's still an opportunity for other teams to get more points and ultimately muscle them out of that spot. But things look pretty good for the Great White North right now.
It does. I mean, the thing is a loss, sure. But when you lose the way that you did as Parabellum, it's gonna sting because those rounds were yours until they weren't. Even that final round with the flank formation. Better luck next time. Very close game as we wanted. Happy to see it. Congrats, Mirage.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. Mirage, what a showing for them. And there's still 2 more play days. Mirage will square off against Beastcoast next week. Ooh. The team that has not done anything but lose. If you look at the stats, Mirage beating Beastcoast, that should be what we see based on precedent. Then Mirage closes out the week and going up against the Soniqs, or closes out the stage going up against the Soniqs. That one is going to be tough. Either way, that's match number 1 in the books. We got 4 more for you. Spacestation versus Beastcoast is up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host over here with Jesse, Jacob, and special guest C-Daps. And over in Las Vegas, we have a member of the winning team, Mirage, to chat with us a little bit about that last map. We got Melted. Hey, how's it going? When we chatted in Vegas before the stage began, you were telling me about how you were kind of disappointed with stage 2, right? You were sick for a while. Things didn't go great. How is it now that you're here on stage in stage 3, getting to finally show what you wanted to show this whole year?
Dude, it is wonderful, bro. You don't understand. Like, going from like last place to like where I'm at now, it's the team environment's just improved. It's just, I can't even describe it. It's so nice to be on a winning team for once in my career.
Melted, you've been crushing it the last couple of games, specifically kind of in these late rounds on defense. You're playing that smoke. Tell me, is that something that you've kind of like decided as a team that's going to be kind of your new role going forward on this squad? Or is that something specific to Villa where you like to play the smoke, you like to play a little bit passive on this map particularly? Because it's the only map you've gone to for the last 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, it wasn't really a team decision, but I just felt really comfortable in the smoke and like controlling the map with my smoke grenades and like, cutting off angles for my teammates, and it's been working very well for me. And honestly, I like it. It's very comfortable for me.
Yeah, and so we already talked about the defensive late rounds, but I wanted to really focus on the attacking side, where you guys finally seem to really get things going on your floods. How did it feel in that sort of chaos, finding success finally?
Oh, dude, like it's like the most like adrenaline pumping thing in the world, because like it's just pure chaos, and like we're trying to execute, and like people are flanking. It's like it's really fun. It's like finally we got some attacks. Like after our SSG game and our exit game, like we kind of had to sit down and just focus on like attacking, because that was our main problem. And like still have a few issues. Like it was 7-5. Like PB were putting up a pretty good effort, but yeah, it's improved greatly from the last time we played.
You've made it through this part of the stage so far, and you've got 14 points. You have 2 games. One of them is Beastcoast coming up tomorrow, and the other one is Soniqs next week. What are you doing for these last 2 games to see if you can't lock in top 4? And does the fact that you're playing Beastcoast tomorrow change anything because you know how they've been performing recently?
I will say this. Beastcoast is probably going to be our hardest game because it's just unpredictable. Like, they could pop off at any moment, like we did last stage with Beastcoast. Ironic, we switched positions, so it's. I mean, we're obviously going to treat them as every other team, but it's definitely going to be a hard game.
I think we're all looking forward to that one. The situation's reversed, but like you said, I mean, when you're in the Pro League, you got to take every match seriously. But thanks for taking the time to chat with us. Congrats on the win today, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, Melted from Team Mirage. Probably looking more happy and animated than I've seen that guy look all year, and for good reason too. It was a fairly close affair. It was a 7-5 victory, but it was still a pretty resounding success for not just Melted, but the whole Mirage lineup. I'm still thinking about that match tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels so good to like actually see Mirage with smiles on their faces. The team is looking better than ever, and again, this is continuing the streak of being able to at least get points on the board every single match. I think Melted has really grown into a player that can really thrive on this roster. He's looking so much better than what we saw from him in previous stages. So it's awesome to see. This is the exact type of growth that you want to see, and it's actually what we've seen on players from Mirage in the past. You go all the way back to like, Chase not loading on this team back in the day. It's players in Mirage that typically do improve over the years. So it's a great story.
I don't know if we keep on doing the most improved player award at the very end of every year. Melted's definitely in contention for that, which I think is such a good thing for a team like this that had, like Melted said, that has been in the gutter for so long, and we haven't needed to put the focus for the past couple of games necessarily on the statistics of guys like Dexter and Mo nearly as much. We're giving Melted more of like the kills credit, the stats credit, but then we're also looking at the contributions made on those defensive holes and the way that they were able to shore up against a PB team that needed to come out strong in that first half, and a lot of that comes down to the way that Mo and Dexter have engineered this team on defense to be that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a couple replays to take a look at. To break that down a little bit more, we're going to start with the very first round of the map. We're going to start with round number 1, where some of the kills, how it all lined up, were pretty interesting and kind of a sign of things to come.
Somebody's got to get Blaz some help on this team,
Serious.
dude. Blaz is doing all the heavy lifting, and this is the first round. He gets a little 4K. He's planting the kits. He's doing every job under the sun, and he helps out his team so much. 2 kills on the entry, 2 kills in the push, stops the flank, mid-plants. If anybody else is contributing to this round, Parabellum win, and this game goes to overtime. But unfortunately, it's just not there for anybody other than Blaz, and it's a really tough state to watch from Parabellum.
The problem is this happened more often than just now. It happened in round 5, where Blaz just walks in and finds a 3K with a hole that Mirage leave on the site. There are times where like he is the one to open the roam up so consistently, and he's doing his job. The reason Parabellum brought him to this team in the first place, create a lot of early impact on both attack and defense. He can be that kind of fleeting roam player, off-site lurker, wherever you need him to be, and he will get those opening frags to start with. But you need to get him some other kind of support, some other kind of help. Right now, he is making a fantastic case as a solo player, and Parabellum are struggling for it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pressure on him as a player to be that kind of alpha and omega, beginning in and get the first kill as well as the final kill and secure the rounds. But if you don't have that pressure on you, things get a little bit easier. And overall, we've seen that Blaz is kind of prone to overheating. Even in that round that we just saw, probably shouldn't have peeked the hole once again when he had the case, losing it inside of Study, kind of sealed the fate and really opened the door for Mohes to get that 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it takes more than one star player to make a team win, right? And I mean, Blaz's back has got to be sore, right, as he heads back to the team house, because he carried about as hard as anyone possibly could.
He dropped another Villa 20 bomb.
I know.
He's
right?
putting up crazy numbers on a map that makes and forges champions. I don't doubt that, but Parabellum need to start giving us something to talk about that isn't Blaz. We've put so much focus into him and his contribution and what he does for this squad. Now I'm wondering if he's just trying to pad his resume for when another team finally comes knocking and wants to take him off someplace else to give them the same level of success. Because right now, without Blaz, this Parabellum team doesn't even have probably the 2 wins they started the stage with. He's been insane for them.
Sure enough, let's take a look at another round. Round number 3, and this was one where some opening kills led to a really interesting 3v3 scenario. We'll take a look at that.
And I think this is a great round to highlight what Melted's contribution was, especially on that defensive half, right? He was able to really stay alive on this defense. This time he's on the mute, obviously been doing a lot of smoke play as well. But just notice how he's able to stay alive. He's preserving his life, going back into the basement, knowing that he'll be able to contribute late into this round. Of course, going to be a 3v3 push, 2 players coming in from the laundry side, Asian trying to get up above, but it's going to be such a great round for Melted as we get in here.
Yeah, and sure, we can say he's been playing a lot of smoke, really focusing on controlling the pacing of the game with those toxic babes. Instead, he's preserving not only his life, but that nitro cell that can be a potential win condition where, sure, now you clear the close angle and understand where the plant's going down. It's 100% on Tetris. It allows your team to start getting a little bit more aggressive. You're swinging around multiple areas. Melted can take those long-range gunfights with the SMG-11, make it look easy.
I've had a couple of times in this game, on this one specifically, and then the other time that they defend this site, where it feels like Parabellum are just trying to sneak a plant in, or they're trying to move when they realize there might be a bit of a gap, and you have to place so much off-site pressure on this site in particular, that it means if you can sneak a plant in, great. No, all you have to do is cover it. And the problem is, in that round, PB couldn't cover it. The second time they go back to that same site and they try something similar, where's Melted again? In Pantry, finds a 3K, they don't drone him, they don't know that he's there. Melted on Kitchen, seems like it's working out really well.
Yeah, Melted and the rest of Mirage, certainly an exciting story here in stage number 3 and getting one step closer to making the major. I can feel it, I can feel it. They're going there. I don't want to jinx it.
14 points, dude. That looks really good.
14, and they play Beastcoast tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, speaking of Beastcoast, they are one of the 2 teams we're going to see next. It's going to be Spacestation Gaming taking on Beastcoast. I mean, Spacestation looking for a win here. Seems like it's in their favor. We'll see, though, if Beastcoast has any surprises for them when NAL returns in just a few. And we are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Your host, Doey, here with Caliber, Jacob, Jesse, J Chick, and CDAPS to break down the games and to preview the games, such as Beastcoast versus Spacestation Gaming, the one we're going to see next. Now, Beastcoast coming fresh off of a loss versus Oxygen, who also had no wins until they beat Beastcoast, versus Spacestation Gaming, who's still in the major hunt, and a win in regulation over Beastcoast would be very helpful in that regard, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Beastcoast, 6 games into the season, are on a 6-game losing streak. Shouldn't need a math degree to tell you that that has not been a great stage for them.
Yep.
Obviously, this is going to be a tough game for them, but as you can see in the head-to-head, Beastcoast have actually not lost to SSG all year long.
Weird one.
Yeah.
This is really, really weird.
You don't expect that.
No, like the hole that Beastcoast are in right now, actually, I did a double check on this. I said during the pre-show I wasn't certain if there was a team that had gone winless for an NAL stage. There actually has been one. They only got 3 points. It was stage 2 of last year, and it was only because they went to overtime 3 times. That team, also Beastcoast.
Nice.
So the problem we find ourselves in now is the precedent has been set for a winless stage. Beastcoast coming in, still looking to find their form with Ferda. There's a whole talking point about Ferda. We'll get into that later. But as far as SSG are concerned, they need as many points as they possibly can to crack back into what is now a very highly contested top 4. And Mirage, they're up there making it even harder. So Beastcoast, I don't really know if they're going to be able to stand in SSG's way anymore.
I mean, it's going to be really tough, right? And we talked about Beastcoast. You mentioned it earlier, their roster woes that they've had this stage. Obviously, Mark having to play for Ferda while the visa stuff got worked out. But after Ferda's joined, things really haven't got much better. Let's dive into the Beastcoast chat a little bit more. And let's lead off, why not, with talking about Ferda a little bit. I mean, this guy was excited to play, but the start of his pro stage career has been rough.
It's only 2 games, and this is something we keep on attaching to things, especially when we just start a stage. But for Ferda, it's still the worst in several different statistical categories. We're not talking about number of kills because that would be unfair. We're talking his KPR, his cost, and his SRV. They're the lowest ratings of any player in the league, and that's including guys like Mark and Hyper, who didn't have nearly as many games in this stage.
Yeah.
That's a problem, especially for a team that's looking to find their form. I think the other part about this is Oregon. That's not a place where you're really going to find as much form as you're hoping for. You have to play something else so we can get a more complete picture of what this team looks like with a full 5. And with Ferda especially, I was fine attributing his 1 in 10 game back in Playday 5 to maybe some jitters. I feel like every new pro coming up from CL was probably going to have a moment like that. We didn't see it from any other pro aside from the guys on Beastcoast, because Zeno had a really slow start. Now Ferda did. And somehow it feels like it's simply going to take way more time for them to find any sort of actual form. They know they're out of the major, so you can experiment with things now, but let's see something else go for this Beastcoast team.
Yeah, and especially because it's a hard situation to be put in for Ferda, because when you're kind of your rookie teammate, your little partner in crime, they're a couple of steps ahead of you because they got those extra games under their belt. Your experience is lacking behind. And for Beastcoast, how much did they scrim with Ferda as opposed to scrimming with Mark across the entirety of the stage?
I can answer that for you. They were only scrimming with Ferda. They did not do any practice with Mark, maybe a couple of games at the start of the stage, but the philosophy, and I know you've talked with Rams about this as well, was building for the long term, making sure that the team can be kind of a complete roster. And so they wanted to be scrimming with Ferda and be prepared for Ferda when he comes back, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, and also to the credit of Beastcoast, every single game they have been somewhat competitive.
Yeah.
There's been rounds that it comes down to a lot of 1v1s, and if you talk with Rams, he's very adamant about one thing. Every game they could have won if one player didn't pop off for a 20 bomb.
Yeah, sure.
It's true. I mean, the problem for me is mostly their attacks. They're not dead last in the league in attacks, they're dead last in defense. But on attack, let's focus on that because I feel like that will be where we need to see like the most improvement and the quickest. Their attacks are funky. Like OXG holds the Chief L for number of rounds won on attack, but theirs are still very strange to witness. Their initial early round idea seems like it's half-baked or like super unpromising at the beginning of it, and their execute attempts, when they try, it's sometimes sloppy. It feels like sometimes they have a higher success rate on their executes in the very late round, banking on their gun skill and deciding to flood at the exact moment, trusting that they have their shots as opposed to actually doing something objective-oriented.
Of the bottom 8 players in the league, not including players that are not currently active like Hyper and Mark, of the bottom 8, half of them are on Beastcoast. And the one that's not has at least been showing some signs of life. Surf is at least getting some opening picks. He's 10-7 on entry. He's the only positive player on Beastcoast. But I wanted to highlight in on kind of a new stat that we have here in the NAL. It's percentage of kills, or percentage of like numbers of picks he's getting, right? So number of 0Ks, number of rounds he's going with 0 kills. Number of 1Ks, percentage 2Ks, percentage 3Ks, 4Ks. He's never gotten an ace, so that stat would be 0. And the main thing I want to highlight here is the 44% of rounds he's getting a 1K. That's more than 5% above the next highest player's 1K percentage. What that means is sure he's getting a lot of entries. He's opening things up, but he's always getting traded. He's always falling right after that. He's never having the really round-winning impact that comes when you get 2 or 3 or more kills. With that one pick, it's great. You're at least trading out, right? You're at least being able to do, what's minimally expected for a round to go even. But he's not getting any more than that. And it's unfortunate to see that this is Beastcoast's best player and he's still not able to really pop off and be that player like we've seen from other teams such as Blaz.
Yeah, and when you're talking about these trades, it's not necessarily with Surf on the entry for the attacking side. A majority of his success in the early round is actually on the defensive side, where he's 7-4 as opposed to that 3-3 as you get the split on his attacking and defensive entry. When you're getting in 65, almost 70% of your entry engagements on the defense, that means you're a roamer. And for Beastcoast, their attacks have struggled. They don't really have the right ideas early round, and Surf really needs to be the solution for that.
Yeah, I mean, they they need help across the board. We'll see if there's any signs of life here in this series against their opponents. Spacestation Gaming, let's talk about them a little bit here, because Spacestation Gaming, another team that, you know, they've been close to the major twice this year. They have not gotten there either time. Now I find them in kind of a similar situation, right? Where they gotta perform in these last 3 games to get there.
It's interesting for Spacestation because they've only ever had big wins, close wins, or close losses. They have 2 regulation losses, which are the only times they were not able to get points off of a Playday, and both of them were really close. 7-5s. They were close to, at the very least, managing to force overtime in those contests, and both of their regulation victories were slams, and one of them came in that Astralis matchup on Bank just last week, where they took Bank by storm, and it felt like they were also taking advantage of an Astralis team that was not fully there. In spite of SSG currently sitting down in 6th place because of where they're at, they're still 4-2. This has been a really good effort and incorporation of Yeti into the lineup, and maybe a little bit of a difference in philosophy for a team that has had struggles over the course of this year, but they're still in contention. The thing is, because the top is so packed with other teams, DarkZero, Mirage, XSET, TSM, Soniqs, they have to find a way to carve their own path, and they need to do it, especially over a very disheartened team like Beastcoast right now.
I think the fall off on attack has been a story we've been kind of following for SSG, right? Last stage, they were the best attacking team in North America. They were so good on offense, and I think one of the big reasons why they were so good at that were their pocket plays. They had a lot of these flashy plays with the Maru, where they're coming in with Osa, and we saw flashes of this, yes, or last Playday, the Ying.
Ooh, yeah.
Not getting banned against them on Bank. Clearly a mistake in hindsight coming in from Astralis. We'll see if that gets repeated today. But the Ying plays were really strong from Spacestation, and it's nice to see that still an arsenal in their back pockets. And even if teams like ban that against them, it's a wasted ban, right? Because now you can't ban anything else that you might otherwise want to ban on a specific map.
The other thing about it is the maps they've played. I feel like if they play ones that require you to be faster in the early game, way more aggressive, you need to prioritize your attacks over your defenses, they're far better. Bank, Border, Chalet, they have an attack win rate in the 60 percentile for this stage, and on maps where that's not nearly the same thing, like your Cafe and your Skyscraper, it's down in the 30s. They are so much better on maps that are far more together, that require you to focus on those attacks, and when you make the defensive shift, they can just lean back on things that they already do really well. So it's very much down to the maps that they end up going to.
Yeah, and overall for their entire outlook in the offseason, sure, they get a player like Yeti bringing the veteran leadership as opposed to a young player like Dexter. One of the biggest things that Lycan wanted to drive home from when I talked to him is their entire focus was not on those attacks that you guys just talked so much about. They wanted to fix their defenses. That's where they had found the struggles for a past couple of stages, and now look at their defensive win rate this stage. This is the growth that we're talking about, nearly a 70% win rate, which is incredibly good, as well as an insanely high conversion rate if they manage to get those roam kills.
That's right. Well, we've chatted a lot about both teams, their strengths, their weaknesses, but now let's chat about the map. Where are we going?
See, again, I always attribute SSG to having a bit of a deeper map pool. I'd call them maybe like a 5 to a 6 map team, maybe even more. If they end up going to a major, I'd love to see that. So the onus is on Beastcoast in this ban phase to pick something that's definitely going to work out a little bit better for them. The thing is, they also have a couple maps that they opt to take off the board more often than not. Cafe is in there, and then they also want the theme park gone too. They take Chalet off the board early, which is one where Spacestation already found a dub that was over, it wasn't OXG, it was earlier in this stage, but the point is they don't want to give them the opportunity to mess around with it, and they'll just take their permas off instead, and SSG still have final ban here.
Yeah, right now it just seemed like a very introspective kind of ban where there's not really any targeting happening. You're not going like, hey, we want to take out their knees in this map ban phase. We're just going to be comfortable wherever we go for. In the last couple of maps, it kind of comes down to a certain hook. Right, Jesse?
Yes, well, we've got 2 options left for Beastcoast. Of course, Border and Clubhouse still in the pool from them. I mean, neither of these are really maps that they played a ton. Beastcoast did play on the Clubhouse just recently on Playday 3 of Stage 3, but otherwise it's not been common.
Ooh,
they will go for Club to come on through here. Now, this is one that Beastcoast, they lost that one play they had against DarkZero, obviously, on Playday 3. Their last win on Clubhouse came against, and I can't believe I mentioned them twice in one day, Altiora back in 2020.
Oh, God.
Very long time since Beastcoast has had any success on this map. For SSG, it's similar. They have not touched this map in a long time. It was very dominant. They played it a ton back at SI. But since then, they didn't touch it all of Stage 1, tried it once against TSM in Stage 2, lost it in overtime. So maybe a bit of unfamiliar ground from these two teams.
It's dub house for SSG, but it has been banned against them a lot because people understand how crazy of a map this has been for Spacestation. Historically, they know it's going to be a bastion for them, but the only time that SSG have played it this year back in Stage 2, they lost the thing. So both teams on the year have only played it once, they've lost it once, but still, I think the reputation of SSG really precedes them here.
Yeah, I mean, we're moving to predictions now, but I feel like this is going to be a pretty short prediction segment. The question is anyone willing to take Beastcoast? Anyone willing to roll the dice there? Let's ask Pengu and Intero first. Just Spacestation, moving right along.
I'll take this one.
Yeah.
I gave you the winner last game, so I'll take the winner this game. So I take SSG and you get Beastcoast.
No, I take SSG as well.
That's very fair,
Okay,
actually.
all right.
I agree with
Do we
Mixed.
both get Space Station? Do you? I don't.
I mean, you can. Nothing's stopping
Thank you.
Wow, look at that.
something
Caster
together.
unity. Finally. You know, it's taken so long, but here we are. Penguin and Taro on the same page. Space Station Gaming going to take down Beast Coast. We'll get back to you two in a moment when the map begins. Analyst desk.
Well, I took Beast Coast twice last week.
Good job.
And it tanked my prediction rate. I'm not making
I was
that
gonna
mistake.
say, you're crazy for
Fool
that.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, still probably shame on you. But 3 times,
come on.
nobody makes Jesse go for the wrong upset 3 times in a row, Beast Coast. Not today.
I like the fact that we're seeing Beast Coast try a map that isn't Oregon, but this is Space Station, this is Clubhouse, this is an SSG dub. Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess that makes me the new kid that I have to be the Beast Coast fan, right?
No.
Yeah, there you
no,
go.
You're not obligated.
See, I'm with Bill on
Considering
this
your
one.
prediction
There's no
rate
choice,
is currently 100, I thought you would actually want to get some points today.
Yeah, no.
Really, you got the last one wrong. Yeah, it's 0.
Yeah, it's
That's what I'm
0.
saying. I'm
Yeah,
talking
you
to
said
him.
it was 100. You know, you're an analyst.
Did I literally
You
just
get
say
to-
it was 100?
You're supposed to
Yeah, you
get
did.
numbers correct.
I got
He's got
production, but you're
100%.
yelling at me about something. All right, that's my bad.
You meant he's gotten 100%
That's
of
my
the
bad.
predictions wrong so far.
Yes, 100%.
There you
That's
go.
correct
That's
for you.
what I
That's
meant
where
to
we're
say. He had me right.
I know that's what you meant. Yeah. So everybody
you.
go in Space Station.
Yes.
Time to flip the coin. It's the stunt coin today again. We'll see. It's a Kennedy $50 this time around. Beast Coast is heads. Space Station Gaming is tails. Oh my goodness. It's tails. The coin knows.
Don't love this.
Space Station Gaming. I mean, time to see what the fan vote is. The fan vote is going to be obviously Space Station Gaming. There it is.
Yeah.
So everyone, including the coin, including you at home, have picked Space Station. The question is, does that jinx it? Is Beast Coast going to maybe win now? That has been kind of the precedent for a long time in the past. Well, let's look at the fan or the poll rather. Who will plant more diffusers, Beast Coast entirely or Bosco?
Bosco plant more times.
Oh yeah, that's
than
a pretty
all
good one. That's a pretty good one.
Oh, dude.
Bosco, I think 12 plants this stage of SSG's 13, most in the league. That's off memory, so.
That's pretty good.
I'm glad I don't read
What's
these
their
in advance.
post-plant win
correct.
percentage?
We don't have to talk
What's their
about the
trade
post-plant
win rate,
ones. We
Jesse?
don't have to talk about this. They
All
plant.
right. Well, there you go. Lots to think about as we go into our quick break before we get to the next map. Do not go anywhere. Beast Coast versus Space Station coming at you in just a few.
called Dub House or Clubhouse, the map where both Space Station and Beastcoast will tussle. It's been a while for Beastcoast to have any success on this map, as was talked about by the desk. Beastcoast having a very rough stage so far, officially eliminated from making it to the major. They are the first team that will not be able to statistically play in the mystery location of our major. It hasn't been announced just yet. Space Station, meanwhile, they're in a good spot. They win here today. They take 3rd place overall, just behind Soniqs and Mirage.
Yeah. I'm always scared that one day someone's going to...
Don't be too excited.
Leak. Sorry. I feel okay. I will be excited. I think this could be the chance of Beastcoast to show their excellence, and while they might not be running for the major, they can still make it more difficult for Space Station themselves.
All right, I'll leak right now. I'll leak
the script, or
I'll leak where the major is.
Oh, the major, okay.
But I'm going to require all of you that are currently watching right now. This is going to be under the honor system. Is that you have to cover your ears, take off your headphones, turn off your phones, laptops, whatever, because I'm going to say it and I don't want anybody to hear it, okay?
Okay.
I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
What?
There you have it. That's where the major's going to be. I'm
wow.
sorry.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
I had to tell you.
That's amazing.
They were checking Atlantis, but unfortunately, it was a bit too wet this time of year. So. Space Station versus Beastcoast squaring off. Beastcoast have a single point this stage. It has not been the results that they've been looking for after adding Zeno and Ferda. Ferda's only been able to play 2 matches.
Yes.
Mark, their coach, was playing, and honestly, he was not that bad. It's not like he was really dragging the team down. There's been structural issues with this Beastcoast roster. They have 1 point where they lost in overtime. That's it. 5 regulation losses follow that. Not exactly, again, where you want to be. Meanwhile, Space Station have 2 regulation wins, 2 overtime wins, and 2 regulation losses for 10 points in total, and are very much still in contention for the Hanging Gardens of Babylon major that will be happening in November. And with a win here, they take over sole possession of 3rd. The remaining matches for Space Station are XSET and TSM. These are both teams that are also on that bubble of making it to the major. So you are in for a mighty showing here, friends, because going into this matchup, TSM are in 3rd place right now, and XSET are in 4th. Space Station would vault over both of them if they get all 3 points. So we will keep talking about that. The stat that we've been bringing up today has been 50 kills, because there are a lot of players in the league who are right on the precipice of getting 50 kills. For 4 of the players on Beastcoast, it seems exceptionally unlikely that they will hit it. Surf is already over 50, so kudos to him. As for the Space Station squad, Yeti and Foltz are above 50. Bosco's at 42. Hot and Cold is a single kill shy of the 50 kill mark, and Rampy is at 44.
Not bad at all. I mean, we are playing Clubhouse. It's a place that SSG are very familiar with. We do have the basement, roam called the SSG roam. It's not quite what we see right now. There is no castle in play. Speaking, by the way, of operators, operator bans that came out. Beastcoast, they took the Nuke and the Asami off the board, and SSG took the Ace and the Valkyrie. Normally, for a ranged Heart Breacher, we see Hibana being banned typically on this map. So Ace is a bit of a different one. Thermite, of course, will be brought out instead, because you do want that double Heart Breach scenario. So it's going to be Hibana and Thermite most of these rounds. One thing to note, Ferda is playing Sledge without grenades. I never thought I'd say that, because he is bringing those secondary EMPs to the table.
Well, I guess they don't want to bring the Thatcher. They're going to bring the other UK operator, because obviously Sledge is Scottish, whereas Thatcher is English. There's a little bit of a difference to the people who live up there, and as somebody whose entire lineage, with the exception of a small bit that's a little bit Irish, somebody whose entire lineage is Scottish, do not call us English.
Okay.
Call Doki an Englishman and see what happens. Nothing, because he's 4'6". But that's besides the point. You'll see that he will be very unhappy.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Halfway through round number 1 right now. Space Station not really having to contend with any roamers at the moment. Beastcoast, or rather Beastcoast not having to contend with any roamers at the moment. Space Station are just sitting very patiently waiting for them.
Yeah, Space Station, they have this system in place where They will fall back at a certain time because they feel like they've gotten as much out of it as they want, or when a certain amount of pressure gets applied toward them. Ramby's killed the drone up top floor, dropped down one floor, killed another drone, now he's back on the basement. Hot and Cold killed the drone, fell back to stock, to the next hatch, killed another drone, fall back to bomb site. Now there's a minute left. Beastcoast, they're just now getting into the first floor of the building, trying to gather a bit of control. Main stairs control established, of course, with SSG having those hatches open, that damage is done for them already.
Look at this.
But look at this.
Oh my, look
They've missed the kitchen.
Oh, would you look at that? I say, would you look at this and would you look at that?
Oh,
no, Yeti. He's got the shoddy Bugatti, gets run over by Ferda. That was extraordinary sloppiness. You are some... Wow. That's a good point. Shut up and drone. By the way, Rainbow Six Siege Ranked brought to you by Shut Up and Drone, which is something that everybody at every rank of this game could benefit from. Anthony gunning down Fultz before Ramthy makes him pay. Right now watching over that hatch, which has not been opened up just yet. Xeno with one. SSG will need to outduel them in the final seconds. Bosco creeps up, takes out Slash, and Bosco, the clutch. Dylan Bosco, the final 3 kills. Spacestation, take it. Shut up and drone.
I can't take that.
Shut up and drone. Oh. What a comment that is. Goodness. I mean, that was some meat, Yeti, I gotta be honest. That was some schmeat.
That was not pretty. The thing is, I mean, he got the Ibana killed, he couldn't get the kitchen hatch opened up, etc. And ultimately, SSD, of course, they win the round. Bosco, clutch master himself, gets the 1v3 essentially, a 2v3 that was. Man, I can't believe that's the beginning to this series, to this matchup. And it's like, it was a very close round. It looked like Beastcoast might almost have had it there. And then, you know, the smack talk in game chat would have been even more funny.
I wonder if the mental is on Beastcoast already. Not exactly mentally right to be chirping so early. I remember this was said ages ago. This was in a this was in one of the qualifier casts that we do. I hate self-promoting on this stream, but we have done the qualifier casts for majors in the past where we'll have like a bunch of pros come on. And I remember in one of them in particular, Skies went to type something in chat, and one of the pros on the stream goes, Skies already typing in chat, you know they've lost the mental game. Oh, it's come a long way since then, but I think, by the way, that was when Skies was on, was it Obey, I think, and they actually ended up winning and qualifying. So, I mean, they might have lost the mental game, but they won the actual game, and sometimes that's more important.
Yeah, usually it's more important. But it is a good point to make, though, because if you are typing round number 1 or typing in chat in general, it's because something got to you, you know? Like, it should at least take a lot for something to get you to type in all chat, especially in like in a way that it's haunting your opponents or complaining about something. Usually it's a player or like a bug that players will complain about, oh, I can't move or I can't throw a grenade or like I exploded myself up because of this bug. But if it's directed towards an enemy, normally you're tilted.
Yeah, I would be. And I mean, shut up and drone is a great thing to say. I know we're going to fixate on it a lot, but I mean, you're going to drone kitchen. Why the hell are you not droning kitchen? You know there's an electric claw on it. You got to look there. If you're dealing mute jammers, you got a sledge running mini EMPs for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough about that round. We're almost halfway through round number 2. Beastcoast do enjoy bringing Sens. What Sens brings to the team are those 4 roly-poly gadgets with the smoke screens, I guess you could call them, that pop up.
The roly-poly gadget.
The roly-poly gadgets. And secondary hard breach as well will complement the exothermic charges of the thermite quite well. We've now actually hit the halfway mark. Toxic canister goes off, lingering over top of a destroyed deployable shield in the middle of the B-bomb site.
As long as Hot and Cold stays alive on Catwalk Rafters, this execute is not going to be easy. You could use the sense to, you know, smoke screen off one part, push in, take the gunfight, and that might be what to do.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Just Anthony takes out Hot and Cold. That screen's still there. Speaking of smoke, the toxic canister doing some serious damage. You can't see through it, but you can still shoot through it. Shot at the feet. That's Xeno down now to Bosco. SSG answering back. That obfuscation of the site goes down. Beastcoast still sitting waiting. They've got B control, A control for Space Station. Space Station have also fallen back into construction, and Anthony will have to deal with that. Slash outside with the diffuser. He has not been told that it is safe to get in just yet. There's one of those E1Ds that goes, and Yeti just misses the opportunity as they walk right in. The Warden can see through it quite well. There goes Ferda. Anthony and Slash on top of each other, sitting on it, and down goes Anthony, down goes Slash. The Diffuser, though, also goes down, but Surf is inside a garage, and I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time as Fultz easily holds it off, and Yeti kills Surf yet again. Spacestation up 2-0.
I want to applaud Spacestation's discipline and coordination that round, because when the smoke screen came up, there was 3 members. Yeti top red, other 2 members was in that radio door, and you could see a very, very clear 3, 2, 1 go countdown, because they all stepped up towards the smoke screen and they all pushed to the exact same moment, and they came from all angles, and they picked up those 2 kills and got control of the bomb site again, with just leaving Surf inside of that bottom garage area where he could not have a post-man position to see the diffuser that was planted. So very, very well played from Spacestation in that post-plant retake situation, but also Beastcoast's initial execute with the Sense was very, very clean. You smoke off one angle, you run in with confidence, you get that kill into hot and cold, it opens up the entire round, and then you just played it slow from there. Duked out some C4s, and Anthony did a really good job just staying alive in general throughout that round. And it looked good, but SSG was just a little bit better.
SSG's been just a little bit better across the board right now, and whether it's been drone work from Beast Coast just not being good enough, it does certainly seem like through these 2 rounds that Beast Coast does not have the greatest understanding of how SSG is playing on this defense. And for Space Station, they're not even really doing anything that unorthodox. I mean, yeah, the rat play inside a kitchen by Yeti in round number 1 is a bit strange, but it is not uncommon for somebody to play to die upstairs in kitchen. Whether you're going to waste utility, maybe get an exothermic charge, X-Cairo, something that's thrown in with reckless abandon to try to take the hatch out, you can provide great value to your team even if you die before trading somebody out. Obviously wasn't the case. Yeti did some damage, got the Hibana, ended up dying in that position, but that's a huge win for them.
Yeah.
Second round, you use Sens to quarterback your play. They throw in those roly-poly gadgets, cut off lines of sight, SSG's prepared with the Warden, and then they retake from inside a cache, and you lose it because Anthony's too low on HP, and Slash gets caught right as he's falling off the diffuser.
Yep, you are correct, absolutely. On this 3rd round, there's Bar. So we are seeing the, normally the last picked bomb set, so to speak, the 4th option being the 3rd instead. I think Bar is a very playable bomb set in today's, meta game of Rainbow Six Siege. You can extend up above, you can play in the basement, etc. And we see more and more teams getting comfortable with the Echo. And I do want to again say that Rogue is likely from the EOL, the Berlin Major winners. A big reason for that, because Daypack, who plays the Echo position or operator for Rogue, has shown how much value this operator can bring your team. And Space Station, they have really capable players, like for example Rambi. So if you give him a Yokai drone to work off of, gain information and play aggressively with, that can just even further increase his odds of winning that gunfight. You got the Mira and the Yokai, ton of info. Beast Coast has to problem solve multiple scenarios here to have a chance to win this round.
There's an exothermic charge that'll go off, SSG roaming from above. The question that we'd asked you, by the way, that you can still vote on the Rainbow Six Esports or the Rainbow Six Esports NA pages, was talking about planting. Who will get more plants? Beast Coast in their entirety or Bosco? Well, right now, Beast Coast got the diffuser planted in round number 2. It was all for naught, but they still managed to at least get one. Bosco leads the way in the NAL with 12 kills through, 12 plants through those 6 play days, which means that Bosco averages about 2 plants per match. That is actually much higher than an average on most teams, because there are a lot of teams that just simply do not play for objectives. It's a very slow round so far, Nick. 40 seconds left on this bar stage defense, and not a lot has happened at all.
I do want to say, SSG have also played twice in overtime, so they have gotten all their attacks, played through. Right? So if you get like a 7-0, but you start defense, you only get 1 attacking round, for example. So of course, SSG, they do play on the objective. They've done so very great throughout their entirety of their team's career, so to speak. And there's a guy in the basement.
There's a walk-in by Ferda again. Shut up and drone is a good way to put it. Fultz downstairs getting hunted down. When you see an Echo on the board for a stage defense, you know they're going to be down below. What lies in wait? Well, it can spring up at a moment's notice and do some serious damage to you. Anthony, the first kill for Beast Coast. Diffuser walked in, Slash at the halfway mark, but SSG's now retaking. Fultz tries to take the engagement himself, can't do it. Anthony and Surf shutting down a retake from Space Station as Anthony plays from above, but he's all by himself and he has to go outside as Bosco and Hot and Cold to clutch. Anthony has sights on the diffuser, walks right in, Hot and Cold stops him in his tracks, and then jumps on the case as well. Bosco, through these 3 rounds, 5 kills, yet to die, and Space Station's up 3-0.
That's a very awkward situation for Nomad because in most rounds, the defenders will open up that construction hatch themselves as the defending team to fall back. But they didn't because they're playing passively off Master Bedroom and on Office with those mirror windows. And if you're Nomad, you can't open up the hatch in that scenario because you don't have any soft breach utility. So you have to go all the way outside, had no information like audio on the defuse. You had to sprint in assuming they were already close to finishing off the defuse and just died in that 1v2. This has caused Beastcoast to take their tactical timeout after losing the 3rd round in a row, despite planting in 2 of those 3 rounds. It's a tough start. I mean, numbers-wise, it's a tough start, 3-0, but they have been close rounds. Like, this is Beastcoast getting oh so close in all 3 rounds, but is yet to win one.
Beastcoast having some serious struggles. Anthony has been the standout performer in a lot of these rounds, not just getting first picks, but also being able to cover his teammates when they get into the position which they often find themselves in of getting that diffuser down. Beastcoast get the first pick in round number 2, get diffuser down, still lose the round. That is devastating. Round number 3, they don't get the first pick, but they still get the diffuser down and had a numbers advantage on site, 3v2. Still ultimately lost the round. Again, coordination seems to be the biggest stumbling block for this Beastcoast squad. Through these 3 rounds, they have never really looked comfortable droning. They have never really looked particularly sharp with their drone work. And Spacestation, as we pointed out, aren't even really doing anything that odd. Echo downstairs or a Maestro downstairs is exactly how teams play bar stage because you want your gadgets on that main floor. Most teams are going to clear out the top floor and then go for a straight execute into bar or stage. They're not going to bother with going through the basement unless you have somebody run through blue. And even then, it's likely to get to the main stairs just to try to put another focus on attack, making sure that the defenders can't get back to the bomb site. They knew it. They were expecting it. Spacestation still wins the engagement down below. You got to feel for Beastcoast on this one.
Something interesting to note right now is that they're bringing Bandit for a base and roam game. The reasoning for it is because if you put a mute jammer on the jacuzzi or CCTV wall, a thermite can just rappel upside down and get past the mute jammer. So we're playing a counter game right now. SSG, they want to counter thermite, they bring Bandit. Beastcoast, they then attack a repick, they change to EMPs on Sledge again, and they get served on the Mavericks of the thermite, sorry. So we're kind of trying to counter thermite. We read that, we counter with Maverick, and now we're finding this awkward position where what exactly is going to be happening. You can get this wall open up with CCTV if you want to, but Maverick needs assistance, right? So instead of making a rotation or a soft breach into the wall, it's just a small line of sight to catch any roamers, while the main clear will come from Master Bedroom for Beastcoast and then swoop over from that side. The thing is, Spacestation, they're spread out across the map. Hot and Cold plays out a pool table. We had a Bandit playing upstairs early in the round. Yeti on the main stairs. It's not going to be as simple as just walking in. And the drone work, you mentioned it, Parker, has to be on a good pace for Beastcoast because time is also a problem for them so
A much better level, yes. And I mean, you're clearing a map that should be done relatively quickly, especially with no mute, especially with no Mozzie on the board. There's really nothing slowing you down. And Spacestation are not bringing tons of tools that are designed to thwart this roam game, yet they're still thwarting it anyway, which is really impressive for Spacestation and also very unimpressive for Beastcoast. Speaking of drone work, look at where Hot and Cold is. He's just sitting in the middle of the bar. Yeti, the first engagement onto Xeno. The Zoph shoots. The Alibi shoots back better. And Spacestation have a numbers advantage for the final minute.
And there's no calls from Dokkaebi either, so if you don't drone out Hot and Cold's position, you can't use that gadget to find him, and he might just get a free kill.
And he almost does, softening up Surf, typically the top performing player, and as Oryx is the fastest operator in the game, he's able to run and dash his way through the stairs and get back to safety. It's 20 seconds, allow Beastcoast to reset. Anthony's focus is over towards blue. He might catch one through these small holes that have been created. Work against Spacestation. If they're not careful, it'll allow Beastcoast to swing things back in their favor, and there you go. Damage done to Hot and Cold. They know his position is over towards blue. It looks like the Gone 6 misses. So Spacestation still sit in their tight angles. Bosco can stop a push through Moto very quickly as Foltz's magnets in front of him. Right now by blue. Oh no, Beastcoast, you have 10 seconds to go, and I don't even think they've opened up Kitchen Hatch yet. This is not good. Bosco sees the Dokkaebi. Bosco, you just saw the Dokkaebi yet again. Slash goes down, now it's Bosco to drop. They swing their way in. Rampy gets one for Spacestation. Still, SSG an advantage. Foltz continues it, and that's it. Spacestation wins their 4th in a row, so dominant here on Clubhouse as they've won the first half outright now 4-0.
This is such a really messy round, confusing round, if you will. And the biggest issue right now comes down to drone efficiency, pace for Beastcoast, and just not really having enough time to do all the steps they want to do. I mean, the kitchen hatch should have been opened up a long time ago, but with 10 seconds left, they realize, oh snap, actually it is still close. Sprint down the main stairs, rush to the building, almost get into a arguably neutral position in terms of man count and plant possibility, but eventually SSG, they, end up with a bigger man advantage. They win their gunfights time and time again. It's a 4-0 for them now. And they can just go through every single bomb site with comfortability, knowing that it's already worked once. We just gotta make it work one more time. And CCTV is where they'll go. We've yet to see them pull out the gym bomb site, but we did see them play the bar bomb site itself, where you extend up as it was a gym situation, so that we know they can play both in that case. Typically with Maverick open, most teams would stay away from this CCTV bomb site because you can just Maverick the wall open and it's difficult to deal with. Yeti's bringing out the Bandit, so now the question comes, will the attacker repick take advantage of that fact and show the Maverick on their side? No, with Thatcher and Thermite to open up this round for them. A single Heart Breach on the side of Slash. If you Bandit trick a single Exothermite charge, that is half your Heart Breach gone. So you're limited in what you can open up. And if Yeti is accurate with the Bandit Battery audio cues against the Thermite, they might not be able to open up much at all.
Bandit tricking will be the name of the game. Has Bandit been banned once in the North American League? I think that's it in terms of operator bans.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, we talked through the operator bans. No Ace, no Valkyrie, no Azami, no Nook. These are pretty common things, and there comes the Bandit trick right in front of our eyes. They know that he's going to be juggling those batteries on the wall.
Yeah.
Those mini EMPs, by the way, nowhere near as potent as true EMPs, but the good news is they've decided they've subbed them out. Surf is running the actual Thatcher, the real deal.
Yeah, the thing is they need to now go below to either Nade or Sophia below the Bandit's feet from his stock, or they can Sophia stun the drone hole instead, but one of those two options have to go through. They've used the Sophia stun, so now they have to nade below. Rambi playing this position on steps is going to help assist Yeti to try and keep him alive long enough to either Bandit trick the wall or just burn down the clock.
As a lot of people don't realize, one of the main focuses of an Ashe, anybody with grenades, or a Zofia is to get into that position in Lounge and fire up through the floor, either destroying the Bandit batteries or at least crippling the Bandit's ability to hold that part of the map.
Yep.
Anthony is the one tasked with taking control of Lounge. Rampy has a small opening. It's a nice play on his end. He has to retreat, and he'll go even farther back now. EMP's going off.
No,
but they'll be able to Bandit trick it. There goes the grenade, yet he sees it. Can he get it in time? Exothermic charge going off, and he's got it. In the nick of time, Fultz takes out Ferda before getting taken out himself by Anthony. Numbers even. There's a nade from Anthony, but it misses! And another Bandit trick will come in, and it works as well! But the grenade finally gets him, and it seems like the wall will be safe. An attempt from Beastcoast denied. It's not sexy, but by God, it works. And with 50 seconds to go, Beastcoast will have to fall off their original plan.
This is a huge win for SSG, by the way. You're 3 versus 3, that's good. The wall cannot get opened up, and you only got a single Heart Breacher in Beastcoast's attacking lineup. Whatever is close right now will stay that way. And Rambi, he can just hide in Harry Potter.
And that's exactly where he's going to be. Rampy with 5 kills through these 5 rounds. One apiece. One apiece is quite a good pace. Anthony and Surf. Anthony on 8 kills, but that's all he's going to get. Rampy breaks 50 on the stage. 51 is Surf. There's a bullet in his gun with his name on it. Will he collect? That is the real question. Surf looks, does damage to Rampy, takes out Hot and Cold on the nice drag. Rampy just needs to waste 5 seconds. That's it. Decides to pop up. A bit of an ego challenge. And it's Rampy to get the kill. 51 kills for him. The Ramp Dog back in fine form. SSG crushing Beastcoast right now, 5-0.
I always talk about, I also hate self-advertisement. Whenever I stream, people ask me like, oh, how good is Bandit right now in the game? And I always say Bandit in a professional level should never be able to Bandit trick if you were to execute the round correctly. And I mean, that entire round comes down to mis-execution on a simple concept, right? The up-down nades, or whatever the EL calls it, or the nades from below, as we call it here in the NAL. And, you know, 3 nades, I believe I counted, was tossed towards Yeti's feet, and there was a 3rd grenade that killed him after he bandit tricked his 2nd exothermic charge. That is essentially a misplay on the attacker's side. But I mean, SSG did a good job. Yeti was playing comfortably on the objective. Rambi played aggressively down below to distract them. But if that nade is just a little bit different in terms of toss or the timing, that entire round will be in a completely different scenario, right? So it's messy. You mentioned the park, if you play Ash, Sophia, you can go below. Sophia was on the board for Beastcoast, wasn't used. It was used elsewhere.
Correct. That nade really was a big issue. Anthony botching that nade, that absolutely, had it hit, would have killed Yeti earlier. Yes. He did not have the bandit battery down at the time. The exothermic charge would have gone off, and you have a completely different landscape for that round. Instead, Space Station just got lucky. That was really it. You capitalized on that bandit tricking because the Yana missed her nade. You didn't do anything special. Maybe it was the phantom pressure of Rampy being down below, living so rent-free in Anthony's head that it would make any millennial blush. Who knows? I don't know, but either way, it did not work out for them. Beastcoast have had very few good looks in this match. They've still got a player that is yet to get on the board. That's Slash. He has just been a dummy at this point, a mannequin.
I think dummy is a very bold choice of words.
Like, not like he's a dummy, isn't
no,
like
no,
he's
I
dumb,
know.
isn't like a dummy, isn't like a practice dummy.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
There are a few players that I have greater appreciation and respect for than Slash.
Oh, I agree. I'm on the same page.
So, Slash has been around Cash Money, Spencer Oliver, the man so twice. That man so nice they named him twice. I don't know exactly what is going on with this Beast Coast team, but unfortunately for them, they've got 3 players with a combined 2 kills. Anthony, 8 kills, but they've been largely impactless, as it hasn't amounted to Beast Coast getting a single round.
Yeah. They're still trying and working their way through the map, but again, it's a slow pace. Minute 30 seconds left on the clock on a bar attack of all places. Last time it was a close one. It came down to that 2 versus 3, and eventually, we saw SSG, they won the round, as they could not clutch it out. Anthony was left in that 1v2. They've gotten half the map now. CCTV, Cash, and they got connector control. Now they can do the same thing. Go downstairs, attack stock, get the diffuser down if they want to. It's their choice right now. I don't think full clearing the top floor is a possibility, and given how passively they are playing on that window rappel, I don't think they're going to either. But they will drone out the perimeter to see what is around. And the answer is 2 members of SSG.
By the way, that alibi trick, Space Station have thrown one of those prismas out of a window, it would seem, which will constantly alert the attackers of somebody being outside. That will enable runouts to happen without really giving much notification to Beast Coast. Zeno, Anthony, and Surf have all taken damage, and they amount to roughly where Hot and Cold sits as a single unit. At this point, Space Station needs to sit and wait for these final 30 seconds. Can Beast Coast turn the tide and surf their way to victory? Flash is going in for Bosco, still holding this angle. He's got a Maestro camera, just waiting. The Flores drone unable to take it out. He won't see much through the smoke. There goes a nade. Does it do any damage? Not yet. Now it's Surf to take some damage, Slash as well. Bosco still in this spot, diffuser being planted, and that's an easy pick for him. SSG starting things off, swung on by Surf. He'll need to grab the diffuser and get the plant down as Beast Coast drops towards the stage. They're stopping Space Station in their tracks, but no! Hot and Cold saves the day as the timer hits 0, and SSG go perfect through the first half.
And again, it comes down to the pace, because there's simply not enough time for these very small mistakes to be happening, or small gaps that gets exploited by Space Station. The first smoke that was tossed out, it disappeared before the plant was even halfway through. That means Slash falls first, and with so few seconds left on the clock, if the second member gets shut down as well, which is exactly what happened, timers on 0, defenders, they win the round by default, and SSG, they don't even have to fight out that 2 versus 4. So again, or 2 versus 3 rather. So it looked good for Beast Coast again, but a very small issue, a very small thorn in their side becomes their downfall. And the question was, like, who's gonna get more plants, right? It's gonna be the entirety of Beast Coast or just Bosco. And the thing is, Beast Coast are very likely to win that vote, because SSG could seal the deal 7-0 and then maybe even not even get a single plant down, but they will win that vote for all the, I guess you would say, wrong reasons in that case. But this comes down to SSG having a phenomenal defense, combined with Beast Coast having some rough times on their attack. While the story tells a 6-0, 3, if not 3.5 of those rounds could have gone either way if very small things were changed. Beastcoast didn't look absolutely lost, but their time, their droning, and their gaps in their attacks were exploited well by Spacestation.
Well, it guarantees SSG at least 1 point, by the way. In terms of the stakes of this matchup, Beastcoast have already been eliminated from making the Hanging Gardens of Babylon Major coming up this fall. There's another team that could now see their chances be removed entirely, and that's OXG. If Spacestation win the matchup, doesn't matter if it's 2 points in overtime or if it's all 3 points in regulation, that does it for OXG. They will be mathematically out of the running to make the major. And it was tweeted by Jacob earlier today, there is still a mathematical possibility that OXG doesn't make SI, despite starting this stage with a 99% chance. It would require an incredible string of events to happen, but it is still there. If you're OXG, got to start getting some more points on the board and get yourself out of the basement and put yourself in a better position to get those SI points, to be in what we assume, I guess, is Montreal. They haven't announced the location of SI, but I'm just going to default to Montreal.
Yeah.
In the early months of 2023, in the cold dead of winter. Fultz takes out Surf. Traditionally, the long-standing and strongest member of this Beast Coast squad, the Warden, will be no more, won't be able to see through any of the smokes or stuns or flashes or whatever might be brought out. There's no smokes on the board for SSG, so you don't need to worry about that, but it does put Beast Coast at a severe disadvantage with half the round to go.
Also, just like Beast Coast, SSG are also bringing Sledge with the EMP grenades in pocket, so no grenades on this attacking lineup, but they're being substituted out by, of course, the Flourish drones from Hot and Cold, the Retero drones, that is. So you do have explosive economy to go in a different shape or form. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock. In SSG, they can still approach this round differently. They can go blue, they can go dirt, and you can even opt to go kitchen hatch because Beast Coast, they don't have that much map control right now. And Anthony, he's used all 3 toxic babes at a minute left in the round. Another win for SSG.
Good timing on their part. 50 seconds now. Fultz posted up inside of blue, laying next to where Surf fell from. And he will try to clear this out if there's somebody playing behind the box, but no, there's nobody. So Fultz has a wider line of sight as he loses a bit of it and loses his HP in the process. To try and stun. Diffuser going down from Bosco. There's nobody to contest, and if they try to come in, it'll be Yeti to cut them off. 9 players still alive, and the Diffuser goes down. Yeti takes out Zeno before he's finished off by Ferda. Beast Coast in a tie position. Everybody's still upright, but Beast Coast have taken some serious lumps. They lose Slash. He's 1-7. At least he found a kill before what might be the end of this matchup. Bosco retreating into Dirt Tunnel. Rampy watching from above. Down goes Hot and Cold, so at least there's some control from above, but Rampy an easy pick. That puts Anthony with 11 kills to die to Rampy as well. How about a 7-0? Is it the first 7-0 this stage?
I believe so, if I have to recall, because Beast Coast, they lost 7-1, 7-2 in their first opening game against TSM FTX on Chalet, so I want to say yes. I believe it's the first 7-0.
Wow. Phenomenal stuff, and if we look so far at these numbers, yes, it is indeed the first 7-0 of the stage. As you pointed out, Beast Coast lost to TSM 7-1, lost to XSET 7-2, now lose to Space Station 7-0. That also means that OXG, who didn't even play in this match, also lose out on going to the fall major. They join Beast Coast as the only 2 teams that will not be at the unspecified location of the major. With this win, Space Station pick up all 3 points. They went in at 10 points, down in 6th place. Well, now they jump up to 3rd, 1 point ahead of TSM, 2 points ahead of XSET. And you know what? Those are the 2 teams that SSG has to play in the final 2 play days to secure their spot in the major and pick up some huge SI points. That's it for our second match. We still got 3 more to go, so sit tight. We'll come back with more Rainbow Six action as it's Astralis versus XSET up next. See you soon.
book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And you, yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me. Thought I would make it big.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. And yes, as you can see, with that victory for Spacestation and that loss for Beastcoast, that means Oxygen is officially eliminated from major contention. Pretty shocking for a team that got there twice, and here they are in stage 3, kind of down at the bottom. It's been rough, but
they weren't even in this game, but I need to go find a candle and light it for them.
hey, the thing is, they've still got SI to look forward to in theory, so they've still got more to practice for in that regard and a lot to work on with Sweater. But we'll get to a little bit more about Oxygen later. For now, we have Lycan standing by from Spacestation Gaming to chat with us about that last game. Lycan, congrats on the team's win today. So as we look ahead to the major, which I feel like for Spacestation, you got to close it out, obviously, in stage 3, but the major is probably starting to be some of the thoughts. What are some of the few sort of points of polish you want to kind of bring through on the team for the last couple matches?
For us, this stage, which is kind of like the reverse of last stage, has been kind of like mistakes on attack. Last stage, we were making a lot of mistakes on defense. So we wrapped that up, and I kind of feel like the last 2 days, you guys have kind of seen that a little bit cleaner. I mean, today we only had 1 round on the attack, but like against Astralis as well, it went really well. So we're kind of like slowly figuring it out, and we're getting there, and it looks solid.
Like, and I wanted to pick your brain a bit about Clubhouse, aka Dubhouse. It's obviously a map that you guys were very good at back at like SI, and even obviously farther back you can go with this map. But this year, it hasn't been seen very much. You played it once, stage 2, ended up losing it, and then of course once today, dominated onto Beastcoast. Is this a map that's kind of always been in your back pocket, you just haven't really had the chance to play? Or is it something that did kind of fall out previously, you know, in this year, and then you've now brought back into the map pool?
Yeah, I think on our reign, as people like watched, it makes it sound like it's too much us, but like there was other teams that were good at Clubhouse, but teams caught up basically. Like while we were like we learned how to play it faster than anyone else, and I think there are like a couple really good club teams that are in NAL right now. So against those teams, like we choose to go to other maps that are good for us. And then like the teams that we're like willing obviously to go to, they just, because of I think our history with that map, they try to stay away from it. There always seems to be like one team like later on in the stage that'll like take the gamble on it, and like that team will either beat us or we'll beat them or whatever. But like that's kind of how it kind of seems like, at least to us, is like we get one chance at that map like per stage, and then it, like we lose it again.
Yeah, and so When we talked earlier, you were saying that one of the biggest focuses for the entire stage was that you really wanted to iron out a lot of the defensive issues that we saw last stage. And now we've definitely seen a lot of improvement. Is there going to be more improvement, or is this kind of the final form of these SSG defenses?
Yeah, I don't know if you, it's like weird to call it a final form, because in this meta, like every round is kind of its own very unique way. Back with like the old meta, you would see like you slowly clear this utility, then that utility, and you're like they're slowly making your way to like the end prize of planning. Now it's a lot of like TDM, and it kind of makes it hard to say there's a final form to your defense as you're always adapting. But I think we're continuing to learn, and we're kind of figuring it out now more faster than like other teams are, and that's why I think our percentage is so good.
We talked at the beginning of the stage about your reasons for wanting to bring Yeti into the team. Now that you've had 7 games with him and endless amounts of scrim time, was he the answer that you guys were looking for? And if so, tell me why.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I talked to CDAPS about this as well, like through DMs, is that like a lot of people think this is like a Dex over Yeti thing. And it never really was. It was like finding a person to replace Alex for us. And I think both of those players did it. It just like depended on how we wanted our roles to fit with the other players. And that's like what I tried to explain when we dropped Dex, is I didn't feel like Dex in his like how he plays now should be a flank watch. And we were wanting Fultz to go back to entry and then Matt to go to our flex role. The only role we had for attack was like the flank watch, and it made way more sense with Yeti to like play with him. And I do like I told Dex like I'm cheering for him. It's awesome what they're doing with Mirage, but Yeti, like his energy, like what he brings is like experience is like just above Dex as well, like, and his knowledge of like all the strats. It was like perfect for us, and obviously too it was perfect for Sonic. So it was a huge win-win, I think, for both teams in the offseason.
Certainly seems that way results-wise, but focusing on Spacestation, congrats on your win today. Good luck in the games tomorrow, and thanks for taking the time to talk with us.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, so liking some words for us from Spacestation Gaming, and how about that? Our first 7-0 since stage 1. Spacestation kind of slamming Beastcoast there.
It's mostly Beastcoast making so many mistakes, and SSG just happened to be the team to claim a free 3 points today. That's most of what it was. It was a phenomenal defensive performance from Spacestation, but they've been putting up great defensive games all stage at this point, and like you said, they only had 1 attack round to really showcase if they've been working more so on that, but good grief, this thing was over in a flash.
I didn't think it was possible for a team to get 7-0'd and then have a player land 100 cost anyway.
That's weird.
Obviously,
that is interesting.
I mean, he's got 6 deaths, so presumably one of those rounds there was a survival point in there. There was probably, obviously, a lot of kills. 11 had far more than the rest of his team combined. Perhaps got traded a couple times, and don't know if he had any objective play. But, you know, it's tough to see Anthony putting up so many numbers, but still having a couple of misplays in the late round and still not being able to actually convert anything into a win for his team.
Yeah, and it felt like this game really kind of answered the age-old question: what happens when a stoppable force meets an immovable object? And it was insanely strong defenses from SSG and some pretty kind of poor attacks from Beastcoast that didn't have as much direction. Now with 2 play days, 6 attacking rounds on both of those play days, so 12 total if you want to do some math. Just a singular round win for Beastcoast on Clubhouse attacks, and that's not where you want to go, especially when we continuously say, hey, Clubhouse is getting a little bit more attacker-sided every single stage, every single season. It's just a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah, I mean, it was rough for Beastcoast, but we still got to do our replays anyway. Sorry, Beastcoast fans. Let's take a look at round number 1 first of all. And this was a bit of a Bosco pop-off, but fun to watch. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I mean, Bosco hits the 3K, but really what I want to highlight here is how winnable it is. Beastcoast do not need to let this be such an easy 3K for Bosco. And I don't want to take it away from Bosco. He does play great. He's an amazing clutch smoke player. This is effectively a 1v3 ramp. He's not really going to be relevant. First of all, way overswinging from Zeno into a shotgun. Then Slash doesn't get off the kit. And Ferda is so slow to actually get into this fight to challenge, and it's behind a shield. It's like a perfect storm for Bosco to like have this play with the shotty. It's something he's done so many times, and it's just, it's painful that like if the player downstairs was a little bit faster, if Ferda was in a little bit sooner, maybe you can contribute a little bit more. If we don't see that aggressive swing out, if we see a player get off the kit, it's a huge mess of miscoordination from Beastcoast's side of things, and it just allows these plays that make SSG look really, really good.
Yeah, that's right. Well, let's take a look at our second round of replays, and this one's going to be a telestration from Mr. Caliber Jacob. Round number 5, Jacob, go.
It's my turn. I can't moonwalk as much as I wish I could, but yeah. I just wanted to look at something specifically on round 5. I talked about how this was mostly a game that seemed like it was Beastcoast making mistakes, and SSG were just there being the opportunists and capitalizing. But here's something I want to look at. You remember that Yeti play from round 5 where he gets both exothermic tricks off on plat wall? Let's just look at how he did it. First thing, look at Beastcoast to start off with. They've got 4 nades. Now, they already tried a take on this way earlier where it was mostly a Raptors push. They had a sense coming in. They were planting with 4 guys still alive, and they couldn't stop the roam. So there's a little bit of a shakeup here, but the first thing they have to do is they have to worry about getting this wall open in the first place. Now, that seems like the initial first step. Yeti is here with every single bandit charge still left available to him, and he's going to have even more in his back pocket to pull out, and Slash's only objective is to get this off. Now, the thing that Beastcoast still do have, or they didn't have anything left in a second, there's only 1 EMP nade still left in Surf's back pocket, and they don't have any of them on secondary utility at all, which means they're relying on both pairs of frag nades to get everything cleared off the wall. But if we play it forward, you're going to watch how the nades themselves really don't do anything to stop this. There's the first one already, the first trick in a second. There's the other EMP nade, and just at that second right there, not only does Fultz manage to get one, but there's that first trick. If you look at it in very, very slowly, there it is. Pop, second kill. Anthony's off, managing to clear the roam up, which is nice at the same time. But here's the second exothermic attempt. Wait for it. Yeti stays in there, stays alive. Look at how little HP he has there, and then that last nade finally gets him. So not only is Ferda dead with both of the nades he was intending to use for this, Anthony is downstairs trying to make sure that Fultz doesn't do anything and still has to use his nades to get this cleared off. But not only does he kill Yeti too late, the wall is still completely shut. And if you watch the rest of the round play out, everyone on Beastcoast is basically scrambling for any worthwhile position. Suddenly, Slash has to come back up to the roof, presumably to take a second to drone, and he's going to come right back in through the garage, which not only has it not been cleared, Rampy is going to be playing this Harry Potter spot for the rest of the round and is going to surprise Slash as soon as he comes right back off the roof. And the last 2 players, Surf and Anthony, both have positions that aren't going to do much against an SSG roam and site pressure that is already too suffocating. There's the kill that gets Slash inside garage. It downs Case right here, and there's nothing else that Beastcoast can do against an attack like this. Very well played, all in all, for an SSG team that, again, was just looking for Beastcoast to make these mistakes, and they do, time and time again. It's unfortunate timing. Yeti really hangs in there, and this is why SSG got a 7-0 today.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and so if you have to give an MVP of that round, you can say oh yeah, Rampy and Bosco, they were getting kills, they were looking good. It's Yeti. Yeti's the MVP right there. He didn't get any kills, but guess what? 2 exothermic charges, that's equal to 5 people, especially on CCTV where you take getting that breach open as a granted. It is a given. You know that you're going to have that crossfire enabled and really bisect both of those sites. All of a sudden that wall stays open, or pardon me, closed. It makes it incredibly difficult to get any sort of pressure. Then you just funnel in and die.
True enough. Well, short and sweet. That's how Space Station liked it today with the 7-0 over Beastcoast. We're going to look ahead to our next matchup, which is going to be a fun one. XSET taking on Astralis should definitely be action-packed, so you don't want to miss it. That'll happen when Rainbow Six North American League returns right after this.
really stop. So I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And I got you feeling wavy. Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Your illusions, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up your doll in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Time to talk about game number 3. It's going to be XSET versus Astralis, and this is going to be a big one for a lot of reasons, isn't it?
Yes, a lot of things on the line in this matchup. XSET versus Astralis. XSET looking to book their ticket, not to the major, but to the 6 Invitational, even bigger. A win here in any form will send them through. Astralis looking to stay alive for the other tournaments. A regulation loss from Astralis knocks them out of major contention.
So, if you're Astralis, don't lose. If you're XSET, get a dub no matter what form of dub, and you're still going to have an impact on the way that North American teams go to events. Funnily enough, they're trying to do this in spite of not having defeated Astralis at any other point this year. 2 losses in regular season play, 1 loss in the quarterfinals of the Charlotte Major. That was immediately after their coach got restricted from being behind the team for the remainder of the year.
Yeah.
So there's obviously some different factors in play, but it is a matchup that theoretically should have been a tale of two top 4 teams in the prime of their careers, and has turned into an XSET team that is kind of doing okay, and an Astralis team that's not.
We've also got some stats to take a look at as far as percentages, as far as what these teams can do to go to the major. As you can see for Astralis, like they gotta win in regulation. I guess if they have an overtime loss, they have a 0.1% chance of making it. So it's not completely eliminated, but it might as well be. So Astralis gotta win today.
Yeah, basically, and regulation is like really what they're looking for. It's tough. It's tough for the northern boys.
It's also just weird for XSET to still kind of be at a no, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna take that back. It's not weird. They've been in 4th place for the past couple of stages. They barely squeak in by the skin of their teeth. Even if they do have good performances at some point during the stage, they haven't been able to make it a consistent staple of their play. There's always maybe 1 week where they only come out with 1 game getting points, multiple weeks where sometimes they just fall flat and then have to come back the next week. That just kind of seems to be XSET's story in domestic play. But still, they're not completely out of the running even if they were to lose in regulation today. It's just looking a little bit more dicey with Spacestation and Mirage now up there.
Yep, exactly. Well, let's dive into the teams a little bit more deeply now. First, we'll check out a video with XSET because they have some words for us about how the stage has been going, how they want to close things out. Let's hear what they had to say.
He can't outduel Yaga. It's a team effort. And Spirits flicks onto both of them to give XSET the win. 3 huge points and a very quick match as they rep the set in style.
I mean, I would say we're pretty good right now. We have to win, I think, like 1 or 2 more games. I mean, I would say we're on pace for performing as we expected, and we're going to make it.
The new meta, I think, is great. I love the new recoils. I think we're even better in this meta than we were in the one before. I think the ops that are in the meta right now are really suited for our team.
They're dreaming a 1v2, and he's down for the count. The sidearm from Diaz is good enough, and XSET start off hot with the first 2 rounds.
I think we're in the race because the first week and the last Playday, we didn't have like the energy. We are very like a momentum team, and like we need energy to perform well and like keep the momentum and keep aggressing on the enemy. Today, we had like a speech with our coach and everyone on the team. We had like the same speech as we did like in the majors, so it helped us a lot, and I think it boosts like everyone's confidence and energy to beat Oxygen today.
Can't find the targets. Diaz in this old reliable position gets the final 2. XSET claim the first half.
We had a talk, and we're gonna keep having the same talk over and over and over. People just gotta realize that the game is not over. You can be 6-0 for the other team, the game is not over. You're always gonna have your gun, you're always gonna have your loadout. So it's every round is winnable.
Like, I mean, I feel like a lot of the people like in the pro scene thought that we were gonna be pretty good, but a lot of people that like didn't really know who we were, like before the roster was made, didn't expect us to be much, but I mean, we're doing pretty good, so.
Of course, we're always aiming at first. Like the past 2 stages, we clutched up to like 4th place both times. So we want to get in a better position this time. So more international practice is always good for SI.
I mean, yeah, we usually start 2-2, and then we end up 3rd week we end up like going 4-2. So I mean, we're on pace. I would say we're on pace.
XSET hyping themselves up for what they hope is going to be another major run, what they hope is going to be another strong finish here in stage number 3, but they got to get it across the finish line. Luckily for them, they're facing an Astralis team that's been a little bit weaker here in stage 3, but there's still danger within Astralis. XSET needs to take it seriously, don't they?
Certainly. I mean, Astralis have shown that they can be that pop-off team, and XSET, I think they've had their struggles. I think you even just have to look back to the last week where Spirits went from dying on Monty a mile away from his team to then miraculously executing Monty smoke strats with everybody pushing at the exact right moment. Coordination was on top. I thought we saw that bounce back from XSET, but I think there's always that risk that they fall back into the negatives, they fall back into those tendencies where they were struggling a couple of games back, and if that happens against Astralis, they can absolutely capitalize.
They haven't really had a win that was like super dominant this stage either. They've had like the one win over Beastcoast to start the stage that was like a 7-2. They had a really hard 7-2 loss earlier in the stage, and every other game has either been them going to overtime or it being a 7-5. XSET hasn't blown through any of these teams so far at the stage.
Yeah, and with XSET, everything's almost like very small, detail-oriented. The mistakes they make, they're very small. There's no glaring issues with this team, and that's been a real testament to their consistency across all 3 stages, every international appearance. They just look good. They're a good-looking team that is really getting primed for this potential SI run, but once again, with those little issues, that's where you can find those maybe the overtime losses and dropping points, and that's not the position that they want to be because they hold themselves to such a high standard.
I think you talk about those little issues. Spirits on entry's got to be a problem there. Really struggling both on attack and defense, finding so many more opening deaths than opening kills. But XSET are kind of used to it. Last stage, he was also one of the worst entry players in the league, and XSET on attack have a 31% recovery rate, meaning they win 31% of the rounds where they lose the opening pick. Now that doesn't sound great. 31% winning rounds is not ideal, but it's actually the 3rd best of any team in the league. So compared to their competition, when they lose that opening pick, they are pretty decent at pulling it back. It's just 31% is a low number no matter how you're going to cut that.
Yeah, and probably the most surprising thing about XSET is when you look at those 5 players of who would step up on the entry for these attacking sides when Spirit falters, you'd probably say, hey, it's Gomez, right?
Yeah.
Nope, it's Yaga. 8-3 on that attacking entry. True space maker.
Well, we'll see what they can do against Astralis. Now, Astralis has been a fascinating team to watch over the course of the year. Obviously, first place in Stage 1. Barely scraped out of first place in Stage 2 in NAL. Great performance at the Major in Stage 1. Really lackluster performance in the Major in Berlin after Stage 2. Now, here they are in Stage 3, struggling. If any team has kind of been the team that has been caught up to, play style-wise, I feel like it is this squad right there. There's a lot of individual talent, but they got to figure out how to take that next step, don't they?
There's a difference between being found out or your playstyle being something that can be easily countered and your playstyle basically being adopted more consistently worldwide as the accepted way to play the game. Astralis jumped out at the very start of this year by playing a very specific playstyle. They wanted to gun, they wanted to get in your face, they wanted to get heavy, and then we saw them try that against Spacestation last week and got exposed in a very bad way. We understand that they often like to push together. Maybe it's a rush at the very start of a round, or maybe they all want to coordinate and push at the exact same moment on a delay. And that kind of thing was not the play against a Spacestation team that was locked in on Bank. Not only was there a weird Ying ban, a Zoth ban, when Ying is a very proficient operator for Spacestation and they didn't opt to use it, it felt like they weren't there mentally, and they haven't been for quite some time. This was the 2nd week in a row, this stage where they've had 2 straight losses in 1 week. They sit at the precipice of getting knocked out of the Major based on this game alone, and that's not something we've ever had to say about this team.
Yeah, and with Astralis, you almost want to say that they've been carried by their attacks for these first 2 stages, but man, their attacks were so incredibly good. But guess what? LMG nerf, nade nerf, the meta is shifting away from this full attacker-sided meta that we're just coming out of, and guess what? Strats and overall organized defenses are coming back into a resurgence. It's looking a lot better, and when you have a team that has been struggling on the defensive side, who now had their key weapon of their attacks kind of nerfed, that's why we're seeing this sort of slow regression for Astralis.
Boys, I want to paint a picture for you, okay? It's a Friday night. I've just gotten finished being carried and ranked by Stokes, and I'm relaxing with some statistics.
Wait,
okay?
was I in that stack?
You were. Were you in that stack?
Friday night, I think.
You were in that stack.
Yeah, we were in
and
that stack.
Caliber Jacob.
Yeah.
I'm relaxing with some statistics, and I'm looking at the numbers, and I see Forrest has 17 opening picks, the most of anyone in the league, 78% entry rate. And then I see that somehow, despite that insane statistic, Astralis is the worst entry team in North America. How is that possible, you ask? Every other player on this team is negative on entry. Jane, I know 5-6, 5-8 for Shuttle, 3-8 Iconic, and then DP Fire. 4-13, really struggling on those entry statistics. And obviously, I mean, he's done well in the past. I think we've seen some strong moments from him. I thought he did have a big ace earlier on in the stage. You take a look, as Connor is showing me now, the opening picks favoring the attack, particularly 10-1 coming in from DP or from Forrest. But the thing is, like with DP Fire struggling so much, it really does put a lot of pressure on the rest of this team. He has been very inconsistent throughout this game, and so whatever it is that's in his head, whether it's mentally, whether it's some stress that's being put onto him, he needs to start figuring it out, because really it has been a struggle for Astralis in these early rounds.
That is interesting. I mean, when you look at a team like XSET as well, these are some of the best gunfight players in North America too. So as far as getting a better entry stat, like this is going to be a tough challenge. That's for sure.
It was just weird from a mindset POV. Remember when we were looking at the screen when they were like all cleaning up their stuff, we just see Callout just slumped in his chair.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what this team is going through, but I certainly hope they're able to pick it up this week.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out what map they're going to try to do just that. The bans are in. Not going to be Chalet or Oregon.
Which makes sense considering these teams, you know, they don't really like those maps particularly. The first couple of bans, as always, they're just going to be the permas, not really anything interesting so far. And as we keep on going, it's just a really telegraphed overall ban phase where you think we can already see, if you've done any research for these teams, where we're going?
Well, Bank, Border, and Sky left alive here, and it will be Astralis to get the first option out of these pools. They're going to be able to go through and take out. We'll find out. They're deliberating. Bank's going to go first. Fair enough. I mean, that's one that XSET did very well on in Berlin back in the day. They've been strong on that map in the past. Now XSET can choose between Border and Skyscraper. That's one that they did beat Liquid back in the major, but they played a lot more Border recently, even though they lost it in Stage 3 to Parabellum. They're going to run it back. Border coming in between these two squads. And actually, one of the maps that they played in the major, the only map that XSET beat Astralis on, 8-6.
It's also true, and the only time they've lost it so far this year was earlier on in the stage. They tried taking Parabellum to it and then got trounced, especially on defense, which, as we've now figured out, that was Parabellum's overall strength has been on their attacks, and you have to wonder if XSET can take some of the lessons learned from that game and apply it in this case. Meanwhile, Astralis haven't played it for a while. They did play it back in Berlin. It didn't go their way, and they have more plays on it over the course of this year, but a considerably worse win rate, 66% for XSET to 40% for Astralis. I'd still call it relatively even because there is so much play on it over the course of this year, but it could kind of go either way, assuming Astralis comes to play today.
Yeah, and the one thing I don't want to gloss over is probably the most important ban in that phase was that XSET Villa ban, because if we didn't get that ban, that's where we would have been going. But when you mitigate out somebody like Forrest, who really knows how to get in the bomb site and get these
especially on Villa.
Especially on Villa, where he'll just walk in and kill your smoke immediately.
Right.
You don't really want to subject Kino to that kind of torture. And now as we're going towards Border, this is a map that the last time we saw Astralis on it, it did look good, but there was some sort of slight tweaks that we could see on the side of XSET to maybe fix what we saw against Parabellum.
Yeah, well, a lot to think about as we talk about predictions now, which is the time we have reached in the pregame. First, we're going to ask our casters what they think. Blue and Stokes are here to call the action on this map. What's it going to be? Well, first of all, hey, how's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. Ready to do some predicting?
I mean, I guess, but only because you asked, Oa.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Do me a favor and carry me in ranked this weekend again, Sam. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're going to, listen, you're going to have to talk to my agent, Jesse, over there. He's kind of my contact for that kind of thing. So.
Okay, cool.
What's it going to be? XSET, Astralis?
I'm going to give it to you, man. What are you feeling here?
This one's kind of a tough one, despite the fact that we've got a pretty big divide between both of these teams. But personally, I'm going to lean a little bit more towards Astralis on this one. I feel like the power of Force is going to outshine anything that XSET can bring to the table today. XSET's results have been a little bit too all over the place. And while I agree they've been turning on the bright side recently, I feel like it's still going to end up being in Astralis' pocket at the end of this game.
Wow, okay.
Stokes, you can disagree, it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty bold move, Cotton, but we'll see if it works out here. I think when it comes to Astralis right now, I've always felt really positive about this team, but they've got a troubled trio amongst them right now, and the likes of J90 Shuttle and DP Fire. They're just not playing very well, and until they come back into what we know they can be, I can't put all my eggs in that basket. So I'm going to have to toss some XSET's way and see them take Border.
Wow, casters divided. Blue going for Astralis, Stokes going for XSET. The thing is that it's kind of like we were talking about earlier. We know the individual talent is there. Astralis just needs to kind of bring that out, but we'll see if today is the day. Thanks for your input. We'll catch back up with our casters in a moment when the game begins. Now it's time to ask our analysts and our guest analysts. Why don't you go ahead and start us off, CDAPS? What do you think on this one?
Well, so much of me wants to vote Astralis because I think they have so much talent on this team. But when you look at XSET, there's really not a whole lot of flaws that you can say that potentially somebody like Forest could exploit. I think in a Forest versus Kino matchup, Kino's not really a sitting duck, and he can shoot back, and getting those opening picks with Forest kind of scampering into sight, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, and that's been one of the strongest factors of Astralis. I think it's going to get fully mitigated, so I'm all in on XSET.
I'm in on the XSET train too. I love the potential that we see Astralis continuing to show, but that's like a dirty word. At the same time, we say talent is kind of a dirty word if you're not really able to use it to its fullest extent. And if that's the best thing that we can say about this Astralis team, then I'm a little bit worried because XSET have way more things figured out at the minute. I'd like to think Astralis can do a reset kind of on a week-to-week basis, but they're in a bit of a hole. I think XSET are just in a much better position.
Fair enough.
In college, they called me Jesse Rep the Set Chick. So I will be going for XSET
Really?
as well.
Did they really call you that?
They did. It was weird. In like math class, I put my hand up and they'd go, Set Rep or Jesse? I'd be, yeah, I rep the set XSET.
Wow. Specifically XSET.
I'm really sorry for the school you went to.
Well, I do rep other sets.
Oh, what other sets do you rep?
You called his bluff. He has no idea.
What's another set? I don't know.
Let's go squat. We can do like 5 sets.
Yeah, I rep the squat.
Oh, there you go.
5 by 5, we got it.
Yeah,
there we are.
I won't make you do all 5 right now. That's a lot.
If we put a barbell on your shoulders, you would collapse. I'm sorry.
All right, that's a little far.
Sounds like a challenge. Sounds like a pre-show segment.
Oh, I rep the data set. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I thought you were maybe
Did production pipe that into your ear?
Sure did.
You are not a witty man. Whatever, dude.
Boy bands from the 90s, a set of singers, perhaps.
Sure, yeah.
In sync, Backstreet.
Only your brain would go there, Doa.
Let's find out, of course. Let's find out what the coin has to say. It's going to be XSET, heads. It's going to be Astralis, tails. Ooh, it's tails. The coin is not repping the set in college or otherwise. It's going to be Astralis for the coin's prediction. Let's see what the fans have to say. I would imagine it's going to be, okay, XSET 76% is what I'm being told. So big advantage for XSET, of course, coming into this one. But again, we know Astralis has the skills. We know they're putting in the work. It just seems like it's not coming out for whatever reason. If that's a mental thing, if that's a strategic thing, I don't know. I do believe anytime they could pop off, though. We'll see if it's going to be this time. And we'll also see what our community poll is right now. The question is, who will score more shotgun kills, Kino or Forest? All right.
Who starts on defense?
Kino's kind of crazy with the smoke shotty.
Yeah.
I feel like Forest is more of like a SMG gamer, though.
I would lean Kino, but
XSET does start on defense, which makes me think if we see Kino play more shotguns, he'll have more of a chance to use them, so I'll say Kino.
Fair enough. Well, you can go and vote for yourself at R6 Esports NA, R6 NA Esports. I got one of those are right, trust me. We're going to take a quick break while I figure out what our Twitter handle is. And when we come back, it's going to be XSET versus Astralis on our 3rd game of the day here on the NAL. Don't miss it.
back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our third matchup of the day. Bound to be an interesting one here. Astralis still looking to improve their standings. Unfortunately, this stage has been a little bit rough for them. For XSET, though, they're sitting just outside of the top 4, just outside of potential major qualification status. They as well have a lot to play for here today. Stokes, what do you make of this matchup here as we get ready to jump into Border for our first match of the day?
Well, XSET is knocking on the door of third place, as you said. Spacestation currently at 13 points, at least by CGG's point structure here. XSET currently at 11. So with a regulation win over Astralis, they have the opportunity to obviously catapult ahead of them and hold that third spot going into tomorrow. There's obviously some other players in the mix here, like DarkZero, as well as TSM that still has to play. So there's still a little bit of, you know, movement that we're going to see inside of the structure of the standings before tomorrow. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a game on our hands. Astralis has not been looking too hot stage 3, but we're looking to see if they can bounce back on a map like Border. Offers a lot of frag potential, but as we were mentioning earlier, Astralis has kind of been hampered in that department.
Absolutely the case. They're going to be looking to make improvements on that today. Once again, going to be putting a heavy amount of pressure onto the all-star players like Forest and to some extent Iconic as well to pick up the slack here that some of the other members haven't necessarily been able to bring to the table in the past few matches. We'll see if maybe, just maybe, they can make a difference in that respect, as we are going to be heading to Border for this matchup, as we mentioned a few moments ago. Let's get into it, though, and find out who's going to be topping out this matchup, and for XSET's sake, if they'll be able to push themselves into the top 4 to still be in the running, qualify for the major in just a few months' time. Let's get started with our bands coming up right now.
Last time we saw XSET come here, they played up against Parabellum and actually ended up losing it as they went back to a map that Parabellum had played the prior day. They kind of checked them on it and was seeing if they could get one over on them, but obviously that was not the case. Now XSET donning Border once again here to see if they can take it up against their hotly contested, co-NAL team, I guess here, that they've been rivaling this entire year. It's been quite an interesting one in between these two squads, between Stage 1 and Stage 2. Stage 3's been kind of a weird moment for both of them. XSET kind of falling off the rocker, a lot less than Astralis. They're still in contention, but for AST, it's been a hard-fought Stage 3.
Definitely the case. We'll see if they can make improvements on this one, though. XSET, like I was mentioning there during our prediction segment, have been a little bit all over the place. Things have been looking, to be fair again, though, much more consistent over the past 2 weeks or so now for this squad. So in theory, XSET should be able to come in and close this one down, proceeding among the likes of course, Mirage, who they took down last week, and I believe TSM also in the last 2 weeks or so. But at the same time here, we have seen them falter earlier on in the stage, and Astralis with players like Forest leading the charge can certainly break a weaker structure we might tend to get out of XSET from time to time. Let's get into it, though, as it's going to be Astralis on the attack, XSET on the defense, and we're going to be starting out in the usual expected site with the upstairs hold from XSET on the second floor to begin things here. Interesting operator lineup as well. A lot of freedom going over to each individual player. We're only going to have one utility mitigation operator coming in the form of Yaga, of course, adding the laser gates. Aside from that, it's a whole spread of different forms of utility, traps, as well as distractions, really anything you could throw out here. And then Spirits, of course, going to be taking on a lot of that pressure when the actual site execute begins with the smart glasses on the Warden.
10 seconds left. You can see how XSET kind of wants to set up the majority of this top floor, as well as with these laser gates, assist in trying to get Astralis to path in certain directions, or just have to clear out some of these windows with their utility, give a piece over there that they're not going to be able to use a little bit later on. Now, the thing for Astralis is that they do have an abundance of this. They obviously have the stun grenades as well as some EMPs. They're actually doubled up on frag grenades as well. It's going to be bringing 4 of those. But for both of these lineups, you can really see the same tale, which is the fact that they really want to be able to set things up and take these fights around their utility, especially with Forest here on that OSA. We're probably going to see her over towards like maybe the east stairwell, or trying to play out on these balconies where she won't be as susceptible to nitro cells.
Relatively quiet start to the round, however, really for both squads. Astralis, of course, just rattling whatever noise they can make to open up barricades as well as these outside walls. You can see West Main, of course, a few players taking up position by there. XSET Spirits has gone out a little bit more adventurously, though. He's going to be holding that balcony position just over by Break Room, and we'll try to see if he can catch anyone trying to push their way into East Main. Not necessarily looking like we got a whole lot of that pressure coming in from Astralis just as of yet. Yaga did step outside for a second, I believe, revealing himself for just a split second, but that's to be expected to have a player in this position, given the site that we are attacking specifically. Forrest getting a little bit of a nasty surprise there as Gomez accidentally rotates directly next to him. Obviously, Forrest won't be able to react to that, but he'll get a quick correction after he puts the shield away. Ended up taking Gomez down outright, so a great start to the round, and nicely blocked as well. Gets the shield back out. Little bait and switch, but Kino wins it as he finds a two-piece for himself instead. Spirits now finding a third for XSET as they've turned this situation around very quickly and taking control, bringing it down to a 4v2.
Extremely disrespectful from Forrest there, but Kino brings it back across the line.
Iconic.
Spirits with the move, but Iconic shuts him down. Astralis will stay in this round.
Case down at the moment, though, so Astralis are going to have to take a step back, wait out at least the current Toxic Babe from Kino. Kino's smartness realized that there is going to be a case pass there. He can try to throw out the other two and just waste time here, force a bit of a longer rotate from Astralis as well, but more than likely not going to be able to catch that. Down to the final minute. Even past that as well, Astralis have bigger concerns to worry about than getting the case back. They are still down a player here, and they don't have the greatest amount of map control either. I would argue that Intel is also probably not going to be at the greatest extent. You can see them kind of very slowly peeking into office and whatnot, like they're not fully aware of what could potentially be waiting there for them. That could be building upon what I was just mentioning, and indeed, it seems to be the case. Kino's position behind the fountain goes completely unnoticed, and Yaga also succeeds in picking up the last defensive kill.
Very nicely done from XSET here, but Kino especially, his utter dominance around the office space and staying active over towards Fountain, not shying away from Astralis trying to regain map control, or trying to recapture that light that they had with their initial explosive take. But the big thing there was XSET's ability to adapt around what Astralis' take was, especially, again, for Kino, with those two big kills that he got over on the office side. That shuts down a lot of Astralis' take. They have to recoil and see where they can potentially try and slot in next, and that makes it to where they kind of have to rebuff themselves and look for other avenues, which again XSET did a fantastic job of exploiting later on.
So XSET well and in charge here after they spin things around from Forrest's attempt to follow his way to the inside of office. Does not work out despite Iconic and a few of the other members' best attempts to turn it around. So those two will be the only two to strike, on round number one, and XSET will feast among the rest of that with Kino picking up 3 kills. Now time to see how they transition into the next hold here as they will be going to the first floor vent hold for themselves. Very similar operator lineup, but a few changes need to be necessitated. Kino taking over the alibi where Gomez was using it previously because Gomez now wants to bring the Azami into the fold. Very rare, of course, that Azami is actually allowed in play, but Border is going to be one of those maps where she has actually been able to sneak through quite a bit. And Gomez, of course, will be very happy about that as he can set himself up quite confidently now with those barricades.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you really have to respect things like Valkyrie and Mira here. You know, as much as Azami is quite the nuisance and she lets you set up things around the map that you wouldn't exactly be able to play around prior, those other two are almost more annoying, I would say, especially with the info game from Valkyrie, as well as just how the Miras can break up this map and make it really difficult to pressure certain points that you're really trying to get control of as an offender. So some solid bans across the board, but as you said, that's going to leave Azami out and about. Another pretty interesting thing about that last round before we get too deep here, Force is actually leading the league in entries. That's going to be another one, another feather in his cap. It'll be plus 13 now for him, but with how Astralis' stage has been going, it's actually going to quickly go back on its own heels, and they'll lose that, but fortunately enough, they'll be able to get the pick in the second round, as well as Iconic will be able to pick that up, and now they have the entirety of security to themselves.
That's done, nicely cleared as well. Spirits will not be able to respond to that in kind, so he goes down. The Warden utility that could have been useful in the late round going to be lost. Kino as well chucking out one of his clones to the outside. Going to put that very annoying notification on the screen in front of Astralis' faces here until they wrap back around towards front door to deal with that. To be fair, it's not in a tough to find position, but Kino is still going to be able to excel amongst the chaos. Catches DP fire, trying to clear out break room. Second round in a row now that XSET have been able to drop the case carrier with no one supporting him either, so that's going to have to be a fallback from someone else on Astralis to go get that. Looks like it'll more than likely be Forrest with the way things are currently swinging.
Well, Forrest will tag a few people up through the walls there. Obviously, a lot of these reinforcements were used up top as XSET's trying to hold full map control away from Astralis, but things starting to go awry in a certain sense. They'll be able to get control of the cameras, and XSET still combative on the bottom floor. Gomez looking to take it one step further as he'll explode into Passport, but nobody home as we know. He's just got some solid positioning here for the time being. Astralis wants to try and get utter dominance over the verticality game, and it's working beautifully for them. Forest will be able to take down DS due to that. The Sledge creating some side angles as well, making a lot of these different areas very difficult to play. It's forcing XSET to spring to action, and fortunately enough, they have a Yaga, but it's traded out. It's down into the 1v1. We have to do it the old Western style, ladies and gentlemen. It's a duel, and Shuttle will take him down. It's 1-1.
Astralis bring us back onto even turf here by recovering nicely inside of the second round. Are able to trade their way down throughout the map. Starts a slow process, of course. A few bumps along the way, but they are able to get the job done as it's brought down to the 1v1, and Shuttle excels, clutching it up for Astralis to bring them back into the fold here.
Love what Astralis was doing with this top floor take here. Didn't feel as though they needed to try and influence too much on the bottom floor. We don't even see an entry from them downstairs, minus Forest that I do believe snuck into Passport and kind of scampered off over bottom square. We saw him pre-firing a little bit into the walls of sight and taking up Yaga there with that duel kind of in the mid round. But past that, Astralis' entire focus was on that top floor and isolating the XSET player that was over around break. And they did that so beautifully, John. They find him very, very quickly, and that's able to translate into the entirety of that top floor going into their control. And when you have some amazing cutoffs downstairs, like that hatch coming in, from Bookshelf, as well as, some of the sledge angles coming in from Armory, it's super difficult for XSET to try and do too much by playing off of site. So they have to try and get into the mix of things and see if they can get some big kills. But obviously, Astralis was ready for that. They knew what they were doing on that top floor, and just all in all, a great strategy to take them down for the very first round.
All right, so Astralis back in control to some extent here on the attacking side. Now going to need to try and take away a second round. XSET will similarly not ball in for a second attempt over on their event hole. They're just going to go over to Tellers instead, so the defense will shift a little bit. Do similar operator choice. We are going to see a much more drastic departure from normality here. The Oryx coming out for Kino to keep him mobile between the hatch play that's going to be activated on these sites. Wamai will take over for utility mitigation here, and instead of the smoke that we've been seeing pretty consistently brought, Yaga is going to go towards the mute instead of trying to deny the intel clear that Astralis was able to go for quite confidently towards the mid portions of the last round. A few changes for Astralis as well, most really iconic, of course, going on to the Ash. So we'll see what he could potentially unleash, since he's got the G3 currently running on the Ash as well.
Couple of change-ups here for XSET. Same similar story, though, overall, obviously. We're still going to be going for some top-floor defense, and this honestly opens up a very large gap here that Forest is currently exploiting to its absolute fullest, rather. And Forest will be able to pick up Kino. No one thinking that anybody's just going to walk in, but Forest is obviously very capable of this. Gomez will take him down, and now, yes, the case is down inside of sight, but XSET still has to do so much here. You can see Astralis battling back as they know XSET has to try and make their way towards sight, but the trade game's worked out for both teams. It's a 2 versus 2. Astralis has some control here. J9O is going to be forced to hop inside of the teller's window. He really needs control of this case, but XSET know this. You can see them playing the counter angles here. Spirit's backed off inside of Passport. Nice little hole here. No real chance for Astralis to get any information on this either. Oh, it's going to be a pre-fire, and J9O takes him down. It somehow worked its way through for Astralis. DS now has to clutch up. It's going to be a fake plant here. He knows where that case is. DS with so much time, but how will he play this? He has access to the staircase as well, but they want to try and take the fight. He takes one. Was it ill-advised? J9O! Oh my goodness gracious. It's on a knife's edge. DS, he still has full health, John. How has he accomplished this? J9O will get back into sight. He's going to start the plan up once again. He's almost done here. He's going to get it planted, but the shot from DS! Oh my! It's round 3, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the game we're getting.
That's a rough one for Astralis at the end of the day, too, given the absolute opportunity to work their way into the site. Free plant, basically, given over to Forest as well, but not nearly enough overwatch from his teammates to be able to get that initial plant down to the ground. He got scared off of that, peeked into the wrong direction, gets dropped, and from that point forward, it's a very chaotic process of the Astralis roster trying to get back their control, and they just can never seem to go for it, even inside of the 2v1, going for the duel instead of taking the guaranteed plant they had. Very, very questionable one from Astralis as they lose that out, and XSET is obviously going to take that every single time, especially given the way that the duel was proceeded towards them for the 1v2. They didn't even try to take it together, just a 1-2 peak here, giving them the individual fights he needed to shut down in the clutch.
My, oh my, that was a time for Astralis to be able to redeem themselves from how this stage has been going, especially with the decision-making there. J90 and Shuttle decide that they want to take the fight to DS. It's 2 versus 1. You still had the advantage. Not a bad idea, especially with the amount of time left. I mean, if you really want to go for it that way, you can. But it just goes so completely wrong. They give him so much space inside of Square. Playing around the bottom of that east stairwell is extremely easy given all of the pillars around, the concrete half wall that exists there. There's just so many different ways that he can avoid the lanes that you're going to try and influence him through, or like DS did, because he's a smart guy, you can pressure him, and you can kill one of the people on an ISO'd one-on-one, and then you're really going to make J90 think about what his next decision is, because, oh crap, we're not losing this round because we decided to try and take a 2 versus 1. You know, it's definitely a weird one we're going to go back and definitely talk about, and definitely tell you the analysts are probably up to their neck right now in data on that one. They're like, what the hell was that? But past that, though, Astralis still with quite a few opportunities here. And, I mean, you gotta just tip the cap to DS as well on that round. That was his first 2 kills of the whole game, by the way. He clutches it out up against one of the best teams that we have in the NAL for the entirety of 2022.
Nicely played by DS here, and certainly putting XSET on the right foot forward, being able to wrap all the way upstairs again here as well, so XSET will have strong confidence to be able to control things on this site hold also. Astralis did try to work their way in. We saw some moderate success from Forrest trying to push his way in on the office flank specifically, but aside from that, was shut down quite quickly by the rest of the XSET roster, so I doubt they're going to be too fearful about how they proceed on this round. Now, once again, we'll explain why Yog is being so aggressive here as well. They know they've got the advantage right now. They really want to try to push this envelope as far as they possibly can before it potentially comes back to bite. Yes, we've seen the response rounds come in from Astralis, but at the moment, control for them inside of the round itself has been few and far between. For the most part, XSET has been dictating the way this game needs to proceed. And Astralis needs to find a way to change that up, whether it's avoiding the direct duels because of the general weakness of their overall roster outside of a few star players, or something else. Might need to change the procedure here to try and find out a bit of a more consistent closeout to some of these rounds.
Love that move there by Spirits. Uses the kunai to block off the angle and push himself forward. Almost gets caught off guard by his own alibi clone there from his teammate, but obviously no shot sent down range, so won't be too big of a call sign for Astralis to know that his positioning is now inside of break, but I mean, it is just about high time for them to get moving here. We have to get the ball rolling. They've at least gotten some semblance of control over Office. They're abusing Radio Window here. They've got the OSA shield moving up the balcony side. They're looking for a plant inside of Archives. Now, this is quite preventable by XSET depending on how they go about this. The other thing is there is some impacts on Spirit, so depending on his positioning, he might be able to get rid of this OSA shield outright. But it's going to be a double setup and a plant here for Forest. This is an old school siege, so obviously no one's going to be down low with a nitro cell just sitting here waiting to blow anybody up. He's going to be able to impact the first shield, but it doesn't really matter. Shuttle's got it shut down on the cross from the AC unit. DP Fire sneaking his way into Office as well. It's going to be hard fought for XSET.
This is the type of execute Astralis have wanted for the past 2 to 3 rounds here now. Beautifully played by them. Much better Overwatch overall on the inside of the site. And as you can see, XSET are struggling just to maintain positioning, let alone player count here. Gomez will be brought back from the grave. And after that trade from Diaz, we're into a 2v3 overall. Not impossible to be one out here, but now going to be very tough as Gomez is finished off. Diaz pushed into a corner, nowhere to run as well. So it's Astralis with a absolutely shuddering round coming out here against the players on the other side, be able to take control yet again here and tie us up at 2-2.
Very well done from Astralis, taking their time once they got control of the eastern stairs and seeing how they wanted to go about things, making sure that XSET didn't really have a counter for their play over on the Archive side. I especially love the preparation of just having the OSA play around the balcony space there and just hold the door. You know, I think that for Astralis, it was a very solid play because they didn't overplay their hand. We didn't see anybody try and jump ahead, you know, jump the gun, try and take a fight with XSET inside the 90 hallway or something like that. It was just very clean siege, so quite the respectable round 4 there from Astralis.
So with Astralis back on the right foot, we'll see how they try to close things out. 2 more rounds to go, of course, inside of this half. XSET, once again, not favoring replays on any of the sites they've gone onto previously. They're going to head downstairs once again into vents. They did lose this one on the last attempt as well, so Astralis going to be feeling that confidence to an extra extent now because they're already riding high off of their previous win, and now they have to go back to a site where they've already been able to control things in the past. They're going to shut this one down for a second time, and we'll see a very similar operator lineup from XSET overall, so not going to expect any huge change up in their style of play. Roam game, of course, might vary a little bit here, and that could cause some problems, but overall, XSET is going to be looking once again to wrangle control over Astralis early on with those extended positions away from the actual site.
We've already had a wild story through 4 rounds here, John. Astralis has gotten all of the opening picks, but we still sit at a dead heat. 2-2 as XSET has been able to rally back, especially for DS's sake, with his clutch on the Teller's site. XSET now trying to set pace here. Yaga with an early peek out of Archive's window. Nobody home on the bus side, though. He's looking to see if anybody wants to try and climb up that bus ladder. Always something you have to be aware of when you are working that north side of border.
Away from that, things are going to be pretty quiet across the map. No one from XSET trying to line up a play this early on. That may change over the next few seconds, of course. We do have the players inside of security definitely trying to activate themselves in Forest. Timing almost doesn't work out for him here as he heads up top. Got a panic phone call, but that only opens up another window of opportunity for Kino to swing. Spirits did get down while all of this was going on, of course, but looks like he's in a somewhat safe position. Never mind. Iconic will be able to finish him off once he gets access to CCTV. So that will be 1-to-1 traded on opposite sides of the map to bring us down to a 4v4 now.
Well, Kino with the first blood for XSET here of the defensive side. He'll take down Forest, who, oddly enough, was just accessing his logic bombs out in front of God and everybody, and gets re-peaked as soon as the logic bomb goes off. So, great timing by Kino there. And speaking of timing, he'll get it done again. A dastardly move from him. Iconic's going to try and chase, and he'll win it out. He'll keep his friend alive, but he feels as though there needs to be more done here. Fortunately enough, they have J90 on Finka, so this will be easily done for Astralis. They can res him from across the map. They don't need somebody to run over and pick him up naturally. It'll be the Adrenal Surge instead. And now XSET, worse because of it. It's going to be a 2 versus 4 with DS trying to play this off of site, but at least as of right now, the case is down, but I do believe it is still in the Astralis possession.
Yeah, I was just hoping for the wrong rotate at the moment, and he might very well be gifted with it. At the same time, though, you could see that player from Astralis up on top, definitely priming utility, waiting for an opportunity to potentially catch the player down below if they are aware of it. Yaga attempting to pull off pretty much the same exact thing over by the customs hatch as well. 45 seconds remain. Astralis need to finally make a move sooner rather than later here. But where do they want to strike? Where do they want to try to move things forward? Inside of the actual site, it's pretty much open for the taking. XSET only holding the extremities, looking to pinch this once the Astralis members have taken up possession on the inside of the site. And there we go. Diaz able to finally catch one here from his top-down position. Finds J90. It had been a long wait to line up that kill, but he does indeed get it. Ready, however, for the drop-down from Iconic as he scores a 4th kill on the round. An ace very well possible here as he's got the challenge now versus Yaga, but he denies it. Yaga takes him down instead. The plant will go down in the meanwhile on the inside of Ventilation. How does Yaga attempt to clutch out what started as a 1v3 and will very much become that if he can complete the set. 2 kills to go. Tries to go for the wraparound, but a smart read from the players on Astralis. They have the cutoff instead. Yaga may be somewhat aware of DP Fire's position to his left as he tries to crawl through this divide. He's got the pre-fire, but not the correct position for it, so Astralis still end up coming out on top, now with the lead as well as we head into the final round.
We got another plant down here for Astralis, and as you said, they're going to take the lead yet again here. Although Pino was able to get the pick and actually had a very nice set over there on the east stairs. Just very unfortunate that XSET wasn't really able to translate it into all that much. Once Astralis was able to get a foothold on site, it was overwhelming for XSET. Not able to really get done too much done past that. Obviously, we did have some nice plays there from Diaz over inside of the bathroom, but wasn't anything to really be able to bring them back into the race. So now Astralis will pull ahead here. We'll see what they can get done for their very last offensive round. This offensive side has been quite the interesting one, especially because it seems like a lot of the times Astralis is getting pretty punished on these entries. I mean, we've had Force with quite a few of those, and Astralis overall leading 4-1 on the entry game as of right now, but the scoreline still pretty close, and that's due to a myriad of different reasons. The main one being that a lot of the times that we're seeing these big pickups from Astralis, XSET is able to get it back pretty quickly in a lot of different ways. So we'll see if that happens on this last round here, what XSET's last strategy is going to be, unless we get forced to overtime later on. So we'll have to see what they want to try and do with this. They are going to be rocking the Oryx here, so could have some fun stuff going on the roam game. And Spirits is going to be back into break room for this one.
It is interesting as well, as I've noticed quite often, Astralis are only able to kind of make their gains after the fact, after XSET's made a play against them, whether it's pushing directly into one of their players, catching them off guard, and then they bring one of the superstars out like Forest or like Iconic to trade that out. We've been seeing that happen a lot as well, but they've been getting better and better control over that, to be fair, compared to some of the other games we've seen out of them this season. So trying to kind of hone things in as we get towards the tail end of the year of play as far as the region is concerned. Spirits, though, will deny the early advances from Astralis on this round as he shuts him down amongst the Kiva barricade setup he has here in Break Room, knocking out Shuttle and removing the Sledge from play on a top-down round as well. Certainly would have liked to use that Sledge since we don't have any breaching charges on any of the other players. Will be tough now to open up those top-down angles, and they will more than likely have to try and play that out horizontally, which is not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
Timing. Yes, indeed. Well, interesting stuff here. Spirits also actually having one of the highest KPRs in all of North America, the highest in this lobby as of right now at a .91. Speaking of getting kills, it's back onto Forest as well. He's been lighting up the scoreboard when it comes to those entries, but obviously this time around things not working out for Shuttle. Astralis are going to be down a man as we reach the halfway moment here. Straw's going to be pushing through. Iconic's at least going to get a lead-off pick and equalize things here, but Yaga's got a nice cross. He's going to step up to the plate. This stun will still get him a forward move, and oh my, a stun dump. Yaga's going to get eaten alive, and that's going to force XSET off of the top floor.
Absolutely not the fault of Yaga at all there, pretty much. He couldn't see a thing as he had about 3 to 4 different flashes dumped on top of him with nowhere safe to run from either. No coverage had been set up. He was already pushed into a corner, so very well executed there from Astralis. Just left him unable to respond to the situation outright unless he took a random shotgun shot. Astralis going to be up now 4-3, down to the final minute of play as well. Still a few tricky problems that have been set up by XSET that'll need to be dealt with here, so time may become a primary concern for Astralis as they start to work their way towards the Teller's area itself. As you can see, plenty of members of XSET sprinkled amongst this actual site, looking to try and catch the players on Astralis off guard, but so far that has failed. Gomez going to go down outright. Forest now with the safety to go for a plant, but Kino is nearby, has the angle through the wall, but again, Overwatch has been set up much better for Astralis the later portion of this half here. Jane, I know, will execute the last player coming out from XSET, lock in a 4th round for the squad.
Astralis' scoreboard starting to look alive, especially for J90. -16 on the season, and not something that we're used to seeing for him on a stage-to-stage basis, but it's starting to come back here. Looking quite solid. I do believe he's at 8 kills right now just on that offensive side. So switching things over to defense could be quite interesting, especially for him. J90 is going to be slotted into the Kaid on this one, so probably won't be too much of a roaming-esque character here. Might be played a little bit back towards site, but also could be played up top for something like, half wall, just trying to keep those armory walls sealed or something along those lines. We'll have to see what Astralis' strategy is for this. Past that, you can see 3 quite interesting things happening here for Astralis with the Mozzie. The Capcan as well as the Pulse rolling their way in. We've been seeing quite a bit of Pulse play here on Border as of late, and honestly just throughout the history of Border in general. Always a very solid pick, especially when you're playing some of these downstairs sites. A good preventative measure to try and deal with the offense once they take control of that top floor. They're working their way in to try and pressure some of your top floor defenders. So we'll see if Astralis can get away with this as they'll attempt to slow things down through that Mute Mozzie combo as well as that Capcan and keep everybody up to date as to what's going on in the moment with that cardiac sensor.
A few repicks that end up coming in from XSET, of course. Now we're going to see how they're able to bleed out into this round. So we got the IQ being brought in, most notably there for Spirits as well, to try to figure out what's going on the defensive side, and most notably, if he can detect, I think he just found it as well. Yep, there is the pulse. Nicely done, but good coverage coming in from Astralis. His DP Fire has his teammates back, or I guess front side in this case, be able to trade out the death of Iconic and still keep things even at a 4v4.
That's extremely worth, especially because Iconic has been going nucleosis this entire game. He's 10-5 at the current moment, so trading that out for the IQ especially, just, utility to utility, that heavily is weighted in the favor of Astralis.
That was like 80% of the reason to have the IQ in the first place. Exactly. Was to find him, so job accomplished as far as Spirits is concerned.
Yeah, that's why as soon as Spirits more than likely saw the jump prompt on the window, he's like, I'm going in. we're flying here. We're coming through. So XSET will at least get the lead-off pick to start off their offensive half. And yes, Astralis do retaliate, but now they have to try and deal with the rest of this XSET onslaught down a very key member of their squad.
At the same time, the IQ could have been useful when you look at the remaining utility on the board, the PES as well as the EDDs and the electrical. But generally speaking, at this level of play, XSET should be able to detect and figure out how to deal with those without too much of a problem, considering that their IQ is dead, of course. So once again, the bigger problem was finding out that pulse, and they're able to succeed in that. Well, yes, of course, our utility would be convenient. It's not required by any extent here to clear out the rest of this round. XSET definitely clearing things out, though, as they get over here towards the fountain areas. You can see they've opened up most of the floorboard in that area to try and hunt down any of the resistance coming in from Astralis down below. Want to see if they can get lucky finding any kills from that perspective before making the dive themselves. However, as you can see from the silhouettes, not a whole lot in that neighborhood from Astralis. They've positioned mainly over customs instead, with just a single member of the team currently positioned in the actual site. This will be a bit of a tense hold for that player specifically, but if the plan is properly set up, Astralis should be able to crunch this on the execute.
Well, Astralis have locked up workshop side. That'll give the mini hatch readily available for XSET. I'll be able to open that up and start trying to transition into some verticality play here. Astralis trying to battle back with some nitro cells, but Yaga, he's aware. He's backing off of these angles as soon as he opens them, not pushing himself forward too far and risking too much. Very well done from him. Diaz,
got it.
Oh, he's been able to find the shoulder of Forest. Now XSET pull ahead, and they're starting to plant as well. DP Fire's been caught out by Gomez, and the entirety of Astralis lays dead on the ground. Shuttle to join them quickly. He just had one foot in the grave. XSET will quickly boot him down the hill, and it'll be an XSET round.
XSET, in my opinion, is way too well prepared for the execute there, as we saw the players on Astralis kind of giving up their second floor hold after that one-to-one trade, not really trying to flirt too much with the battles up there after that initial duel went down. Past that, again, did want to set up for a crunch play coming in from customs, but it never really looked like they got to that point where they were able to do that. XSET was very well aware that that was the setup and spent that extra minute or so that they had after trading things out up top, just finding all the intel they needed to make sure that when they were ready to move down, they did so in one swift move that pretty much took those players down outright. Nicely played there from XSET, and a good way to bounce back quickly here, as now they're only one round behind.
Yeah, I loved all the decision-making across the board there from XSET, especially with what we saw early on from Spirits, taking out the Pulse, Astralis, attempt to retaliate, right? I mean, pass, obviously, the pick that they got there for that even trade, at least on man count. But XSET had the majority of the control that they really needed or saw fit in order to take that past that moment, because they knew that Astralis wasn't going to know exactly what they were doing any longer. So it was practically already mission accomplished there. They just had to follow through with it, in which they did quite swimmingly once they got control of that top floor and were able to really put a lockdown on Astralis' defensive site setup. So Astralis is going to be going for a very similar thing, but this time across the map. It's going to be Tellers this time around. We're going to have the Pulse back in play, but it won't be on Iconic. Instead, it's going to be on Shuttle. Iconic actually donning the Oryx instead, but we're going to be keeping some other fun stuff around with the Cat Can. So is Thunderbird working our way in. We got the Castle Barricades to slap up as well to try and prevent XSET from getting to key points of the map too quickly, but they do have a decent amount of soft breach, so I don't know how long that'll hold up.
A little bit of a different operator, of course, for those who haven't noticed it as well. On the Astralis side of things, the Kona stations have come out for DP Fires. He's picked up the Thunderbird for this one. So it's not an operator we tend to see all that often, unless you're one of the few people that play like competitive console Siege, then you see it a lot. But away from that, of course, it's going to be very convenient for the more extended members of the Astralis roster right now, having that little home base to proceed back to get a little bit of a health boost that can make or break any individual 1v1 you get yourself into. Iconic, of course, going to be the most beneficial to that at the moment, as he does have the one sitting right into the hallway rotate from his current room in CCTV. So if things get a little bit hot, he can get a nice little health fill up on the way out, shoot that thing before he proceeds back to the actual site as well.
Gorgeous strategy to be able to try and stand tall in some of these key parts of the map, and this happens to be one of them. Security. Iconic with this Oryx does have the opportunity to try and skimper off into Bookshelf and get down the hatch here. He's probably the only character in the entire game that can try and make a cross against a professional player like that, unless you just want to kill him instead. Iconic takes down one, and it's actually going to be Astralis to come out on the top of the heap. Yaga's going to take some heat as well. Forrest will take down Gomez out on the balcony, but Yaga's got the refrag. But obviously, quick maths, Astralis still ahead here in the man count. Diaz is trying to fight back, though. He's worked his way in on this top floor, but unbeknownst to him, both Astralis members are going to drop off the top through the hatch. This has worked out swimmingly for them thus far. Nitrocell out by Shuttle, but it's going to land on deaf ears.
Nitro, unfortunately, a little bit premature there. Not going to be able to catch DS out XSET as well, still down a player here, so would have liked to try and grapple that opportunity to catch that player that ran away, but not going to end up being possible. J90 now has the overwatch for the drop down, not going to take the direct contestation on the angle, a little bit scared of a hop down from up on top, and that would potentially directly counter him out, and he's right to assume so. So playing a little bit more passively against the actual hatch angle. XSET though, not really enough with much of a choice. They're going to drop down towards it anyway. J90 would have heard that, I'm pretty sure, so he's going to be aware. Doesn't have the full confidence going for the swing, but still sinks the shot. Nicely done to take down Diaz, leaving only Yaga in the fight now for a 1v3. Shuttle, J90 and DP Fire still alive, still pretty much full HP. Not the best hopes coming in for Yaga here, especially considering that he needs to wrap around. Gets a free vision peek though here again. Shuttle is able to figure out at least where he's playing from, but he's got that bulletproof sitting in front of him, giving full intel over. It's just a really tough battle to win here for Yaga at the end of the day. He'll go for it, got rid of the bulletproof at least, but all that is set up now is the line of fire for DP Fire to take him down. Astralis keep their lead strong now at 5-3.
Astralis' top floor defense works out. They get all the picks that they need on that security side, led off by Iconic. XSET taking some very serious damage inside of that opening engagement, and it makes it so difficult to try and work out a situation like a 2v3, especially when you're trying to drop down a hatch, John. That makes it so very difficult. Not a lot of angles in that area to be able to support that either, unless, I mean, you really want to try and go for like bottom square, but then like you're just taking fights with the other team anyways, just given off of your positioning. So really difficult situation for XSET really any way you look at it, and that's going to proc a tactical timeout. To be expected as well. These offenses not as clean as we'd expect out of XSET, especially after we saw them just decimate that top floor the prior round.
Yeah, so very much a needed attack balls coming in at this point here. It's going to get a little bit dodgy from this point forward. They drop one more round, and of course, or that penultimate one coming in for the players on Astralis. Taking it here now, at least gives them an opportunity to try and rebound with a quick 2-round spree to tie us back up and still keep them in the game, so to speak here. That pause, of course, is already expired. We're heading back in game now to see if Astralis can keep their own streak running, as of course, they also get the opportunity to get some input from their coach on that pause. So they may have a few new things to bring out here for their upstairs hold as they try to lock this one in alongside what will very potentially be a 6th round if they can get it.
Well, one of the biggest games from Iconic that we've seen this entire stage, currently 11-6-2, and they haven't even made it to the penultimate point just yet. They're knocking on the door of that right now. It could be round 10. As for XSET, it's pretty even across the board, but Kino standing pretty tall here today. Usually I do believe right in the middle of the pack. Yes, indeed. Smack dab in the middle, in fact. 1.03, 43 and 45. -2 for his KD spread, but based off of just the position he has to play for XSET, he's doing such a bang-up job. We usually see him on this ace at AK-12. Just an absolute treat to use, especially as a kind of a flex support player. It's just such a good gun, man. So whenever you get to actually play ace in a circumstance like this, you definitely have to make the most of it. You can see Kino doing that right now with the way he's lighting up this scoreboard.
Astralis well in charge of the situation. Next, it's going to have to be careful with every step they take to make sure they don't make the same mistakes as we've seen them fall into on the previous few rounds here. Much more composed opening coming in from an XSET as a result of that. Very heavy emphasis on the drone work here, specifically near the specifically over here near the office area of the map, just to try and figure out what's going on with this extended setup. But Astralis is deployed into quite heavily, at least 2 of their own players committed to this fight. And in a second, we're going to have to see them actually jump into the fight itself. Kino, proceeding forward. A whole line has been opened up as well. He's going to use one of the Selmas just to bring it a bit wider. Does manage to sneak off a shot on the Shuttle as well. So creeps out just a little bit too far. Shuttle maybe going to be thinking twice about proceeding forward with this as Kino takes out another member of his team entirely here. That's DP Fire going down, I believe, closer towards CCTV as Iconic tries to make up for it.
Yeah, you definitely have to start worrying about things when Kino gets hot. He can take control of a game if he so chooses, but you could say the same about this man right here, King Iconic. Shifty inside of security, waiting for some assistance on his hatch, and Forrest will be able to suffice. Knock that open. Now has a safer position to be able to stand around security and be even more of a nuisance towards XSET. And speaking of which, they're starting to work things out on the balcony side here, seeing if they can try and play this in on the security window, see if they can hold things down on box. The Sledge will work his way in, get rid of the castle barricade. It's still laser gated though. Iconic will take down a Gomez, just tries to trot in the building, and Astralis have found their equalizer.
XSET getting strung up there. The one part of the map they didn't properly drone things out for. And it's so unfortunate that that's the part of the map that Astralis tries to get aggressive on the inside of XSET. Caught their pants down on that play, now lose the player advantage, but still has the potential initiation advantage coming over here towards West Main. No way to open up those walls shown just as of yet. Kino certainly has the capability, as well as Spirits, though. There shouldn't be too much of a delay stopping them from trying to open things, but we're going to see a lot of distraction being drawn over towards Archives instead of the potential play coming out towards the site wall itself. We're going to have some players to back that up. Spirits with the first strike, but at the same time, we're going to see Kino end up going down. No easy revive available for him as he needs to crawl over towards the corner. They will be able to find it eventually, and Spirits will continue to frag into this one, now taking out Shuttle and bringing it down to a 4v2.
XSET firing on all cylinders now, and Astralis has to do something about it, but it's down to the two top frags of Astralis.
Iconic.
These absolute animals. Iconic key positioning here. He'll get one, he'll get two. Oh my God, Iconic! You stare them down.
The look.
Disgustingness.
Even he couldn't give a straight
inside of
face.
mini office. It might have been inside a mini office, John, but it was a massive damn play. He'll shut down 3 men with 1 magazine.
Nicely done by Astralis. Very well deserved for Iconic as well. An amazing game so far and an amazing clutch right there inside of the 1v3 put before him, shutting it all down. Nice kill finally taking down Spirits as well. His teammate able to support on that one. Astralis, very well deserved 6th round up on the board, and now just 1 more to go to lock in the game.
I mean, if you're Bodega, what do you even say to him at that point? It's like, oh, I mean, you guys did play for trades, so I guess win your gunfight. I don't know what really to say. That was an amazing, exemplary showcase of mechanical ability there from Iconic. His decision making as well to pressure the angle after he gets those initial kills, not waiting for them to try and take the fight to him. That's really the deciding factor right there.
Very, very well played here, and it might be met with a very well-deserved win for Astralis. Still sitting back in 8th place right now. We'll have to see what type of gains they can make overall on the standings if they end up with a full regulation win here, but at the same time, it'll also force XSET to stay out of the top 4 at the moment here. They were so close to potentially pushing themselves into major contention. It's looking more and more likely that won't happen here today. In fact, it's already going to be more difficult by the fact that Astralis has found that 6th round. At best, XSET are now going to be getting 2 points for this matchup, and that's assuming they're able to come all the way back with the next 3 rounds consecutively going to them and still rebounding in overtime.
The last 2 play days, I've came into work a little tired, right? But these first games have just been like a shot of pure adrenaline every single time. I'm so used to things being like a little patient, you know, a little cut and dry every once in a while whenever we come in. But these last couple of play days, man, they have got me feeling absolutely electric. I am wide awake right now, even though, you know, it is 2:27 in the afternoon on the West Coast. But give me a break. We fly a lot, okay? I mean, come on.
It's really like 5 p.m. for you. Or I guess 4 p.m.
Can you give me the benefit of the doubt here, man? I mean, come on. We're going to have some Candelas in and a plant going down for Kino automatically. XSET want to get this done very quickly. Astralis, though, are dealing with it. And is this going to be the last round of the game? XSET down to Yaga and Diaz. And Diaz is down to 1 Candela Yaga. All of his air jabs already gone. AK-12 in hand, or rather just AK in general. Not the 12. It's got a lot more bullets than that. And, well, not nearly enough firepower to shut down a squad like Astralis. It's a flawless round for them, and a practically flawless border. 7-3 in their favor.
What else is there to say for Astralis and the fact that it just got better and better the deeper we got into this game? Beautifully played by the Astralis roster to bring things back after a little bit of a rocky start, especially when it came to their entry game. Forest, of course, once again being the shining highlight for that for the first half. Iconic kind of stealing the thunder, of course, as we got towards the later portion of the half, but as we move deeper and deeper into the game, Astralis continued to show us a better style of gameplay on their defensive side, and as such, took control here, especially in dominant fashion at the end of regulation. A full 3-point spread going over to them for this matchup, sure to make some serious gains on their standings as they try as well to push for as high of a placing as possible to end out the year in a good strain.
Absolutely, and what an awkward case for XSET right now as well. They weren't even able to force overtime, so they get 0 points for this engagement here.
Just what they needed as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just looking at the scoreboard right now, once again, XSET is currently at 11 points. 3rd place is Spacestation with 13, so if they would have won that in regulation, they would have been in that top 3. So unfortunate case for them, but we've got some pretty beautiful people to break things down after this break for you guys, and we'll be back with the game later on today. Stick with us.
All the money can
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Joe, here with Jesse Jacob and D Capson in Las Vegas. We have none other than the one, the only, iconic, joining us from Team Astralis after their dominating 7-3 victory. Yo, what's up, man? There's some real Dragon Ball Z glasses you got going on there today. I like it.
Yeah, had to switch it up.
Nice, all right. Well, congrats on the win, of course, here. Now, Astralis still in the hunt for the major, and I know you want to get there. I know you guys have been working really hard on this, but give me the sort of percentage weight between hopes to go to the major and focus on SI. Where's the team kind of at right now?
I mean, right now we're just trying to win all three of these games. 1 down, 2 to go, so that's where we're at right now.
All right.
Iconic, do you feel like the mental of the team has struggled at all this stage? It's been a very long year for you guys, obviously, going to both of the majors, having to play kind of nonstop since, you know, the SI, really. Do you feel like the constant games have been a drain for you guys? And do you think that had any, you know, part of the reasons why you might have been struggling earlier on in this stage?
I mean, yeah, you know, it was our first year for most of us playing all of these majors, so, you know, just adjusting the amount of games we're playing, so that we have to get used to, and then just us working harder every day in practice is what we had to do. So, you know, we're just on the road to greatness again.
Yeah, so now after we saw this pretty dominant performance against XSET, you guys are now undefeated against them across the year. What exactly makes you own the XSET boys?
I mean, I wouldn't say own the XSET guys. You know, they're a great team. Love them. Love all the players, coaching staff. And, I mean, honestly, with them, you know, I feel like we're just two teams, two young-blooded teams with just similar play styles that match up well against each other. So it's just a fun style of siege to play when we're in the server with those guys. So, you know, really love the XSET people.
You obviously had a bit of a hole to dig out of based on how you guys played from last week, and then you go to Border against an XSET squad that had already tried it out earlier this stage. You've both played it a certain amount of times throughout this year. What specifically about Border did you think you'd be able to exploit against XSET today?
I mean, Border was just a map we felt comfortable on. Plus, they had played it the recent week, and they didn't do too well on it. So it was honestly just like a challenge on that map, at least from our part, just to see if they would take us there, and they did. So, you know, we got the dub.
All right, nice. Well, I got to ask you one more question before we let you go. Who's rocking the cloaks back there? Was that you? What was that?
Forrest wore it in, then I was rocking the cloak. a bit pre-game, but he wore it in.
Oh, okay. So it's being shared amongst the players.
Yeah.
Does it grant any special powers?
I mean, you saw what I just did today, so I think it does.
That's true. That's true. Nothing more needs to be said. All right. Congrats on the win. Thanks for joining us, Iconic, and good luck in your game tomorrow.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Grant special powers.
There you go. Special sunglasses, magic cloaks. Astralis kind of pulling out all the stops to get the win here today.
Well, they needed it. I mean, it's a dire spot, right? In those standings, they were really struggling, but to be able to come back out here now and have such a dominant win, really, I think the map really did play into their favor as well. Border has been one that we've seen XSET kind of struggle on in the past. They lost 7-5 to Parabellum, and I think that in that game, there were a couple of defensive setups that maybe weren't going their way, and we saw similar things today. So, yeah, it's nice to see Astralis back in, getting some big wins, and keeping themselves alive in the hunt for that major.
Yeah, and it's really big with exactly how they played that map. It was not only, you can attribute it to, oh my gosh, Iconic had an absolutely huge and massive game, but if you saw how the team played and how they operated as a unit, it looked really good. Trades were on point, their drone usage was great, overall utility usage, phenomenal. Almost nothing you can really nitpick about that game isn't into the favor of Astralis. They look dang good.
The only thing I think Astralis lost today was the community poll, because I do think Kino got more shotgun kills. I think that happened.
True.
Because he opened up with a 3K on round 1, which made me think he got that.
I mean, there were bright spots for XSET in there. In fact, that brings us to our first replay that we're going to take a look at, the replay for round number 3. This was Diaz popping off a little bit at the end, and XSET, it didn't go their way, but they still had some good moments.
I mean, they were still disciplined, right? That
sure.
was something that I don't think you can really take away from them, even if this is a time where they decided that they want to experiment with different defensive setups or whatever it might be. They still can play these kind of situations down to a T.
We've talked about Diaz a lot so far in the NAL. He's that player that can always stay alive. He plays for his life. He knows how important it is for him to be up in the late round, and this is another perfect example of that. Watch how careful he is with this 1v2. He's not rushing in to stop the plants. He knows there's a minute 5 on the clock. Astralis don't need to plant right away. They can kind of play this, and I don't like the push in from Shuttle here. Way out in the open with the defuse kit, just dies and gives it up, puts his partner J9O into a really tough position, and now J9 will pick up the kit. He'll go back. Diaz kind of gives him a lot of room here, but again, Diaz knows what he's doing. He's getting into a strong power position, realizes that J9O is not going to go for that immediate fight, wants to take them the later 1v1. Only one spot he could have planted, or at least that's the most likely spot. So he catches that frag, beautifully done by Diaz, and then makes it easy into the wall. God, Diaz is so good in moments like that.
Yeah, and I just love Diaz Lucas as a player. He's just one of the most cerebral fraggers that you can see, especially when you get to the late round. He's not necessarily playing for his own life. He's playing for the team, and he knows that by playing for his life, it's the best case scenario for the team, because he's going to be able to really pick apart those 1v2s, to break into those single engagements. Sure, Shuttle might have overpeaked a little bit, but the positioning from a player like Diaz was absolutely phenomenal. The mind games, understanding the spacing properly. You have the health advantage on the Zofia, and just popping in right at the right moment, the mental timing was absolutely perfect.
Very true. Well, we got one more replay to take a look at. This one is favored on the Astralis side, and this one is round 9, the second to last round. Iconic just doing iconic things, as usual. Let's check it out. There you go.
There it goes.
Slight delay.
Yeah, Iconic having a big round here, and the big thing, right, force people to get this one player. This is the pinch coming through. This is supposed to be a 2-pronged push from XSET where Spirits hits the back and the rest of them hit the armory wall, but with that pick from Force, it leaves XSET in a really tough spot. 15 seconds, all 3 of your players in one position, you don't have time to reposition your players, and then for Iconic to get all 3 of those kills, their only move is to flood into sight. The first guy doesn't know where it's at, second guy loses the trade, and then for the third guy to lose the trade too. It's tough, because I don't think they made the wrong decision there. It's just somebody's got to get that trade.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, in the end, Astralis getting the win. We knew we had it in them. Questions about XSET going forward, questions about Astralis too. We know Iconic said they want to win those games. Can they do it? Can they get back to a major? Can they perform? I think that's the question we're all going to have to ask ourselves and wait to find out the answer to.
It's just weird. I look at a strength of schedule thing for Astralis versus XSET. Astralis have Soniqs tomorrow, and then they go into the last game and they've got OXG. So slightly easier path. XSET have to go both through SSG and DarkZero for their last couple of games,
tough.
which makes me think that if XSET already had enough struggles against some of the maybe slightly lower tier teams that we've seen in the league or haven't been able to get the same amount of points that maybe everyone else did from a Beastcoast or an OXG, even if you still won those games, you still had a much harder time against the mid-table of the league. And Astralis now at this point, I don't think this win, it doesn't put them above, but XSET still are just in 5th place, just outside the top 4.
Well, we'll have to look more at how they can do tomorrow, but for now we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our 4th match of the day, Oxygen versus Soniqs. Oxygen out of major contention, but they're probably still going to SI, and they need all the practice they can get. We'll see what they can do against Soniqs when we come back.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the old well, need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
10 o'clock, you're feeling wavy. Way too early to be easy. Start a 10 job cause you're crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know I'm spinning faster than a Harley. Yeah, you're still in the game but you don't feel ashamed. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky and call on me. Let me put color in your sky, take away the gray. Turn the roof to a floor on a Saturday. Up it tall in the night, you do what I say. I'm just a getaway, I'm just your getaway. I'll make you warm if it's chilly and I probably make you say things you wouldn't do normally. I'm like a 9 to 5 job, but you work for me. I'm your getaway, cause you can get away. You're losing, I got no perception. What is real, what's your projection? I make you dizzy in your head, got no protection. You're lost in the game, can't remember your name. Calling on the horn and my ship will come to play. You can get no sleep, stay awake to numb the pain. Make you save your problems for another day. I'm your getaway, but you can get away. You just close your eyes when you wish to be free. You look up to the sky
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk. Your host, Doey here, along with Jesse J. Chick, Caliber Jacob, and Deke Caps. And guess what? We're going into game number 4. That's right. It's going to be Oxygen versus Soniqs. Now, to be fair to Oxygen, they did just come off of their first win of the stage over Beastcoast, but they got a lot to work to do, especially against a team like Soniqs, who is currently 5-0-0-1 right now in Stage 3. It is basically the toughest opponent Oxygen could hope for, but hey, what better place to prove yourself, to prove you've turned a corner on the stage, right?
Yeah, with OXG being eliminated from major contention earlier today, and then Soniqs being the #1 team in North America based on our current standings, I think this is going to be yet another opportunity for Oxygen to work on their roster, right? Move around roles, test some things out, see what sticks, see what doesn't. Again, I'm not necessarily like wanting a win here from Oxygen. What I want to see is them trying stuff out, them trying out different roles. They already started that last week and it looked great, so more of that would be ideal.
That's right. So let's dive into it. Soniqs versus Oxygen. I think the big story here is, will we see Oxygen put up much of a fight? I mean, that's kind of the thing. We've seen Sweater be very difficult to integrate into the team, much more difficult than I think the rest of the squad was thinking. And, how is that journey going to take its next step in this match?
Yeah, I think, again, it's like all about for Sweater kind of building for Invite. They're effectively qualified. Not yet, but they will be more likely than not by the end of the stage. So for Oxygen, yeah, it's kind of just about building that. SQ want to maintain that first place. #1 on attack, #2 on defense, first overall on the stage. They're looking very, very good this stage so far. And if they would lose here to Oxygen, that would be a bit of an embarrassing loss.
It's just that kind of thing that I figure OXG has to get another win somewhere in here. I don't know if this kind of team can necessarily let the problems that they've been having get to them this much. They are 1-1 so far on the year. We would have called this a really dominant rivalry because we know OXG and Soniqs don't necessarily like each other that much, but the problems that we keep on seeing with OXG mean that this is them versus themselves. It's not OXG versus Soniqs, it's OXG versus OXG at this point.
For the most part, it's been kind of a day of one-sided matches, too. So if this is the one that ends up being really tight, that's going to be interesting. But here's some stats as far as qualifying probability here. Obviously, Soniqs looking pretty good. Oxygen can't qualify for the major. But, I think more than anything, the big takeaway here is we're going to most likely see Soniqs in November in the major.
I'd say so. Yeah. What the odds of them not doing it? 88% is still phenomenal, kind of given them the lead they've built up in this stage so far.
Yeah.
TSM aren't really in a position where they can catch up, though I think their game against DarkZero is going to be proof about whether they are a team that can compete at the Soniqs level or not. Right now, they're just on a totally different plane. They've already met the minimum threshold for majors pass to qualify, so even if they were to lose out on their next couple of games, depending on how these last couple of standings move around these on Playdays 8 and 9, there's still a chance that they could go. They've already done the bulk of the work.
Yeah. And there's a lot of other implications when you take a look at the 6 Invitational, because although neither of these teams, Oxygen or Soniqs, can qualify for SI, 2 teams can in this matchup. It will be both, I believe, XSET and DarkZero locking down 6 Invitational if Soniqs win in regulation. I do believe. That is correct. There it is written down right there. I also want to confirm from Sprabunny, our stat man himself, there was a mistake on that graphic. Soniqs are not 100% in the major if they win this game, but again, 99 point whatever percentage.
It'd have to be like a mega throw, and they'd have to get some anti-help from other teams as well. But
yes.
Let's talk about, yeah, exactly. That's the opposite of help. Let's talk about Oxygen a little bit, a team that some would say gave themselves some anti-help when they made the roster change between Stage 2 and Stage 3. Hey, I call them like I see them. But, Sweater, no doubt, a talented individual player, but the makeup of the team changed so completely that the struggles have been pretty immense.
Well, there's something that they did. From weeks 1 and 2 into week 3, they did try a role swap. It was Sweater moving into a frag/flex role and Vertical to more of a flank watch, but it's been a really slow start. Neither of those games last week showed that the role switch is immediately working. In spite of them getting a win, it was a win over Beastcoast, and we know how that goes. Both of the players that we talked about, Sweater and Vertical, are both still rated out of the top 2 on the team for both of those games. And in their interview, remember back when you interviewed them, Doa, in Vegas, they specifically said they wanted Flank Watch to be that rotating door of players, but only Sweater or Vert have played those ops in those positions. What they're showing on flank duties is completely antithetical to what they wanted their mission statement for Flank Watch to be when this stage started, which makes it all the more confusing about how they're playing now.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for me is everybody keeps on saying, oh my gosh, Lax was the glue. Honestly, it might be a bit of a hot take, but with the structural differences in the sort of philosophy change that Oxygen wanted to employ, I think some of these issues would still exist even if Laxing was there.
I can see it.
Because there's just too many overarching issues that you can't pin directly on one player. It isn't fair to somebody like Sweater, who is talented and has capabilities, to say, point. Hey guys, guess what? It's Sweater's fault. You know, if he just stayed on Beastcoast, Oxygen would still be good. This team has potential. They're still looking towards the future. They came into the stage with a 99.9999 chance of going to SI. Sure, I mean, maybe if they lose out, there is the small chance and the small reality that we might be in that they don't make it, but we will probably see this team competing in February.
In the interview last week, Dream said that they were feeling good about their role changes, and I think there were improvements. I think the biggest thing I saw was the pushes felt a little bit more directed. Fox was actually like playing with the team, and it felt like that was, you know, contributing to him being able to IGL a little bit better. It felt like the coordination was kind of there, rather than like you look at weeks prior and he's like on the other side of the map going for a pinch play like Laxing used to sometimes, or he's dying kind of early, and I did feel like that was a bit of a struggle for them. I did like that. I will say there still felt like there were some problems. You take a look at that game against Beastcoast, they got only 2 opening picks the entirety of the game. Sweater kind of struggled in that aspect, and even against TSM in their first game they played with their role changes, they really did struggle to kind of get going in the round, make something happen to start their attack. So I think there's definitely more work to be done on Oxygen, but I think they are certainly heading in the right direction with the role changes that they've done so far.
Right, and meanwhile, over on the other side of the arena lurks the top team in the NAL right now. It is Soniqs, a team that has been very successful with their changes coming into Stage 3, adding on Gunner, adding on Geometrics. Things could not have gone much better in that regard.
Nope, you can't complain about Soniqs here. They are number 1 on attack, number 2 on defense. They are looking very, very strong right now. I think what I'm most impressed by is how good their attacks look, even after removing a very important IGL from the team, right? You typically think when you take an important caller like that out of the squad that attacks might kind of flounder, they might get a little miscoordinated, but the coordination has looked perfect. It's step-by-step plans. The direction looks very, very focused, and it's been awesome to see from Soniqs. That was a worry for me at the start, but it's not been a problem at all.
Yeah, it was the thing I was most curious about this new Soniqs roster, because sure, you lose Super, that's huge. You already said one of the biggest IGLs. You also lost Yeti, who was the second in command, the second most vocal player. So when I got to talk with Goddess, she was like, yeah, I was worried too. I was a little bit nervous how these players were all gonna step up, and guess what? It's IGL by committee. Everybody has the capability to call shots because this roster has gelled really fast. They're playing together phenomenally, and the most impressive thing is how they're playing with a man advantage. On attack, 91% conversion rate if they get that entry pick. And guys, they're doing pretty dang good on that entry, going positive.
Not too bad.
As well as on the defense, guess what number that is?
What number is it?
They are 100%. They have not lost one yet.
Wow. Everyone on this team statistically sits in a fantastic spot, which is exactly where the Soniqs wanted them to be. They are all at dead even on KD or higher. Average cost among the team is in the 70s. They're objective oriented. They're finding their frags. They already have 2 people who are rated very closely to one another, Rexon and Grixer, who basically are both carving their own candidacies for MVP of the stage in their own different, unique ways, but it's still really helping to carve a path for the Soniqs squad.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jacob, Grixer, and Rexon, the 2 best players in the league right now, 1 and 2 in both KDR and EPS as well. And what I really like is that Grixer has been the guy, we've hyped up a ton of him, 1.8 KDR. He wins a higher percentage of his fights than any other player. But Rexon is getting into slightly more fights. 1.02 kills per round, the only person in the league averaging more than 1 kill every single round. He's getting more frags in general. Grixer's winning a higher percentage of the fight. They're both having an insane impact. They're both absolutely crushing the league right now. I would say both of them having maybe the stage of their careers. Grixer's had a lot of good stages, so you could debate that. Rexon has too, but right now, they're both looking fantastic for the Soniqs, and it's awesome to see from 2 players that I think have been the core of the Soniqs for so long now.
Nothing else to say.
Yeah,
this just works out so well, man.
We're kind of waiting on the map bans now, trying to find out when we get to find out where we're gonna play. We will see shortly, but in the meantime, oh, is it time? Not quite yet. All right, well, I mean, yeah, like you said, not much more to say here. Soniqs coming into this one as the majorly favored team. You know, for me, Soniqs, need to keep up the momentum. They need to make this one decisive on the Oxygen side. You just hope to see a little bit more progress. Here we go. The map vetoes are in. Cafe Skyscraper off the board to start out.
Again, the way in which both these teams have been banning so far at this stage is like, I think Soniqs are going to keep onto their defaults, but I would expect OXG for their own part to try some different things out, or maybe go to a map that we have yet to see. Obviously, Cafe, Theme Park, and Bank are not ones that the Soniqs themselves want to experiment with too heavily, but for OXG, you're still leaving a couple potent options on the board, one of which is a map that they've fought on before and very viciously in Oregon if we end up going there.
Yeah, Clubhouse, Villa, Oregon, our final 3 maps here. Oregon, a map that both teams have played very often. They're very familiar with that one, so we could choose to go there. Clubhouse has been kind of rough for Oxygen in the past, but again, they've played it a ton recently. That was kind of Soniqs' case with Oregon before the last couple of weeks, where like they'd played it a lot, but the win rate wasn't really there for them. And then, of course, the third option there, Villa as well. Not something that we've seen a ton, really, from either squad. So we'll see what the bans end up being as we go through here. Soniqs, of course, first pick. I would expect it to probably be the Villa to come out first from them, just because they do kind of favor those other 2 maps. I think Soniqs are happy with either of them, and they do in fact take out the Villa. Makes total sense. And then Oxygen, pick your poison. Clubhouse or Oregon, both maps that we think Soniqs could go through and play, and it's going to be Oregon, Soniqs' most common map in 2022, and for Oxygen, one that they've also played a ton with an even record at the moment.
Yeah, one of the focuses for the Soniqs ever since Super's departure was to expand their map pool. That's something that God has focused on, that they wanted to really be a championship caliber team in these bigger events, trying to play as many maps as possible. But right now, the only map that they have not banned at this stage is this one that we're going to right now, Oregon. It's still going to be their bread and butter. They're going to feel nice and comfortable on it. And for Oxygen, they kind of just walked into an uphill battle from the beginning.
If only because Beastcoast themselves just played OXG. Like on this map, they just tried it, they just lost it. That was the battle of the bottom that we saw from last week. So I wonder how much of that is something Soniqs themselves can clue into, because they also played it last week too.
Yeah, I will say Oxygen, they walked into Berlin with a 4-game win streak, and then they lost it to every single player, or every single team in their group. So now they're on a 3-game losing streak.
Well, time to rectify that if you're Soniqs. We'll see what Oxygen can do, though, but it's time for us to make some predictions. And first, we'll ask Blue and Stokes what they have to say about it. I mean, again, kind of like our last one, it seemed maybe a little bit more one-sided than it ended up being, so watch out, because predictions have been a little bit wild today.
Stokes, what do you got for this one? We'll leave it up to you for the first prediction on this game.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to go with the Soniqs. I think the Soniqs got it here. Yeah, they may be on a 3-game losing streak, but this is a completely different beast. They got Geo, and that's really all I need at the end of the day when it comes to a map like this, so slap it on in there.
It's going to be the same for me as well. I'll be putting the Soniqs down as my prediction for this one.
That's a copycat and a half. You hear this? He's copying my homework.
Fair enough. I mean, 2 Soniqs picks for our casters. We'll let them work out who's copying who while we let them take a quick break before the map begins. But my analysts, what do you think?
I will say I whoopsied the map stat. That was a Clubhouse stat I read talking about Oregon.
Yikes.
However, I'm not going to whoopsie my pick. I'm going to go for the Soniqs, who are absolutely crushing it this stage. Oxygen, I'm excited to see what they're bringing to the table. Again, I'm excited to see kind of what changes we see from a playstyle and role perspective, but I'm not going to pick them.
I think even though you've got the pressure of no major on your shoulders, and I do think that's something that they would have learned before going into this game, that was finally off the table for them.
Yeah.
I think even if you go experimental, they tried that last week, and it didn't really do much except beat the team that everybody else has already beat so far. I do want to see them get more experimental, try some other things out. It's Oregon. Sometimes you can't really get super experimental with it because it plays the same way over and over again, but Soniqs will take this game. I just want to see OXG do some different things here.
Yeah, I agree with OXG potentially getting better, and I think almost any other opponent besides the Soniqs, I would be really tempted to vote for Oxygen, because I can see them starting to merge together, and I think that their growth will definitely happen. This is going to be a closer game, but everybody's talking about copying homework. I think it's more of a participation grade to vote for Soniqs here. It's a pretty easy give me assignment because they look so dang good.
You didn't have to do them that dirty, man.
All right. Well, I mean, there's a Soniqs pick. Let's see what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads, Oxygen. It's going to be tails, Soniqs. Flip it. And the coin says, the coin says heads. All right. The coin believes in Oxygen today.
We didn't get cursed. Let's
We'll
go.
see if they turn the corner.
That.
What's the fan vote got to say out there on Twitter? It's going to be Soniqs at 79%. That's still a pretty significant percentage voting for Oxygen. We know they got a lot of fans out there, so.
21% for Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than other teams have done in the past in these situations.
Beastcoast wouldn't have gotten 21, so.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let's check our community poll here. Going into our next match, the question is, who's the better fragger, Newers or Grixer? Tough call.
Grixer, but Newers is a good player too.
See, the answer is
Newers
Grixer.
good player too. Newers look pretty good.
Right now, the answer is Grixer. Give it like 5 years and maybe Grixer's really old. Maybe Newers still got it.
Well, we'll see if he's got it enough in this next one. You can go to R6 Esports NA to cast your vote on Twitter for who you think is a better fragger. But for now, it's a quick break, and then we will see, will the Soniqs take a supersonic speed victory, or will Oxygen prove that they're more than just hot air? This stage. Don't go anywhere. NAL returns right after this.
After a short 5-day break, Oxygen are back to try and weather the storm of the Susquehanna Soniqs. Hi guys, my name is Stokes and this is Blue. We're going to be bringing you guys the 4th game of the day. It's been a pretty quick one, at least for you and I. The border pretty explosive that we just got between Astralis and XSET, and now we have Soniqs up against OXG. And an OXG that's not too hot to trot right now. How are you feeling about this, John?
Yeah, we're going to have to hope for another sort of rebound situation like we got out of Astralis in that last game, but to an even greater extent, as obviously Oxygen has had some very, very deep core issues with the team. For instance, of course, changing out Laxing at the beginning of the stage. So we're going to see things, again, as far as I'm concerned, have been getting better. They have been making improvements. They've been getting closer and closer to these bigger wins that they really need. Unfortunately, it has not changed things up for the overall scope on their season, which did pretty much close out at the beginning of last week when they lost another matchup there. So not really looking to try and qualify for the major at this point. Really just going to be looking to try and get as high of a placing as possible so that they still get as many SI points as possible to make sure that that qualification is going to be locked in for a few months from now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, we've got pretty much the exact opposite situation. It's the Soniqs Large and in charge, already in first place right now. Pretty well locked as well. This is just a security game for them, trying to pad their position with more points.
We got people in two completely different relationships, John. Oxygen just went through a really rough breakup. They're trying to find themselves right now, and they're doing a pretty good job of it, I would say. A recent 7-5 loss to TSM that was pretty close, and then they bounced back last week with their dub up against Beastcoast. Newers and Fox topping that scoreboard as well, so good to see them getting some good games under their belt. But for the Soniqs, they're in the honeymoon stage of things. Everything is feeling good. They're not seeing a single thing wrong with this relationship at all right now. They're absolutely loving Geo, loving everything that they've done with this squad, including Gunner, and they're going to get to showcase it yet again here today on a staple of the Soniqs organization, Oregon, as Oxygen will be leading us off, not in the bans, but on the offensive side as Soniqs will remove Sledge.
Oxygen generally comfortable to play onto this map as well, so it could create an interesting dynamic here if Oxygen is fully prepared to play this one out, but it's going to be a tough match, and that's saying it lightly. First ban coming out from the Soniqs is going to be the Sledge, not wanting to deal with those top-down angles at any point during the round here, and specifically for their first floor holds is one that's going to become the most relevant. Knock as well, going to be taken out. Knock still way too prevalent, specifically here on Oregon for a capability to sneak in through either of the tower entrance points and really just be a very effective flank pinch, essentially, that almost often cannot be found out properly. So we're going to see her mitigated out as we are kind of used to here for Oregon. Azami next up as the first defender ban, and the final ban overall comes in from Oxygen. We'll see how Soniqs respond to that in a second. More than likely Mirror or something similar to that. No real reason why we would expect this to drift too far, of course, at this point.
Yeah, I really see the Mirror ban coming through here. It's Oregon. You really don't want to give them access to something like that. There's obviously some other choices that can go with. We could potentially see something like a Kaid. I was feeling that, but like Kaid really isn't that big of a deal any longer unless, you know, Oxygen, or rather Soniqs in this case, want to try and avoid working in EMPs early on, or rather into their offensive lineup. So we'll see how it works its way through, but that's kind of the big thing here. Kaid's kind of lost a lot of his luster since the patch, just because, well, there's so many impact EMPs about now, so really easy to try and get around him. But either way, that'll be our last ban here, and that'll launch us into the very first round of Oregon. And wouldn't you know it, it's going to be the basement.
Soniqs are going to be on defensive start as well here, so not too surprised by the operator lineup, especially with Mira left in play. Rexon immediately going to snatch that up. Gunnar as well, bringing the Warden in to try and counter out any flash dumps or smoke plays you might get out of the Oxygen roster. It's working quite well for these direct counters. Alongside that, though, usual spread of utility. The Valkyrie, of course, because she's been left in place. We're, of course, going to see her pick quite a bit. Jaeger for Geo just to get a little bit of that nade mitigation. And then, of course, the smoke from Kansan as the ultimate delay utility. They need it towards the end of the round. As far as attackers are concerned, they're not going to be bringing anything too surprising. Either Vertical just going to bring on the line. Heavy intel for him, and an expected rotation of operators aside from that.
A pretty interesting thing going on between these two teams before we get too deep here. I want to highlight Newers because we've been talking about him a lot this year and his ability to be such an impressive fragger. And John, wouldn't you know it, he's still in the top 6 of the entirety of the NAL by player rating at the current moment. But the thing is when you look right across the board over to Soniqs, not only do they have Rexon at a 1.3, but Grixer at a 1.27. And John, across the board, they have some of the best stats in the entirety of the NAL. It is truly disgusting what they are able to produce with those two. So we'll see if Oxygen can try and muster some more firepower to try and get around those two, because we haven't even mentioned what else Soniqs have at their disposal with the likes of a Gunner, the likes of a Kansan, and people like Geo.
So the Soniqs sit nice and patiently and down inside, I believe, just the basement. I don't think they have an extension at all here. Maybe Rexon playing around with the first floor, but that's it as far as I can tell. And nope, the silhouette baited me a little bit there. He's down in the basement as well, so nothing being shown here by the Soniqs in the first minute or two of play. Oxygen will have full right to every other part of this map except the basement, of course, because they're going to have a lot of extra time to actually figure out their attacking route as well, be able to send drones in here, try to counter out the setup from the Soniqs if at all possible as well. But will come with that very dangerous other side of the sword where they are going to have to pretty much fully commit themselves to that execute and won't really be able to escape as is usual for attacking the basement side.
Yeah, Turtle's setup is always a really solid choice for the defense, but even more so when you have access to Mira, because you can battle off of those mirrors so easily for places like Freeze, or really slowing down the Oxygen opposition. So we'll see how they want to try and work around that. They do still have access to Newer's frag grenades as well as some concussions on the likes of Sweater, and they have the means to burn out as well. Vertical is going to be the big piece of the puzzle here, obviously, with those EE1Ds. He'll be able to lock up the Soniqs defense, nobody having access to something like a mute jammer or, playing Vigil. So all of them will be forced to stand still as soon as that comes out. But they obviously can still try and fire back and have some solid drone info on Geo, but they've done a pretty bang-up job of slowing things down thus far, minus losing Grixer inside of Freezer Hallway.
Too much pressure coming on to Geo, though, as he's fighting against potentially 4 different players at once, just not having the support he needed inside of that situation. Oxygen strike true to start the game off, but we're going to see Gunner exchange directly with Newers across a very long-range angle. Still keeps Oxygen in charge, but now down a player and another one to even things out as Grixer is able to take down Dream. Rest of the assault has been halted here at the pillar as well as Construction Junction as they now try to group themselves up to see what the next move is going to be. Foxay does see a cross, but is unable to capture it. Everyone else on the Sonic side going to stay pretty much full HP, except for Grixer, of course, who's brought down very low and now countered by Sweater. The advantage falls back into the hands of Oxygen as they bring it down to a 3v2.
Well, this has been so awkward for Oxygen, but they've been able to negotiate for another advantage here. They'll down Kansan and now have the opening to try and put a plant down. They know the player's in Freezer. The shots go wide. Sweater with the pistol will take him down, and Oxygen get round one. A fantastic defensive showcase there from the Soniqs in the way that they were able to mitigate the damage, stop the bleeding from Oxygen, who also hit kind of a weird plateau there. They drop down into sight, but they slow things down when they get the initial advantage. They really don't push themselves forward any longer, and that allows Soniqs to come back into it. That big Nitro Cell kill inside of E-Box really standing out. That put that thorn right in the side of Oxygen. They tried, succeeded in stopping that bleeding. So now Oxygen up one round, and Soniqs feeling as though they need to go back to this and try it all over again. And John, the gloves are off. This is a completely different strategy.
Yeah, way different, just in the operator selections, and I imagine that the overall play style is going to vary quite a bit as well here for the Soniqs. The mirror has been ditched. We're going to see a cap can come into the fold, specifically for Rexen. It's more likely means we're going to be a much more aggressively stanced team this round 2, and you can definitely agree with that when you see that we are already seeing quite a few members of the Soniqs extend themselves up to the second floor. What's more, at the moment, just a set of utility, but more than likely is a sign that we'll see at least 1 or 2 of these players stick around for the long term to try and bait out more time from Oxygen. As obviously, with the turtle play in the last round, they just handed over the full platter of time to them. This time they're going to try to make it a little bit more difficult.
Okay, Oxygen, so what's our play here? Starting in from the west. Got plenty of info game to try and play around this. Not only do they have the hologram that they can use from Newers, but they have those EE1Ds to try and lock down Gunner if he wants to try and stick around that area, but more than likely not. He'd want to try and work his way back to some more key defensive points to where his teammates could potentially assist him. And speaking of assisting teammates, Foxy's doing a bang-up job of assisting his teammates in this info game. Notice where Rexen is upstairs, and they've got some solid crosses along this, but you can see that they've accounted for this with some of the rotates as well as the hatch being open for the kitchen drop. Rexen's going to lose a lot of HP, but that might be from the nade or potentially a crosshair. Not a nade, so it looks like that damage coming from the game's window that Oxygen was supporting earlier on with that top clear. So they'll get some damage off onto Rexen, but that's about it, minus taking control of the top floor.
Things go a little bit quiet after that. Gunner still with a chance to strike from the interior port partition on the security room as well. So we'll have to wait and see what he can potentially bring out in a moment. Drone is going to start to work through his part of the map, but he hasn't been able to evade it for the time being. No spot of intel coming in, but that'll now change with Gunner being discovered. Thankfully, actually miscalled his position a few seconds ago. He's actually right at the wall that leads into meeting. He'll breach through that without a problem since he's on Oryx, of course, and proceed back down into the basement. Doesn't want to stick around to risk the actual fight. Way too much of a dice roll on that one. Just falls back into the actual basement. What's going to play the usual turtle. There's nothing saying this team can't play into that style if they absolutely need to, but they are wanting to waste the time away. And so far, are doing a pretty good job of that one here. Oxygen only just now starting to approach the extremities of the actual breach, and even then, they still got to clear areas like meeting room here. And we're already down to just over a minute.
Now, this has been a super solid round from the Soniqs. I love that Grixer's staying on the roam as well here and forcing them to check these corners. They don't know if he's inside of meeting or potentially downstairs inside of laundry, given in the ERC7 and how it affects the drones. So Newers is going to try and drone things out once again here, but it looks like he's going to try and get a drone all the way across the map into this position. Sweater will take down Rexen, and Grixer might actually get punished depending on how this drone rolls. It'll see him, but he gets through. Nobody there to try and cover for the drop. He'll tag Foxay and be able to skimp her off back to site successfully.
They're just trying to pre-fire, see if you can catch the rotations from the remaining members of the Soniqs that still might be lurking towards the big tower, but as you guys, of course, can tell at home. All that has been peeled back entirely by the Soniqs. All 4 members now deep into the site, ready to fend off the execute when Oxygen is ready to present it. But that's the next step for Oxygen, of course, figuring out the intel down here, figuring out the setup down here, as well as the wrinkles that'll come with it, such as this corner position from Geo. More than likely will trip up some of the initial players from Oxygen. Oxygen, though, changing up their own playstyle here, as they're going to go for the freezer take. Instead, Kansan catches the initial bout for that, but Dream able to trade one out. He gets flustered, though, forced out into the open, leaving it himself open for a potential exchange to come in. Hasn't been fully killed just yet, as the frags have continued to roll in for OXG, but now Gunnar will activate, take it away too. The plant down for Foxay, but he is immediately shut down as soon as he gets his head up from the case there. Plenty of time for a counter defuse. The Soniqs will respond and tie us up at 1-1.
The grown game works for the Soniqs, able to extend that timer on the mid floor and make it super difficult for Oxygen to try and get too much information as to what was going on the actual site. Now, they do get the man advantage, but the Soniqs still have some very solid crosses on the entry points of the site, so it makes it pretty easy for them to put Oxygen into dire straits. And past that, Oxygen not really able to try and get it back in any certain sense. They really had to hope that the cross paid off there from Freezer, but Gunnar just too dominant in the moment and able to take down that Freezer position, making it nigh impossible for Oxygen to try and pick that round up. Looks like we might have a technical timeout coming in here, folks. We'll see what happens here, and yes, indeed, we're going to reset things here. So the scoreboards are going to be wiped, but obviously we will still keep the 1-1 when it comes to the actual rounds.
Maybe. Okay.
Oh, wait, no.
Yep, I guess we don't need the rehost.
Yeah,
so
I think we're good to go.
Let's head back in game, because I think we're actually good. I guess it was just a momentary sound bug.
Yeah, we did indeed get debated.
Blame the players, folks, not us.
Exactly. I always blame the players, John. It's always their fault. But you know whose fault it isn't? It's Sweater's. Or not Sweater's fault. Oh my goodness gracious, that was terrible phrasing. But past that, Sweater's already been really lighting up the scoreboard here, able to get some really big entries for Oxygen, but Soniqs finally able to make a big stand on their defensive end, really giving Oxygen a lot of trouble inside of the early round, running amok of that timer, and overall, again, making things quite difficult for them to try and process when it came down to the latter part of that round.
Good spam coming in from Gunnar there, but unfortunately too short of an opportunity, not able to get the full kill going against what I believe was Newers. Foxy now keeping a close watch on that, of course, now that he proceeds towards it himself. So you can see Gunnar, a few of the other members of the squad, still trying to waste the time away from this third floor position on the tower. Gunnar, ready to take a potential challenge from down below as well. He's going to get adventurous, try to proceed forward, gets the hop down onto the... Oh man, this is going to be close, but the Oryx boost helps him out a little bit there. Clears the distance and is able to get himself back into the basement. Nicely done from Gunnar. Not a situation you're necessarily expecting yourself to escape from.
A great clear from Oxygen, though. They don't get the kill, but in great time. I mean, they've got control of the entire big tower. They forced Gunnar out, and they already had somebody swinging in from 205, so I'd say they're well within their right to still able to abuse that timer later on and take this round. Geo, he's going to get locked up on main stairs. A peek here from Dream, but he gets decapitated by the ump. Geo now just needs to stick to his guns, and actually, beautifully enough, he's able to make it down a hatch and away from Oxygen. They'll get it back on Gunnar, though, and it'll still maintain a 4 versus 4.
Things are going to start to get very tense, of course, for Oxygen, losing those players and knowing that Soniqs are playing out and about right now. Geo still a factor from the back tower stairs and may try to reignite himself at a later point in the round with low HP. Might also have to think twice about the way he goes about that. Oxygen also keeping watch over this as Vertical. You can see there on T2, keeping his position well primed to counter up any shenanigans that Geo may try to get himself into once he finally feels the need to pop up from the basement. But at the moment, doesn't really need to do that. Oxygen is wasting time holding those counter angles against him and not clearing things out on the second floor here, which is going to start to become a real issue as we've now once again entered that final minute of play. And there's fairly limited map control at this point for Oxygen. Vertical is the big difference maker in that, since he has access to the attic position, but as you're going to see, Soniqs are very well aware of this. The Toxic Babe now coming out to counter his potential push forward. They get very one-dimensional at the moment and more than likely forcing a time to wait that out before they can potentially proceed forward.
Oh
Rexon, though, can be found from down below, I believe. The skeleton key from Sweater downing him, and he may not even be aware of it as of yet here. Might have just been an accidental shot that went through the floorboards here. Rexon with a good chance to bring himself back, but not so much for Geo. He tries to adventure forward past Sweater and ends up going down to it.
They will be able to get Rexon back up. Grixer Shifting over into Bunks. What a shot from him. He'll be able to at least shut down some of the Overwatch, but they've got both lanes closed down. Vertical's gotten off the plant, though. Foxy's going to pick it back up. He's going to start the plant now. Oh, some crucial shots missed from Kansan there. Such an unfortunate time to put that SMG 11 down. He gets caught off guard from the trophy position, and Oxygen with another offensive one.
Yeah, Oxygen is remaining incredibly stalwart in their positions they maintain on the attack here, not really giving the players on the Soniqs any opportunity to throw their own aggression, such as what you saw from Geo in the late round there, successfully at the attacking force from Oxygen, so it's making a much stronger push for them. It is causing it to take a very long time for Oxygen to get themselves onto the site. But for the time being, it is allowing for things to work. We are going to go into a technical pause, here, folks, as we are having that sound bug once again, so bear with us for a second while we try to fix that.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances befalling Soniqs in the current moment, but I don't think it affected them at all in that last round. Obviously, they were the people to be like, hey, everything's fine. Let's jump right back in. So either way, Oxygen with a very solid round 3, able to take it to the Soniqs. And, I mean, some interesting stuff that we've just seen across the board thus far. You know, those back-to-back basement defenses from Soniqs, the initial, more safe setup with the mirror windows and everything not necessarily working out. It was Soniqs' early aggression that got the best of Oxygen there. Not even in the kill department, but mostly in map pressure. It made it so difficult for Oxygen to try and work through things. But then when it came to this top floor defense, the Soniqs were able to at least negotiate for some control across the map. Geo with some very solid plays around main stairs and able to get off and, extend that play, make it to where he has a potential to flank later on, but it never came to fruition. It made it to where Oxygen were able to wrap around the site and not really worry too much about what was going on. In fact, Sweater was not only managing some of the players on site with that skeleton key, but he was also dealing with the roam game all at once. So it wasn't really too much sweat off of Oxygen's back at the end of the day, and the Soniqs end up giving that round up off of the execute.
So Soniqs dropping one that realistically could have fallen under their control, just not able to get enough control over the attacking presence from Oxygen. Looks like we are coming to the tail end of this tech pause, folks. We appreciate your patience. Thank you very much for waiting with us, but I believe we are ready to get into the game once again. So let's head into it, round 4, getting started in just a second. And if you are just joining us, Oxygen, surprisingly, is in front right now, but only by 1 round at 2-1 here. So let's see if the Soniqs can rebound on what's going to be another second floor defense and bring things back under their own control.
It's feeling like opposite day with these first 2 games. I mean, I know you picked Astralis for border, but let's be honest. If you look at the stats, it was not the greatest decision, but you did make the right decision. So, I mean, sometimes when you got a feeling, you got a feeling.
It's all about
right?
that feeling.
Exactly.
I had a little feeling for Oxygen too. That was too bold of a pick though.
This one was very bold.
Yeah.
You're talking about the monstrosity that is the Soniqs roster in the NAL right now.
I was only really feeling it because of the map though, was the thing. Like knowing that we were going to Oregon, when Oxygen's generally pretty comfortable in Oregon.
Yeah, but so is Soniqs. This is one of the most played
that's
maps
why
the
I
last 2
picked
years.
them. That's why I ultimately picked them, because I was like, all right, Soniqs' consistency over the last few weeks, plus their own comfortability on this map, absolutely they should win. But look, that's not happening right now.
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, I definitely echo your sentiments there. But for this round in particular, Soniqs are going to have some extra time to consider what their next move is going to be. It's going to be a top floor defense. They'll bring the Maestro for some extra information, as well as a mute to hold up these walls. Alibi along for the ride as per usual. She's actually the most played defensive operator in the entirety of the game right now. Just given the circumstances of her utility. You got that Bailiff secondary for rotations. You can bring impacts or a deployable shield. She's got an MX4 Storm with a 1.5. And then past that, you still have her primary utility, which is pretty good for blocking some pretty critical lanes that people like to use to try and adopt some angles. So she's just a very solid choice to help your team across the board. So always pretty easy to work in.
It's again slow beginning to this round. Oxygen has not shown us any feeling that they want to try to get hyper aggressive. With that said, though, we nearly see a battle between Foxy and the player currently holding on the inside of Kids Dorms there. Just a little bit of a tit for tat through the barricade, though. Nothing either team will potentially fully commit to. Foxy, of course, now up on the roof, is going to be regrouping with the rest of his teammates in just a moment here, and Sweater as well. Primed in position to try to finish off the rest of this barricade should the need arise, but definitely wants to keep it in place here. He's got other things to worry about. We'll wrap over to regroup with some of his teammates. They've already taken, I believe, full big tower control for themselves. Small tower is still yet to be claimed. Of course, Rex is going to be here and be very annoying as he throws out one of those alibi clones that is going to give out the big red text in the middle of the screen for auction until they can send someone out there to shoot it, which thankfully is going to be a pretty quick task. Looks like Foxy's already on it.
Yeah, Foxy begrudgingly crossing the front lawn to take out this Prisma so that everybody's screens are finally vacant. That quite annoying bold red letters flashing at them as somebody is detected outside, but luckily enough for them, no longer. Instead, it's going to be the explosive payload next as they'll blow apart the master wall and look to see what they can do with these splinters they've now created in the defensive setup. Looks like they've got some angles to go through the floor here. Don't really know if those are created by the offense or defense. It looked like that. Looks like some access points from something like Sweater down low. But Newer's really the key to this one as he's standing inside of Trophy. They'll get rid of the evil eye that could detect him crossing through. But there's just another one lying in wait immediately into the left-hand side of the door. And this one's going to be a lot more difficult to bunker bust for the offense.
Evil Eye coming in handy for Gunner at the moment, able to snipe out at least one of the drones working its way in. I'm sure a few more will potentially be presented before the execute comes out from Oxygen. With that said, though, Foxy certainly looking for the first strike for this team, but not going to be able to find it. It's Rexon to take down Sweater from the Trophy side. Instead, eliminating him. Rexon still ready to make another play here from the top of White Stairs. It was never stolen away, and it doesn't seem like Oxygen can take anything away here realistically. All 5 players from the Soniqs still standing tall. That is, of course, until Vertical activates on the attic push. He's finally able to knock down at least one in the form of Kansan. There isn't enough between him and Foxy to get the job done. Well, Foxy strikes true on a second one, but that's as far as he will go. Left down to only that one remaining member of the attacking lineup, and they'll run out of time, unfortunately. So the Soniqs take control of this one and tie us back up.
An extremely slow-moving offense there from Oxygen, given the circumstances of how much control, quote-unquote, they had initially with the skeleton key down low and, the wall being popped for Master. They just really didn't have anything going on when it came to the big window, attic, and or White Stairs side. And that made it to where Soniqs could play a lot of very strong angles in towards the entry points of Oxygen. Specifically, what we saw with the Alibi there, being able to maintain control of White Stairs. That doesn't happen too often, but when it does, that is one of the prime examples of why White Stairs is so important to that top floor setup.
So as the Soniqs look to try and take control of their lead, they will have to do so on their basement hold as they play out those previous 2 rounds, both on the upstairs. Of course, making their first floor hold no longer a requirement to be able to get back into the good graces of the basement here. Away from that, Oxygen bringing us with a very similar line to what we had seen for the basement attacks prior. No real reason why they need to bring a dramatic change to their strategies. What they have been showing us has been working for the most part. We are going to see a little bit more of a drawn back play this time from the Soniqs. This is what failed them on the initial attempt. However, this may be a little bit more of a hybrid. We do have players poking up from the stairwells, but nowhere near the commitment that we saw back on round 2 is going to be present this time.
No, they're just sweeping up the last little bit of stuff before they clock out of the mid-floor and head back downstairs, John. You always got to clean up shop before you leave work, right? So looks like Soniqs will get that done and head back down low and await the arrival of Oxygen, who are quick to deliver. We already have a Sweater here on Armory Stairs. He's donning the top of it right now, but as we were talking on before, Soniqs have not dedicated themselves to the roam game this time around. Instead, they've stuck Gunner back onto the Maestro that we saw for the top floor defense. We've got Rexon with the Mira and everything else making quite a bit of sense as to how we saw the Soniqs defend with their turtle setup the last time around. We're really leaning into Geo here to try and work his head around a lot of the positions that Oxygen are going to be throwing, these flashes and grenades. He's the only one that can prevent it. Now, obviously, you do have Grixer that can see through things like stuns, but those goggles do not do a lot for frags.
More windows have been set up. We are going to see more of an intel window there, more than anything positioned on the inside of the site. As you can tell, not really any angles to play around that one, so just more of an alert to when the actual execute is going to end up coming through. The second one, I believe, is in its usual freezer counter position, just to try and open up a free angle for the defenders playing in laundry onto that approach. Oxygen are not heading that way, though. As you can see, a 3-stack currently on the back tower stairs with the E-hatch already open. So going to be priming themselves to work down there to start things a little bit earlier this time from Oxygen as well. They realize that time may become an issue issue as they begin to work themselves into the basements. They want to leave themselves with as much excess as possible to facilitate the full execute. And so far, it's worked. Catching the aggression from Grixer, bringing him down to half HP. Now Sweater finishes him off, I believe, with a construction push.
And Sweater's going to eclipse the amount of kills that he had in his last game, but way less deaths. 8 deaths the last time, only 2 this time around. Such a solid showing from him. Sure, going to slow things down just a little bit. They'll deliver things on the EE1D front, but nobody moves an inch. See if Soniqs wants to try and fight back and fend off Oxygen even further. What a push from Foxay, though. The skeleton key, it isn't just for breaking up flooring. It's also still a shotgun. A nitro cell goes out, but it won't take out any Oxygen members with it. Kansan is trying to make a grand stand here inside of Elbow, but you could say that about the remaining members of the Sonic squad as well. Look at all the angles they're currently dedicating themselves towards, trying to shut down Oxygen right when they try and push in for these key moments on this site. We see Rexon out of a nitro cell, and so is Kansan. Got no way to try and defend this, minus killing the man planting. So many bodies for Oxygen as well, and Soniqs can get none of them. Oxygen shut it down. What a beautiful offensive half this has been.
Potential strategical mistake made there by the players on the Soniqs as well, to choose to play this back, choose to play it against what was already shown to be a very, very good clear on the inside defense from Oxygen back on round number 1. They challenge it again with a slightly different operator lineup, and it yields almost the exact same result. Oxygen with just far too much control for that take once they get access to the back stairs, and the players of the Soniqs just do not have enough firepower to contend against it.
I'm telling you, by the end of this stage, Doa's going to have to melt that coin down into like the shape of an L and give it to all of us, because like this thing is predicting so many weird circumstances. I'm telling you, I have so much faith in Soniqs' defenses coming into this, just given everything that we've seen this stage, how Oxygen's been performing, how Soniqs have looked, and you know, they should be just about as equally as hungry, right? Maybe Soniqs even more so because they're trying to go to the major. But right now, Oxygen are putting together quite the offensive half, and it looks like they want to cap it off with something that we don't get to see too often, unless your name is Parabellum and you happen to be the player called Spirits.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So away from that,
That's
Oxygen
is
going to be looking to Oxygen is going to be looking to swap out Foxay onto the Blitz here, and he's not the only one that's been changed out either. Blitz, of course, a massive surprise to anyone who does not regularly watch our broadcast, but if you are a regular viewer, and specifically of this map, you will generally be expecting this. Here we go. No prisoners being taken by Oxygen. They proceed directly to the interior of the site. Foxay immediately shut down, though, so the Blitz brought for basically nothing. Gets that one flash out, and that's it. Kansan has also traded out a second member of this team now by trading out Sweater. So far, a 5v3 advantage to the Soniqs.
Oh.
The gamut from Oxygen not working out here.
That was just
rough.
Rough is almost an understatement, because I'm like 90% positive that Oxygen rushed into an elbow that is completely sealed. I'm pretty sure that Geo sealed it completely off. So them entering from that point of contact, not the greatest idea. Even with the Blitz, like it's still like you're fighting for territory that is completely locked down and safeguarded from Soniqs. But either way, Oxygen still with some opportunities here. It's a 3 versus 5, and with Newers alive, I mean, anything is possible. They still got vertical with the E1Ds as well. Newers is going to be able to clamber down the main stairwell, unbeknownst to Soniqs. So definitely a play opportunity building.
Seniors ready to proceed forward here off the E1D charge. Only a tiny bit of intel going into the hallway, though. Dream succeeds, and so does Newers. Dream with the double on the back end, by the way. Soniqs are going to suddenly panic. They have no one left in the site. It's just Gunner and Grixer. They were extended. They were out and about looking to challenge Oxygen on a normal clear. That has not happened. Suddenly, Oxygen have made this very bold take work for themselves just off a proper intel read. Beautifully turned around by them. Very well could be looking at a 4th round, but at the same time, Gunner as well as Grixer not done just yet. Grixer is, unfortunately, but for Gunner, let's put this into a 1v3. Gonna try to clutch it back out. It's a dash over towards Laundry, panicking after the flash is set his way, and Vertical finally to shut him down from the primary hallway. That's 2 for 2 on the attacks in the past 2 rounds from Oxygen, and they're gonna steal the lead away from the Soniqs.
It's a 4-2 split in favor of Oxygen, and that was the offensive side of Oregon. Very, very impressive stuff coming out of OXG here. You know, especially with the way that they're able to work out this 3 versus 5. Dream with some massive entry capabilities. He's been so stalwart this entire stage. Oxygen obviously have had a pretty rough ship that they've been trying to guide through this, avoid as many rocks as they can on the way. And it seems like they're finally having a break in the channel there, John. Things are starting to open up into calmer waters, and it's all starting against the #1 team in North America right now.
Soniqs potentially could be facing against only their second loss of the stage so far, against one of the few teams sitting way down at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Oxygen currently in 9th place for the league with a 1-5 record. Soniqs have the polar opposite of that. But Oxygen potentially about to very much push themselves to a very surprising position here if they can take the win versus the Soniqs. We have those qualifying probabilities locked in down below as well here. You can see it for the players on the Soniqs. For Oxygen, it's already locked in. They will not be able to qualify themselves, but the Soniqs needed a regulation win to be able to fully lock it in for themselves, looking more and more unlikely that we will not be able to get that. Still, of course, looking great for them even aside from that. As you can see, even with the loss here, there's still like a 99% chance, but would have liked to have locked things in today, and it's looking more and more likely that that's just not potentially going to happen. Kansan with the first strike on this round, though, as we start the second half off. Knocks out Sweater, brings things quickly down to a 5v4.
Well, the Sweater's offensive side is quickly going to be sunsetted as soon as we open their defensive half. And now Oxygen are once again going to have to fight from the downward position. Soniqs haven't gotten too much control just yet, but at least taking down Sweater is a solid start. They're trying to clear out this top floor and make sure that no Oxygen members are allowed to coexist with them throughout some of the more important parts of this map, minus the actual site. They just want to make sure that they can force them all back downstairs. Vertical's trying to prevent this from happening, so he'll be playing inside of Meeting. He does have the escape hatch open for himself, and Soniqs still very aware that there's a potential for Oxygen to try and rebuff this mid-floor, but nothing just coming yet until Newers, well, he's going to climb inside of T1 for Big Tower. We'll see how long he sticks around, but Vertical's looking like he wants to hightail it out of here as well, so we'll see how Oxygen respond as Soniqs begin to pressure.
Soniqs start to work their way forward throughout the rest of the clear, and as such, Oxygen will need to respect that to an extent and begin backing up themselves. You just saw one dropping through the meeting room hatch. More are going to follow as we get more and more control sent over towards the Soniqs roster. You see Kansan ready to pop things open here just to clear out meeting room. Like we mentioned before, most of the Oxygen roster has already well fallen back from these positions. They're not going to be at any threat at this point. The Soniqs will have to proceed towards the backstairs area or a few other spots on the map to really challenge any of the more aggressive positions from Oxygen at this point. Otherwise, they are sitting nice and tight, tucked down below inside of the basement, waiting for the actual execute to come through. For the rest of SQ here, they are taking no chances on this. They want to make sure that every box is checked before they make the descent themselves. That's explaining a little bit of a delay here while they try to line up positions to use these Candelas and their other utility to begin working into the freezer. I imagine other parts of the basement as well for the next few seconds.
Well, the fantastic news is that when it comes, it's going to be hot and heavy for the Soniqs. They have so many Candelas as well as these concussions built up on Kansan, and not only that, stun grenades as well on Geo. So we'll see how this entry game works out for them. Remember, Oxygen down a man in this situation. It's going to get even worse here as Foxay will be DBNO'd. Dream will be able to pick up one. Rexon with the refrag. Gunner not able to find anything just yet, but this timer is eating at them. We need a place to put this plant down. Vertical still allowed to exist here in freezer. Some nice shots, but oh my, the Sonic quickly sweep everybody under the rug in the dying seconds of the round, John. We only got to see one person get bodied in freezer hall, but the Sonics are so quick it doesn't even matter.
Once again, beautiful work from the Soniqs. It was looking desperate for them, especially at the tail end of it, as we came into those final seconds. But just when it looks the bleakest, they shine the lights on, show up with those Candelas. And in reality, the Candelas didn't even actually amount to a whole lot for the Soniqs there, just kind of shuffling a few of the positions for our defenders. It was that final push in the last few seconds finally made things work and surprised Oxygen with the sudden, probably, aggressiveness in which they worked their way in.
I mean, let's be honest. I think it surprised all of us that an orange thing popped up at the end of that and said Soniqs won. I was blown away at the fact that they were able to knock out the remaining members of Oxygen without a plant even being attempted. They took the frag power right to their doorstep and delivered. Fantastic stuff from SQ so far.
So the Soniqs will start to route their way back into this game just as quickly as they fell behind it. Only 1 round behind the overall scoreline from the Oxygen roster right now. XG still, of course, in the lead with 3 rounds to go until a regulation victory. It's going to be tougher to achieve here, as the Soniqs, of course, seem to have awakened on the attacking side. They're going to be looking to continue that trend. Oxygen, though, just like we saw from the Soniqs on round 2, going to be doubling down on their defense, extending it out past the basement, feeling that the kind of bunker setup that they were forced into in the late moments of the round did not play out too well. They want to be a little bit more aggressive this time, just as the Soniqs were on their response round. So let's see if it works out as well for Oxygen as it did for the Soniqs.
I love this lineup that we're having from the Soniqs here. They're going to bring the Flores in, and with that partnered along with Iana as well as Ophia, you actually have 8 explosives to use across the board here and deal with this defensive setup that Oxygen have mustered. These deployable shields are going to be the most annoying aspect of this, minus the Banshees that'll be strung throughout. But obviously you have to really avoid Foxay's magnets at the end of the day. That's going to be a little problematic, but the good news is they've got enough stuns to be able to get through this. And also for Gunnar, it's not really a problem. As long as there's no mute jam or anybody to get ahead of his drone and shoot it, then he is well within his right to move those in and be able to take out some key pieces of defensive utility. Sweater's going to be at least holding on to Big Tower for now. I don't know how long he'll be sticking around there. We saw Newers try to play very similar positions, but nobody from Soniqs trying to push over there and give him the fight he wanted so badly.
Soniqs continuing to patiently wait for an opportunity to catch a more aggressively lean member of Oxygen, but have been unable to find it as of the past 2 minutes here. Doesn't mean that we're not going to see it, though. As you can tell, Oxygen once again trying to lean up from those staircases, wait and see if a fight is going to be presented to them. They, too, are being met with not a whole lot here. The Soniqs are very well aware of this aggression here, having dealt with it already in part on the previous round and obviously watching the VODs from previous matchups. So they're going to be checking that, as you saw that top-down angle being established over the laundry stairs. We got this Rotera drone trying to sneak its way through, but just short of the barricade it was probably intended to take down. Will be shot out there. That utility will be wasted. Thankfully, Gunnar has 3 more of those. Doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of time to throw them out, though. It's going to be the big problem here. Just over a minute remaining, so we can probably see another 2 go down. An attempt to be thrown at the players from Oxygen. He'll sneak this one off. That'll probably force a little bit of a reposition from Dream.
Oh, man.
May actually be eating it.
There's so many ways this can go wrong, John. M590 in hand. Rotero drone. The thing is, folks, that works both ways. Stun out, yeah, it's going to be able to get Dream, but is he going to be able to stay alive? Nobody managing the hatch for that angle. He gets one. Oh, my goodness gracious. It's a bloodbath in Freezer. The Butcher Dream finally gets taken down by Rexon. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 that Soniqs now have to try and wrap their head around, and Gio is so very injured with that case on hand.
Rest of the Soniqs still looking to make their way down into the depths of the basement here and finally commit to clearing things out against the Oxygen hole. Vertical strikes true, though, to keep things consistent for Oxygen. Another pickup now from Gio, though, to respond to it for the Soniqs finally. You can see Foxay beginning to wrap on the potential flank here. Will he be able to shut it down? Well, he won't even need to, as Newers does it all. 2 kills for him at the end of the round, and he shuts it all out, giving another very much-needed round to OXG as they maintain their lead just when they were 1 round away from losing it.
Well, the Soniqs are able to at least get some movement out of Oxygen and make some, plays to be, or make some plays open and readily available to them. Now, the big thing is that, again, we didn't see them really deal with Freezer in a proper manner. Dream is able to just catapult himself right back into that stairwell, given the positioning of a lot of these players. That is always a really difficult spot to try and deal with from security as well, because the angle there just isn't really giving. Like, there's really no way to see him if he's down past that table, so you're really hoping that the concussions and just the overwhelming utility usage is able to get one over on Dream, that you win that engagement because of that. But the big problem was that Soniqs are off on timing. He's completely unblinded, and he's able to use his shotgun to its fullest potential. That's what everybody's so worried about when you pressure a smoke in a situation like that. Yeah, the toxic babes are annoying, but that M590 can put you in a grave in an instant.
With the timeout coming to a close here, the Soniqs, it will become a do-or-die time for them as they're running out of opportunities to bring this back under their own control. Oxygen just 1 round away from denying full point coverage and as well denying the outright major qualification the Soniqs might have been able to birth from this game as well. Just takes 1 more round to get them to that point. More likely still going to be looking at the Soniqs attending the major regardless of the outcome to this match, as like we talked about before, and we had those probability chances up on the screen. It is still something like a 99.9% chance, even if they do end up taking this one in regulation. I think to some extent if they end up losing this game too, but obviously would have liked the full securities. There is still that slight story arc where they could end up not making it, despite how well this stage has gone for them so far.
That would be I don't even know how you would try and describe that story.
It'd be almost as surprising as Oxygen making the major at this point.
Yeah, yeah, I would definitely say so. Soniqs have quickly ran it up here in stage 3. Now we do still have 3 play days, and as you guys have noticed, we've been doing a lot of discussion as to who's going to majors, what SI points are looking like, and everything in between. And both of these teams in pretty hot contention for both of those things respectively. Oxygen practically a shoe-in for SI. Some unbelievable circumstances have to befall them in order for them to not go. So you can practically just say it's going to happen, and it more than likely will. So past that though, Soniqs and the leader of the NAL at the current moment attempting to fight back from a deficit 5-3. And they've already gotten Canton in upstairs. This is a great lead-off positioning for him here around Armory. They've probably already gotten rid of the camera as well. Gunner's going to be watching Rexon through his drone, just making sure that he puts those OSA shields where they need to be.
You bored? Like, we'll see what else he's potentially going to be able to work himself towards in a minute here, though. Ah, that's what he was waiting for. He actually couldn't take the drone in because the window wasn't busted yet. So now that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, be patient.
I mean, I'd assume. We're already like a minute into the round. That's usually one of the first things that happens. But
you're going to open the window before you put the shields down? You think that's a good idea?
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
All right, fine.
See, guys, that's how you, right there, that's how you fix your rank stacks. You see how easy that was?
You
see how easy that
fair
was?
counterpoint.
Oh, man. I love my job.
I'm just a very impatient person.
Just open the window and get the Twitch drone in. Get this
Some
wall open.
shotgun action lurking up here for Dream. I think it's going to be a bit more delayed, though.
I can't believe it was a minute 30 when they opened that wall. Can you believe that, John? My God. Soniqs, take it forever here in John's mind. No. Oxygen, very solid positioning here. They've got the smoke in a pretty aggressive spot as of right now, but Dream, big key point here, try and trade yourself out. Get those smokes out of your pocket. We do not want to see him dying with any more toxic babes in that backpack. Oh, well, there it happens. He's going to have one, but Geo with a pretty wide swing here. I don't know where it came in from. Seems like a big window presence, but it's actually going to be Rexon. The bodies, Newers, and Oxygen are getting diced up.
Indeed, they are down to only 3 members remaining of the defense here. Vertical with a bottom-to-top angle, but it seems like the Soniqs, are very well aware of that position. Vertical not going to be a surprise to anyone from this spot. Apparently, he'll be a surprise to Gunner, though, as he is not ready for the swing as he tries to proceed down Classroom Hallway. That's another frag picked up. Corrected, of course, now by Kansan as he takes down Foxay. That negates a lot of the attic pressure that was going to come out for the defense. Pretty much requires Sweater to be drawn back up to the top side now. The same for Vert, but they are both locked down here in Classroom Hall. No way to counter the plant. It goes down convincingly for the Soniqs. We're going to see these last two try to wrap their way up through the front stairs here and work themselves back into the site. But now being brought down to a 2v4, and with their intentions pretty much revealed, it should be a quick shutdown for the Soniqs. There's one. Sweater survives through fight at least one more time here. Trading out onto Grixer, but still 3 more kills to go. And he's got about 15 seconds left to actually get onto that case as well. More than likely a solidified round, and there it is for the Soniqs.
Extremely solid stuff from the Soniqs. Fantastic patience, especially, working that big double side initially, getting Osa set up with all the shields, getting the angles opened up for Osa to make it to where Oxygen aren't able to rotate around the site to respond accordingly to what Oxygen are doing with that master wall. And it puts everyone in a little bit of an awkward spot. We had the aggressive smoke play there from Dream, and he gets crossed out by Geo, as well as the remaining pressure coming in from the Soniqs, and just making it so difficult. How often do you see somebody die from that cross from big window there? That's only something that Rexon can pull off, given the fact that he's Osa. You're able to slap that shield down. It's much safer to play around that area, and since he's been existing in that space for so long, John, Oxygen are now used to it. It's not something that's existed there for just 10 seconds. It's existed there for a minute and a half, and now all of a sudden you're being shot from it.
Problems presenting themselves for the Oxygen rosters. It seemed like they were carving ahead of this situation, but now starting to fall behind yet again. Soniqs at this point, just a few rounds away from being able to tie us back up, of course, and take the lead away to potentially still give themselves the full 3 points out of this game. That's what they're looking for, of course. Absolute certainty in their qualification to the major here, especially against Oxygen, who has been, unfortunately, a little bit lackluster throughout most of this stage, suddenly showing up not only today's matchup, but the previous one as well. Against the Soniqs, though, definitely a bit of a matchup they want to win for their own sake more than anything, as Oxygen still holds the lead here. Going to try to crush it a little bit further and lock in that 6th round on a second attempt to hold on to the kids' dorms upstairs.
I love some of these angles we're seeing from Oxygen here, especially this breach inside of the attic wall, creating that long angle, some assistance that Vertical can get from the player inside of there as well. So solid stuff. Soniqs going to be starting things in from the west side. Big spoiler there, especially when it comes to Oregon. This is usually how we see teams go about things. Rexon's going to quickly get back on drone and assist in the clearing of this mid floor. It really seems like Sweater's the only one to exist here in a pretty usual spot for a mute given this site. He's going to be holding down security and seeing if he can befall any of the Soniqs members attempting to rotate in and take him down. So he's going to be able to get rid of some drones here, at least initially, and Soniqs really not paying him too much mind. Instead, it's going to be Kansan. He's quickly going to make his way to the top of White Stairs. He'll get rid of at least the sensor here. Could give up his positioning, although more than likely already know that he's in this area. Lasergate going to turn off. He knows he's so very close to that door frame, and Kansan just trying to chase the pixels of his shoulder peeking around the corner.
Foxay sitting back, waiting for an opportunity to excel himself here with the aggressive position that he's leaned into towards the exit of the freezer stairs. So much trepidation coming in from both sides of the coin at the moment here. Neither team wants to make the wrong move. That's been the problem. It seems like no matter move you make, someone is going to step their wrong foot forward here eventually. The Soniqs will have that forced upon them sooner rather than later due to the time beginning to crunch. Down to a little over a minute here. Oxygen with still plenty of control, especially toward the front lobby areas such as classroom and those laundry stairs. Really looking to surprise the Soniqs when they finally feel the need to commit themselves to the top. And we'll really just have to wait and see how this will pan out. So obviously, at this point, I would assume that the Soniqs would be somewhat aware of the lurking presence from downstairs, but they have no idea of Foxy's position on the inside of Classroom. He takes down Geo for free at the start here. Sweater as well catches Grixer trying to come to the top of the laundry stairs to trade things back out. And another successful push, this time from Sweater to take down Rexon. Beautifully played by Oxygen. It's all falling to pieces for the Soniqs. Kansan, the only one left, and even he's at low HP in a 1v5.
Sweater and Foxay abuse the labyrinth that is the downstairs of Oregon to its fullest, getting done with so much across the board for Soniqs. I especially love the decision from Foxay to not pressure White Stairs too much, instead rotating over and getting ahead of the push, John. He knows that the Soniqs have to eventually make a play, especially for that main wall. That's something that they hadn't accomplished just yet. He gets ahead of that, and not only that, but he's got Sweater in tow, down low as well, and it just makes it to where they can play off of each other so well. They can use any of that information around the space, like the nitro cell, to prevent the plant from going off up top, or just the positioning around that master closet area in general, right here, the top of main stairs, rather. So again, just a fantastic showing there from the Soniqs on their roam game, able to avoid Oxygen time and time again, or rather, shoes on the other foot. Oxygen with an amazing roam, able to circumnavigate around the Soniqs time and time again, and really get one over on them. And that's not something that you usually see happen to Soniqs either. They're usually very solid on their info game and trying to keep those rotations shut down.
Well, even better news for the Oxygen fans at home, and arguably even worse news for the Soniqs fans as well. We're going back to the basement. Things generally favor our defenders quite heavily. Time to see if they can lock in one final hold on this one to secure what would be a 7-4 matchup versus the Soniqs. Soniqs not going to be changing up anything to a huge degree. It seems like they're aware they're heading back to the basement, so we still have Gunner, for instance, on those Rotera drones, alongside a usual amount of utility that we would expect from this squad. The single hard breach on Geo just to knock out the hatches. Don't really need anything else beyond that. And then the usual execute utility between Kansan, Rexon for the intel, of course, and Grixon on the Twitch for the comfort pick.
Yeah, Rexon and Grixer not having the greatest day right now. Rexon -7 and 9. Grixer, he hasn't even been awake for this game practically. 3, 8, and 5. That's something we never see happen to him. And it's all call signs of Auction having a pretty swell game. And you can see that just across the board, especially for Sweater. But the rest of the frag team showing up to play. Foxay's had some big plays, but he's actually at the bottom of the pile. It's really been Newers and Vertical that have stepped up to the plate. Dreams had those highlight moments where he's been able to rack in quite a few kills, almost half of his kills coming inside of one round, actually, as he was able to muster a triple. But that's what it takes to try and take down a gargantuan squad like the Soniqs and what they've been doing all of Stage 3. You really have to show some respect towards. So, tip of the cap to Oxygen, what they've been able to do thus far today, but they've got to shut out this game.
Just one final round is all they need. 2 opportunities to get it done as well. Very, very tepid at the beginning of this match here, or at the beginning of this round, not wanting to potentially show anything against the Soniqs, but the Soniqs very much giving out that same type of vibe right now, clearing out everything to the fullest extent. As you can see, Kansan has gone for like a T3 clear, even everything like that. They want to take no chances here. This is not a team they should be losing in regulation to, but they may very well not have a choice here with the way things are going. With the defense that Oxygen are putting up on the front lines here, Soniqs have constantly been faltering. A lackluster performance from some of their stars is at least just part of the reason why we have seen that. Once again, a massive surge from Oxygen these past few weeks is another good reason. Seems like they may be finally coming back into form while it's too late to change up the storyline for them here in Stage 3. 2023 may still hold a lot of potential for this Oxygen roster if they can get things together.
Somebody dethaw Mariah Carey. It's almost Christmas time. It's right around the corner, man. It always happens like that. I'm like, oh, you know, we haven't even hit Halloween yet. And then I blink and it's my birthday, which is January 25th. So it's like, it just happens like that. Really quick transition, but Oxygen are looking to abuse that full amount of time to try and prove that this squad is worthy of a berth at SI. This last minute could be a testament to that story. Vertical, he's got an angle here, and he's almost got a headshot. Oh, so very close as he dances back and forth between the 2 holes created by the Soniqs opposition. Oxygen at least done a solid job of slowing down the take here for the Soniqs. It's boiling down to this. Newers has the cross, able to play through the smoke. Vertical almost with another, but it's going to be Rotero drone to force his rotation. He'll die to Geometrics, and that has to be it. They have to go for the execute now. Oh my, it's a sea of orange. Geo starts the plant. Dream has 1. He's got 2, but there's no way in hell he clutches this, right? SMG 11, he'll slap a mag into that and a quick rotation out of the Soniqs. They've got some very solid positioning, but it's a triple for Dream. Oh my, smoke out, nobody inside of E-Box and some long angles to worry about. Do they have any frag grenades? They do not. They only have stuns. No Roteros either. Dream, he's almost done with this. Confused, but Gio's gonna get there just in time. Yes, the Toxic Babe does some damage, but it's not lethal enough to prevent the pressure.
Respect to Soniqs for handling that in a simple way as well. Not trying to overcomplicate the situation to get him off of the defuse or use utility to bait him off of it. Just let's take the direct duel against him, flash him out as well, and make sure that this player goes down without any contestation against us. Beautifully done there. Make sure that Dream didn't get away from it. We saw a very nice clutch from him a few weeks ago. Didn't want a replication of that. So Soniqs are able to push things to our final round of regulation at least, but now at the same time, Oxygen still has an unused tack timeout. They're going to bring this out, see what they can potentially change up for their final round, as they do have a little bit of a curveball to throw at the Soniqs. We'll wait till we go back in game to talk about that, though.
Yeah, this is going to be some pretty hard decision making here. Do you go back downstairs? Do you try a different site? I mean, that site right there could have been one off of Vertical's, kills alone if he's able to secure those through the hatch. He had some great opportunities there, and he was just missing by pixels. And sometimes that's all that separates you from a round win. Those lead-off picks could have slowed down Soniqs even further. Not only that, but the man advantage then would have been in favor of the defense, making it a lot more palatable for them when Soniqs go for their execution. But I mean, unfortunately enough for Oxygen, they're not able to take advantage of some of those situations that were presented to them. And for the Soniqs, they most definitely did. They bowled over the first 2 players of the Oxygen defensive setup, made it look pretty easy when it came down to it. Minus Dream getting some pretty solid kills off there at the tail end.
So the wrinkle is going to come in the form of Oxygen finally going to their first floor defense this time around. They did have, of course, the basement available for a reach. I'm pretty sure a second floor should have still been locked away for them, but this one is going to be their only other option, so they will go for it. Will lead to some interesting operator picks as well, most notably the Bandit coming out for Foxy to block out access to a few of the rotation walls downstairs, just make the process of clearing things out and setting up for specifically probably the stage door play, but I would imagine towards the kitchen as well. That type of execute, just want to make that a little bit more difficult, a little bit more troublesome for the Soniqs to work their way past, and they actually did not bring a secondary EMP to deal with it. So there's going to be a little bit more trouble than they may be reckoning, depending on where Fox is able to slap those down at.
There's a ludicrous amount of soft destruction on the likes of Soniqs. Buck, as well as breaching charges on Ace. We have Ash, and then breaching charges on IQ as well. So not much great secondary utility. We've got stuns on Rex and some frags on Kansan, but really that's just about it. Gio's got the Claymores, but we haven't been seeing too many teams just get really aggressive when it comes to the hop outs on Oregon. So could be utilized somewhere else and potentially work out, but we'll just have to see. Foxay, he's calling the ball really early here, John. He's brought the Bandit to try and play for the single panels inside of meeting. Now, this is a really solid setup, especially with the fact that the Soniqs only have a singular hard breach. They didn't bring anybody else. They only brought Gunner on Ace. Rexen does have the opportunity to bring secondary hard breach on Buck, but they said, no, we don't want that. We want the stuns instead.
Already a minute gone from the round. Soniqs are clearly taking their time with things here on the opening patrol that they'll go for up on the second floor. Foxy, of course, sitting just down below, looking to counter that out when this aggression starts to curtail itself over towards the connector leading into meeting. There will be some time before we reach that point in the round. Oxygen having their more aggressively lean defense postured out in a few other spots on this map too, but Grixer might have a window of opportunity here. See the divide's been open. Grixer expecting to come from the left side of this angle though. Aggression in and of itself. He's right to assume so as well, but now that he's been revealed, too scared to stick around. Won't get an opportunity to try and capitalize on that additional member of Oxygen that is still positioned on T2.
Solid patience, but great awareness from Oxygen will allow them to know what's going on in the moment there for Big Tower. Going down to this last minute. Yes, it's been a lot of negotiations, but no damage dealt to either side. I think that's finally about the change, but no, we've been hoodwinked. Instead, it's going to be the hologram that walks its way down the hallway of cans, and it did obviously seem a little alien there just for the moment. Nobody else on Soniqs really around to try and help, but they have to push in somewhere, and Oxygen absolutely know that. Frag grenades out. They see two inside of the kitchen hallway. Gunner, he's got the plant going down now. Oxygen will be able to pick up one, but Dream with the move. They've got the case control now inside of kitchen. Dream, can he hit some big shots? He can indeed. He has been a demon inside of these games so far. These rounds have been off the back of his efforts. It's down to Rexen, but Foxay will body him. Oxygen get their second win of the entirety of the stage. And not only that, John, it comes against the #1 team that we have to offer, and the likes of Soniqs on one of their most known maps.
Oxygen going on a little bit of a run here towards the end of stage 3, and what an impressive run at that as well, able to knock down the current #1 team in this stage. The Soniqs unable to contend and falter in the final round of regulation here, dropping the match 5-7, as you can see. Oxygen with a lot to be happy about right now. Last week's victory was a good first step for this team to start moving themselves back towards the top, but this one is a sign that they still can do it, and they still can indeed take down some of the best. As for the Soniqs, a few players unfortunately not in the game today, and as well falling apart in the final moments of so many different rounds here. Seemed like they had the elements needed to control it, and while they were able to ultimately take control of some very, very tense executes as well, they also fell apart far too often, giving those rounds over to Oxygen and the map along with it. This game is done, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to a short break, but stick with us as when we come back, we'll have your analysts getting ready for the next game, and of course, breaking this one down.
Slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Can I got you feeling wavy? Way too early to be hazy. Start a 10 job cause you crazy. Yeah, you back in the game and you don't feel ashamed. Always want me at your party. Like me next to a Bacardi. Cause you know
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Analyst Desk with your host, Doe, with Caliber, Jacob, with Jesse, J, Chick, and C Daps, the man known by no other names, just C Daps. That's the only thing we ever know about. Oh, and over in Vegas, I almost forgot. We have none other than Foxay standing by to chat with us about that match. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
We're doing good too. Congrats on the win today. I mean, how much was the pressure kind of off in this one, right? Because, I mean, obviously, like, the major not really in the conversation anymore, but SI is still very much in the conversation for Oxygen. What were your thoughts coming into this one?
We knew that our chances to make the major, especially going down 0-4, were slim to none. So our main thing was just focusing on making sure that we're a team ready for Invite, like you said. So we know that when we picked up Sweater, I feel like we kind of kept bad habits from our prior roster going into things, and we kind of just tried to force him into a system that, you know, we all know, like, you know, we had Lax on the team for a long time, and we were used to the way he played. So obviously, doing a big change like this is something that we didn't try doing at first. But now that we're starting to like do those steps, we feel a lot more confident. So yeah, we're just trying to look forward to the SI, and then also for the I don't know what to call it, NA finals at the, you know, in November, December, whenever that's supposed to be. So.
Well, Fox, I want to dive in a little bit more about kind of the changes that you've been making, the adaptations you're trying to make with, of course, these last couple of weeks. Can you talk a bit about kind of the positions you've been playing on attack and the positions the rest of your teams have kind of been taking in order to try to kind of make this change happen, to make, you know, the team go a little bit more coordinated, a little bit better on attack here?
Yeah, so we tried putting Sweater on kind of this like flank watch role. How the meta's changing is like, you know, the conventional flank watch is no longer a thing. And obviously, I mean, you know, he's nasty aim-wise, and a position like that where he needs to lurk and I guess play his time is not best suited for him. So we decided to put him on the entry. And now kind of like that like lurk and, you know, flex position, me and Vert try to bounce back and forth on depending on the map and, you know, who's better at what. So for mainly that's how we do it. And then on defense, I think we decided to go with something where, you know, we're still able to have our main roamers with nasty aim on the roam, where I'm able to kind of like flex into the positions and make the adaptations that we think we need on defense. Because, you know, I'm like the person that thinks on the team. So, you know, I have to do that while they get to shoot. So.
Okay, and so now we've seen the role changes finally start to come into more fruition of what you guys want as a team. How does it feel to beat the #1 team here in the NAL, being the Soniqs? Everybody kind of wrote it off, but now you guys are here and kind of showing what you can really do.
Great question. First off, I'd like to say you look amazing on the decks, by the way. You've been doing a great job. But to answer your question, yeah, I mean, it feels good. We didn't really think about the placing of who we were playing or who we were playing against, really. At the end of the day, we wanted to make sure that we're not making the same sloppy mistakes and going, you know, 1-6. So we're trying to be just, I guess, proactive on our side of things, regardless of who we play against. So although it feels good to beat Soniqs, there's no real like rivalry like there once was. So it's not like a passion thing that we think anymore. It was just, you know, feels good to see the practice that we're putting in and the effort that we're putting in is really like starting to show a little more. But it's only been our second win, so, you know, who knows? We could be terrible tomorrow.
Obviously, most of the story and a lot of the talk has been about your role change and how you're trying to incorporate everything with a new squad. But is there anything specifically that you want to say that, or like things that you're trying to work on that maybe if there's like a rumor you want to put to bed or something you just want to say about it? Because I'm sure on your side of things, you've been hearing a lot of this conversation and seeing it online for the better part of the past couple weeks. So is there anything you want to get off your chest about it all?
Well, I guess the main thing is like, listen, I know it looks bad, but I promise you we don't have Finca crutches. Like, our players are talented and they can play any op, so it's not the LMGs. I think as people saw from the last major that we played with our prior 5 to now, we kept very bad habits in the way that we prepare and set up and practice. And I think that's the biggest thing that we're trying to change. You know, picking up rookies, especially players that have such nasty aim. You know, you gotta force the fundamentals sometimes and make everybody be a team at the end of the day. So everyone's, you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed listening, and they want to get better now. You know, it's not like, oh, we're down 1-5. Let's just go to bed, call it quits for the season, go to the next. You know, everyone really wants to be better. So I think that's I guess, our opinion.
All right, well, fair enough. Thanks for the insight. We really appreciate the kind of deep dive, the look into the inner workings of Oxygen. And it worked today, so congrats on the win over Soniqs, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your guys' day.
Thank you. All right, well, there's Foxay from Team Oxygen. I gotta say, that might have been my favorite interview of the entire stage because it was so insightful and so clearly explained. That was great. Foxay, always good for chat.
Yeah, Foxay is kind of always great on the interviews. It's been lacking this stage that we haven't been able to interview him much because the team's been losing. But it's nice to have him back. It's nice to talk to him. And I think we are starting to see these things turn around for Oxygen. You take a look at this game, and Sweater's right up there with Dream for the top 2 players ranked by kills. Really impressive match from both of them. I thought particularly Sweater to start things off had a lot of value finding those picks in amongst kind of the execute as well as early getting those opening picks as well. Thought he was working with the buck quite expertly, attacking on a couple of those rounds. So I really did appreciate the role change we saw coming from him. And Dream as well. I don't know, I guess face reveal and all of a sudden he's able to swing with a shotgun. He's able to have a lot of that confidence.
Different guy.
It was awesome.
Dream, huh?
What was the opposite awesome, unfortunately, was the bottom side of Soniqs. We spent so much time hyping up Grixer and Rexen, but naturally they're humans. They can make mistakes, they can have a bad game. They're still phenomenal players, but unfortunately, the players for Oxygen really stepped up. I don't know if it's the charm they attach to their guns. They're nice Foxay subscribers, so you got that beautiful charm there.
Not the super one, the Foxay one.
Yeah, Foxay charm definitely on top
that now
for that
has
one.
The power.
It has the power.
I see. Well, I mean, the thing is, too, is that we were talking about this a little bit while we were watching the game. There's no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose, right? The major, you know, not, again, on the table anymore for them, able to focus on the long term. That does take the pressure off a little bit, and it certainly, I think, helped them perform a little bit more today. But, yeah, Dream, just, wow, that's amazing stuff. But we got a replay to take a look at. This is going to be from round number 6, and it seems like this replay was kind of almost a microcosm of Oxygen's stage so far, right? Where things may have gone a little bit off the rails early on, but they brought it around in the end.
Yeah, it's a nice little recovery. First of all, no, it's a blitz rush, okay? You've got Foxay on the blitz. They're going elbow, but what's Gio doing? Already full reinforcing elbow, and he's gonna finish this before they can get to it. There's a great crossfire setup. Clearly, Soniqs are aware. Kansan gets the opener onto the blitz. They've, of course, got players on those on those tower stairs. They're all ready for it. Sweater tries to get the trade, but he's too slow. Kansan gets the 2K, and all of a sudden, it's over, right? I'm writing in my notes, winning round from Soniqs, well done from them. But Oxygen don't give up. They hit 2 players in from the back. Newers comes in down through laundry stairs. And what I'm really upset by is there's still players from Soniqs up on the roam. Grixer and Gunner are nowhere to be seen in the midst of this push because I guess they're thinking they still want to hold down this top floor. There is a minute 30 on the clock. There's a lot of time still here. But if they had fallen back, they might have been able to go for trades with their teammates. They might have been able to help out a little bit. Unfortunately, it was a 3v3 on site, and Oxygen took that. They forced that going in their favor. They got the kit down. Now it's a 3v2 with post plant, heavily favoring OXG. Really great adaptation by Newer's Dream and Vertical. They didn't give up after they lost that initial rush, and they really turned this into a beautiful round.
Biggest concern for OXG was them not being aggressive on maps where that's basically a requirement. They were really slow on their chalet attacks. It almost didn't work out when they played Beastcoast on this map just last week, yet they got a 4-2 attacking half out of the whole ordeal, and that was mostly based on more trust that was given towards the guys who were intended to cover the plant and the positioning of the one who was planting. We saw some hesitation, we saw some tripping over each other last week. That wasn't quite the case here.
Yeah, and it's probably the most sad thing is that we have to give a 21 gun salute to my favorite stat. That right there, that round, was a failed conversion on the defensive side for Soniqs. That was the first one all stage, and it came in a heck of a round, so it's very bittersweet, but goodbye that beautiful 100%. Now it goes down to like 94 or something.
I mean,
tarnished.
Stats are made to be
now.
broken. Records are made to be changed. So that's just what we see. That's just the beauty of sports, isn't it?
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Well, we got one more beautiful map here yet to play, the Rainbow Six North American League. It's going to be TSM versus DarkZero, both teams in the hunt for a spot at the major next month. Let's see who takes one step closer when we come back.
Stop at new Apollos. Cop a Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack sour. Yeah, I feel a black power. Yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag. Yeah, it's time to get the bag. Yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Ask for it, you receive it. Got it locked, put the key in. Got them looking, yeah, they praying. She like, I like what I'm seeing. Now we up, they agreeing, play full, yeah, we eating. Now you can't ignore this feeling when you got it from him seeing. Why these built in? If I love, why you cheating? She know that I'm never leaving. They want beef, but they vegan. I don't know why they on that. Get a pack, then I roll that. She got, tell her throw that, start her on, it's a throwback. Just a straight roll, I don't even pay tolls. The boy a genius and I ain't talking yay though. Been a living legend since I was like a day old. I remember days though, listening to J. Cole. I remember days though, listening to Drake though. Had to up my profile, had to up my payroll. Getting too high, yeah, you know I had to lay low. Getting too fried, eating on some big dough. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Yeah, I came through and you know I had to make do. Getting all these dollars, yeah, you know I had to make them. Yeah, I came through, yeah, you know I had to make do. Beat by Apollo, stop at new Apollos. Cop a Henny sour and I'm puffing Jack sour. Yeah, I feel a black power, yeah, this time is really ours. It's time to get the bag, yeah, it's time to get the bag, yeah, yeah. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Multi-million, I'm a bid. On the mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it.
I dip in the corner and something imported. I'm copping the land at the sand where the shore is beautiful. Women who time in the mirror to show up the shows and see me perform this. Used to ignore me, I'm all the day here, but I used to be timid. I don't know what fear is. Just taught my dog and he told me he got me. I hopped up the line and went straight to go get it. I got us. Building this up out of mortar and brick. The way that it's going, I don't see it ending. The pigment is tinted. I'm really that. Go figure. I'm tapped into a higher power, feeling bigger than me. It's centering me. My enemy silent. They see that I'm fire. Can't put my energy. I got some real ones on my sideline, abiding by them guidelines. I'm way up near the skyline. You so barely fine, right? Only kings around me, others go now. Why I shine bright? Yeah, you hella fine, right? Hey, you looking like the wine and dine type. I'm basking in that limelight. Brody, get your chip stack. I'll teach you. I'm the wise guy. I'm getting right. Bad that shit I'm sending out with vibe wise. You know we good on this side. I feel a black power.
Dollars coming, let me see it. On a mission, best believe it. Ask for it, you receive it. Dollars coming, let me see it. Ask for it, you receive it.
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League getting set for our final game of the day. And it's going to be TSM taking on DarkZero. Now, this one's an interesting one because both teams coming into this series today off of losses, right? TSM lost 4-7 to XSET, DarkZero losing 3-7 to Mirage. Both teams, you and I were just talking about, looking off a little bit off in their last series. So who's recovered better? What were the reasons for the losses? Who are you more concerned about coming into this one after those missteps?
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams definitely underperformed on the last Playday, and they probably finished off week 3 with a bit of a sour taste in their mouths because of that. In general, they're both strong squads, right?
Yeah.
4th and 6th in the ranking. I think DZ deserve a little bit better than 6th, and I expect to see them finishing a little bit higher than that. But of course, they've now got those blips on their records. And I think for DarkZero, there were a couple of individual players that really didn't show up for them. TSM lost Theme again, which is just like, maybe you just don't go Theme anymore.
Don't go to Theme.
They've learned their
Just don't do it. No more.
Yeah. But it's, it's definitely a series that I think has gone pretty back and forth in the past. DarkZero have dominated recently. They're on a 3-game win streak up against TSM, if you include, back to like SI and such.
Yeah.
So it's been, a little bit better from DarkZero, but all in all, I think this is still a very up in the air game.
We've got some Sprabunny stats as well to consider as we continue to chat a little bit about this match as far as who's got the better chance of going to the major. It's seems fairly even up right now. Obviously, a win for TSM.
We still can't lock anybody in today?
A win for TSM gets them there a long ways. But yeah, we are going to go in typical NAL fashion to the very final day before we really know who's going to the major.
And I will say, we will confirm the 6 Invitational, the first team. I've said we might confirm the first team at 6 Invitational like 9 times on this desk.
Literally,
it just doesn't
every
happen.
single team that had a chance has lost.
Is it really going to happen this time?
Maybe. If DarkZero win in regulation, they will lock down the 6 Invitational, the first team to qualify to the world's biggest event in Rainbow Six. If they lose, like every other team who have been in this situation over like today and last week, then we will once again have no teams at SI locked in.
Yep, well, we like to keep the suspense building. That's the great thing about the NAL, right? But let's talk about TSM, more specifically a team that had a pretty good experience at the last 6 Invitational. In fact, they won it, NA on top. But that wasn't the case for stages 1 and 2. Now in stage 3, TSM looking better. A big part of it due to the new rookies coming in. Gasher and Snake have been certainly putting up numbers.
Well, they can make a legitimate bid for first place now because with the Soniqs loss, they stay at 15 points. TSM are behind them at 12 points, but if they were to get a full regulation victory over DarkZero today and maintain a half-decent round count while doing it, they can jump back into first place, which is where they've sat in first/second for most of this stage, largely off the back of performances from guys like Snake and Merc working in tandem, Gasher having the leadership from the back end, and even though Bolo has definitely had some up and down games so far this stage, so far this team still maintains a 4-2 record, which is the strongest that they've ever had since they had some some regular season stumbles back in Stage 3 and Stage 2 of last year. This is one of the best domestic performances they've had for quite some time, and they're just looking to keep it going.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is how much of a surprise these moves were for an org like TSM that is always perceived as really high end to go straight into Challenger League instead of taking proven players. It's a massive step in a different direction for TSM, and right now it's panning out. Let me just tell you that there were so many haters with Gasher's name in their mouth just saying he did not deserve to go to the NAL. He barely deserves to be in CL. He is so lame Mickey, but ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you that Keegan Gasher Slovensky is here to wreak havoc. That's the only thing in his blood. He has to do it, and Snake is pretty dang good too.
Snake is still the highest rated player on this team. Not by too much, even though Merc technically has more kills than he does, but Snake, from a rating point of view, is still leading the way on this team and is a top 10 to 15 player and has been for most of this stage of any player in the league so far. So if you were asking who had the best rookie incorporations from this stage, you can look to teams like Parabellum, like Beastcoast, and who are like middling down at the very bottom, but when you combine rookie star frag power with the system that TSM has been trying to use for the longest time, you get the possibility of going back to a major and cracking your dry streak finally.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you gotta give win delta percentage, if you want to go super math, to maybe Mirage's rookies are having a little bit of a bigger impact.
Maybe a bit.
But TSM has been drug out of the slump they were in and seemingly have an entirely new team revitalized.
Yeah, I think obviously last match wasn't ideal for TSM, but one bad game doesn't erase their previous triumphs, right? That's kind of the main thing here. They still have the best entry in the league, 61%. They're still third on attack and in defense. They're still first in KPR, 2 in survival rating. All in all, this is a very strong team. And with their snazzy new jerseys, I think they're still likely to be the favorites in this game, but of course it's very close.
There's not one specific thing you can look at this TSM team as doing badly. There might be maybe some slight deficiencies on a couple different areas, but you can't point to one specific aspect of their game and say this is the reason why they're not higher or why they haven't gone undefeated or anything like that. The only thing I can criticize them on really is just the pace of their attacks, which has been something we've criticized a couple teams for this stage, especially given the meta shifts and maybe more teams opting to be more methodical with the way that they clear maps out before going for executes. That's really about it though. Their early game, if they shore that up, means that their execute game can only improve from here, and that's been something that they've still held a relatively high success rate on so far this stage. If they move faster on attacks, then this team is going to be blitzing through the rest of the NAL, and if they make a major, they might be able to repeat.
Indeed. Well, it is a match of champions today as we have the SI champs TSM versus the Charlotte Major champs in DarkZero on the other side of the Las Vegas stage. Of course, Sky is coming in to fill in for Hyper on this squad, and it looked very good at first. Last week, though, a little bit of a misstep. We'll see what they can do to rectify things, come back a little bit stronger today.
Yeah, they really did struggle early on against the aggressive playstyle of Mirage on that match that they played last week. You know, against that style that Mirage play where they swing everything, they get in your face, they make fights happen early on the defense, it really does kind of force the attacking team, which in that case was DarkZero, to play perfectly. And playing perfect, especially with a player that's kind of brand new onto your roster like Skies, can be so tough. And although they've got like a lot of strong minds on this team, you've got Canadian, maybe the best IGL to ever play this game, you've got Mint, an incredible coach standing behind them, it still felt like they didn't really find a whole lot of answers throughout that first half. Even though attack timeout happened, even though they had some time to maybe sit down and think about it, they really couldn't come up with the answers to Mirage's aggressive plays. So if things start going the same way, and you know that in the backlines, TSM, they can get a little bit aggressive sometimes, Snake will swing you, they need to have an answer for that today.
Yeah, and with the biggest thing once again for how DZ plays, they naturally will be stronger against a more organized team. What we saw just 2 weeks ago where they absolutely dismantled SSG by just letting them get the bomb down and then blowing them up on an amazing post-plant retake, maybe that's going to be more of the case for TSM. They have that slight bit of unpredictability with the new guns, but at its core, you still got Bolo, Merc, and Achieve. They're old heads. They understand the core principles of Siege. They still play a little bit more slow and methodical like this old meta, but they're just slowly shifting forward.
I think the second thing that we kind of struggled from DarkZero in the last Playday was Pambazoo. It's unfortunate, but we do have to bring him up. He did not have the game that we've come to expect. He's been kind of the star fragger from DarkZero, especially as of recent, without Hyper being on the team. Pamba's kind of where all the eyes go, and in that last match, 2-9, really not a strong game from him. I think particularly as the match went later and later, he struggled more and more. He had back-to-back opening deaths to end out that game against Mirage, and I thought that second half kind of presented DarkZero an opportunity to take back the match. They went to defense. I thought Canadian was playing really good on the site play. Mirage seemed to be trying to do a challenge run where they didn't use any drones. That was fun and an opportunity for DarkZero to bounce back. But with constant opening deaths, it was very difficult for DarkZero to kind of keep that stretch going. And I think that it's important we don't kind of overstate this, right? Obviously, we look at fraggers a lot, and when fraggers don't have good games, that's kind of the most like obvious thing to pop up. There are going to be other problems that DarkZero have experienced, but I still do think Pamba in that matchup not being in it definitely hurt DarkZero.
Yeah, and with Pamba, one of the big things, you always have to put an asterisk next to his results because his sort of stat line is always indicative of how DZ goes as a team because he's in those death spots, especially on the defensive side. If he's healthy, the whole team is healthy. They're holding on to those very crucial areas, but when he's not firing, typically that's kind of the crux of the defense falling apart.
Well, there you go. The pillar of Pamba is what supports DZ in many occasions. Let's see where it's going to theoretically support them as the map bans are in. We're about to see where we're going to go for our final game of the day.
Well, a couple permabans for both squads. DarkZero don't like Border and Skyscraper, and TSM also are not fans of Border or Sky, but they've also religiously banned Oregon so far this stage, and I'm curious how many of these also come off the board. Border, Clubhouse, Cafe, Theme Park, little villa thrown in there by DarkZero for good measure to make sure one of TSM's most played maps of the year is not something that can come back here, and then opting to remove the bank. That's where we saw TSM slaughter the Soniqs in very fast fashion only 2 weeks ago, and they don't want to tempt fate by going back to that one at all.
Oregon, Chalette, and Skyscraper. I would be shocked if we go to Sky.
Vegetable, you know?
I would be shocked if we go there. DZ have like first banned Skyscraper in basically like every match that it's happened. TSM actually taking it out of the pool, not wanting to run the risk actually, then giving DarkZero the choice between Chalet and Oregon. Oregon been a map that of course every team in the NAL seems to be very, very familiar with. Chalet for DarkZero has also been one that they've been very strong on in the past. They were really good at this map back in Charlotte, came home and actually did beat TSM in stage 2. So that's an option, but they also throw a bit of a curveball, go to Oregon. DarkZero have got 7 plays through the first 2 stages of this year. Their record in stage 2 had a loss and a win. And for TSM coming into to Oregon, 3 plays this year against SSG, Mirage, and Beastcoast. The only team they beat of those 3 was Mirage.
Yeah, and with TSM, they typically do not like to go to Oregon. This is a very high ban percentage map.
100% for this whole stage so far.
Yes.
Wow.
Even better to supplement me with numbers.
I got you.
Yes. But the support staff of TSM are quite formidable. You got Pojo, you got Gotcha, you got a whole crew over there, and there's no world that you would expect that leaving that 50-50 between Chalet and Oregon, that you wouldn't be going to the map you want. I think that maybe TSM might have something up their sleeve here. They maybe saw something in the DZ Oregon that they can exploit, and with their new roster kind of revitalized on this map is something that's completely unknown.
I think maybe they were expecting a Chalet, but I don't think they weren't at least prepared for Oregon, right? Like they surely were at least aware that that'd be a possibility.
Well, the players might be in Vegas, but they certainly want to play in the Pacific Northwest, it seems like, towards the end of our play day today. But it's time to make predictions, the final prediction of the day. And we're going to, of course, send it over to our casters first. Blue, Stokes. This, I really feel like this is the hardest one to call all day. What do you think? Maybe not. Not for you.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. If you couldn't tell from the body language, we've kind of been sitting over here trying to decide exactly what we're going to go with. And I'll be honest with you, Doa, I'm a little bit up in the air about it still. But I mean, I got to rest somewhere, right? Yeah. I'm feeling though. It's got to be DarkZero. And the reason that I'm feeling like DarkZero kind of has an edge here is because we're going to Oregon. This is a map where you can control a lot of the pacing, especially from the offensive side. And that's something that Troy has been fantastic about throughout his career. So, you know, I expect it to be closely fought. We might even see an overtime, but I see DarkZero taking this one.
It's going to be the same for me. I feel like DarkZero is taking this one mainly because of the map advantage. I feel like TSM is going to be slightly out of their element here, and that this map plays very heavily into DZ's playstyle. So they should be able to take this one, but I definitely think it's going to be close. Overtime is a strong possibility here.
All right, interesting. 2 picks for DarkZero from our casters. We're going to check back in with the two of you when the map is ready to begin. For now, though, our analysts, DarkZero or who wants to pick TSM?
I mean,
I'll do it.
All right.
I'll
Why?
take it. I'll take the, what? Is this the red pill, the blue pill?
I don't know. It can be if you want to, I guess.
Together,
Which one represents which?
The
coming
what pill?
with you.
The purple pill?
Yes.
We are the purple pill, and we are both going. Well, I'm going TSM. Are you going
I'm
DarkZero?
going TSM.
Oh, but the purple pill is DarkZero.
No.
That wouldn't make.
It's,
okay.
It's both of our pills combining. That's basic color math.
Oh yeah, we'll do that.
Shouldn't mix pills without consulting your doctor first, though. Just saying,
Okay,
be careful.
but for real, I think, back me up on this. I do think DarkZero definitely wouldn't have let this map go, or like, what, they had this or Chalet? They've played Chalet, both of them, a lot this year. But if you have TSM going all the way to Oregon, I feel like you can play a little bit more into the unpredictability aspect that you talked about. And a little thing that the casters probably didn't know going into their predictions, TSM play on defense first.
That is indeed interesting because Snake is a player that is typically stronger on the defensive side. And from watching him in T3, watching him in CL, he's kind of a demon on Oregon. So hopefully he lets that go. We haven't gotten to see Gasher that much on this map. The traditional Gasher map, you know, always banned. Doesn't like Oregon. But, you know, he's turning over a new leaf. He's a new player.
If only because we avoid the TSM attacking slowness problem for the first half, I'll give TSM the advantage.
TSM Unity from CDAPS and Jacob. Jesse, what do you think? Will you agree?
No. I'm going to go DarkZero as well. I don't know. I think this is so hard to call. I've literally been going back and forth in my brain this whole segment. But I do think that DarkZero have historically been a bit of a better team on Oregon. They also, you know, have been a bit of a better team against TSM. 3-game win streak, beat them in SI. Feels like DZ may be the team to come out on top here. So I'll go with them. I know Pamba didn't have the greatest of games in our last matchup, but I have a pretty good amount of faith that he will bounce back. He's a great player. Yeah, I think DZ have that control. I'll give it to him.
I mean, there's also the thing, if you pick the same thing as Jacob, you're never going to catch him.
That's true.
That's true.
At this point, like,
how far back is he? Oh, geez.
This is a great opportunity, I feel like.
I got to roll the dice a couple times to bounce back up.
To be fair, you're not catching up to me. You're catching up to John, because John's beating everybody currently.
Oh, that too. So. But you're still ahead. But you're rolling the dice. I'm flipping the coin. It's going to be heads, TSM. It's going to be tails, DarkZero. Ooh, we got tails. DarkZero says the coin. Interesting. And the coin's been right 100% of the time today, too, which is kind of shocking, but we'll see if that holds true. Fan vote. I'm curious about this one because normally you'd expect it to be TSM, and it is, but I think there was a chance. I think there was a chance it would have been DarkZero.
Do you have the percentage at all?
I did not get the percentage. 64% for TSM.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That was, you know, it's fairly...
A little bit.
It's fairly lopsided towards TSM, but either way, still a fine showing in the fan poll for DarkZero as well. Speaking of polls on Twitter, here's one for you to vote in. It is, who's going to have more fun today, Bolo or Canadian? That's basically saying, like, who's going to win, I think.
Fun is subjective, yeah.
Winning is fun.
Kind of the same
Winning is
prediction,
fun.
yeah. I'm curious about the percentages. Is it 64% for Bolo? Is it going to follow the same percentage? We'll have to wait and find out.
You put Bolo in a Twitter poll.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's cheating.
It's clearly going to be that. But we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the final game of the day, TSM versus DarkZero, should be close, should be action-packed. We'll be right back in a moment to check that out on the NAL.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And you, yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the final matchup of the day. Potentially bound to be our best matchup of the day as well. Looking at the two teams that will be fighting on the other side of it is two Titans for North America. DarkZero going up against TSM here. Both these teams as well still fighting to try and maintain placements that they can attend the major in just a few months' time. Stokes, what do you make of this matchup? So we'll be diving deep into Oregon in just a few moments ago.
Oh man, just look at my face. It's going to be hard fought, man. It's going to be hard fought. I'm excited just to get into the nitty gritty and see what both of these teams can produce on a map like Oregon. Obviously, we're saying that TSM's kind of, battling from a downward position here on Oregon, given the circumstances of how DarkZero and specifically Canadian likes to run his teams. Oregon really leans into a play style like that, but that doesn't mean that we can't see TSM run amok of things. They did that, well, for a pretty decent majority of the start of this stage, surprising quite a few people on maps like, Cafe and things like Clubhouse. But now, coming into Oregon, this is going to be a little bit of a different showing for them. So I'm excited to get into this, but the big thing is that I do still think that TSM has an opportunity to take this game away from DarkZero. DarkZero's had a pretty stellar stage 3, but for TSM, they've been lights out. In fact, 3 of their players on their active 5-man roster are inside the top 10 players inside of the NAL currently. They're the only team that has that.
So stats like that, they're going to be looking to try and improve on it today and find themselves a solid victory inside of this matchup. TSM, of course, going to have their work cut out for them. They're going to have to start on the defensive side of this map. It is going to be DarkZero on the attacking side to start things out. So TSM will have to try and find a medium point in their generally more faster play style here against the very slow, very tactical route that DarkZero and especially Canadian likes to take his teams on. It will be certainly a clash. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, especially considering the map as well. For me, it favors the DarkZero side just a little bit in the fact that we go to Oregon more than anything. We're on a different map. Might have been swinging this one a little bit more towards TSM given their recent results, but I feel like DarkZero should be able to control things here, especially considering they're going to be getting their attack out of the way first.
Yes, indeed. I think, honestly, that's the pivotal position they're looking for, starting off on offense and being able to dictate the pacing of Oregon. And that's what we see a lot of the times when it comes to this map. The offensive side can break up a lot of this map without even really entering the building for a certain, extent, minus like small tower and stuff like that. But that's pretty easy peasy when it comes down to it. A lot of the teams barely showing any face over there and really allowing a pretty solid foothold to be, made. Even past that, we've seen some squads, even like in our last Oregon game, really abusing big window and things of that nature. So all of that puts a really harsh damper on the defense and makes it to where rotating around Oregon super harsh. Think about things like that big window or, the game single that we see repelled on a lot of the times. Even the kitchen hallway window can be pretty abused in certain senses. And that's what we're going to be looking, towards DarkZero's camp to see them try and get over on a squad like TSM. I'm expecting quite a bit of back and forth, and honestly, I'm expecting a pretty aggro TSM for this defensive end. Maybe try and get under the skin of DarkZero early on.
Just waiting on a few of the players from DarkZero to ready up. They can see Canadian giving out some last words of encouragement as well as strategy probably here as soon as we have the ready from them. We should be getting started with the matchup here. Aside from that, all ready to rock and roll, folks, and get ourselves into Oregon. Should be a good matchup, and like I said, it is our last one of the day, but a quick reminder, we have games starting tomorrow at the exact same time. Their first game going live at 11 a.m. Pacific, I almost said p.m. 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. It'll be pretty late, but getting ourselves into it. Looks like we do have all the teams ready to rock and roll, so let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Oregon is where we will dive into for our final matchup of the day. Will DarkZero be able to wield yet another victory for themselves, or will TSM steal it away, surging forward their pretty solid season so far as well? Let's get into it and find out.
Well, the ban phase right around the corner, and TSM will be leading us off with the offensive side. As you guessed it, they'll be starting on the defense. Jacko's going to be removed here, one that you see often inside of your ranked games, but one that we don't see too often inside of the ban phase here for professional play. In fact, this is going to be the first Jackal ban that we have in the entirety of the NAL for this stage. Knock, obviously, going to be our most banned operator as of right now, 68%, but you can bump that up just a little bit more with that one sliding through. DarkZero is going to cap off their bans with their defensive one. It's going to be Kaid. We saw that in our last one. Kaid's very influential over things like those hatches, but we did have to notate about the importance of impact EMPs and how they can circumvent Kaid entirely. So be paying attention to that later on in Oregon's. We get them down the line, but obviously for this one, not going to be too big of a deal. Azami is going to be the one that wraps this up with a bow. She's the most banned defender currently in NA as well at a 74% ban rate, John. My goodness.
Still finding her to be quite too useful on most maps at this point. There's a few where she unfortunately just doesn't have the capability to set up as prominently as some of the others, so she's kind of being left into play there, but for the most part, when she has play capability, she is being banned out. As we saw earlier, Border was where our teams kind of allowed her to pass through, but otherwise we did see her get banned on the previous matchup in this one as well.
Most insane thing about that stat is the fact that when she's available, she's played almost all of the time. There is a singular percentage that separates her from 100% pick ban rate. So pretty incredible stuff, but we all know just how solid of an op that is at the end of the day. And that's why she'll be banned out from TSM here, who will immediately throw themselves into the basement and start setting things up for their very first defense.
As far as that defense is going to be concerned, not to see anything too crazy come out from it. Definitely wanting to be quite mobile in this defensive setup, though, as we're going to see, of course, Merc bringing out Trap Operator, having those Stingers into play to see if we can potentially catch an over-eagerness from any of the members on DarkZero when they begin to work their way down, and see if those Thorn Traps will work out to try and stab back the attack from DZ. As far as they're concerned, though, they're also going to be bringing a very intel-heavy setup to try and counter this out. You can see both Lion and Dokkaebi brought by the attacking side of this one to try and counter out the more aggressively lean positions that TSM have deployed towards here for the start of the game.
Now, some truly wild statistics walking into this one. For just Oregon alone, Oregon is actually our least defender-sided map at the current rate. And yes, that does include Border. Border is at a 49% defensive win rate. Oregon, 43% defensive win rate. That's something that we could not say even a couple of stages ago. So you can tell how much Oregon has changed, especially with attacker repick working its way in and making it so easy for these offenses to perfect their lineups before they even spawn into the map. Skies, speaking of which, will be right into the corner of the Showers hallway right now. Knows he's got one inside of security, but there's a lot more than that inside of this treasure trove.
Polo ready to take a challenge, but on the other side of it from DZ, just as if he had Eclipse, will succeed, though, in finding his first strike as he knocks down Achieved. Eliminates the Jaeger from contention on this round here. TSM now down a player. Bolo trying to make up the difference, but it seems like the general trend from the rest of the squad is to get back into the basement and keep players alive, which unfortunately Bolo will not be able to accomplish. He goes down to Skies once he establishes the cutoff from Kitchen, bringing us down to a 5v3 now.
And this is exactly why we were worried about DarkZero being able to get control of offense first. They're very good at clearing maps and making sure that their crosses are held. TSM didn't lose one, but two people on that mid-floor roam. That's not something that we saw at all in our last Oregon game, John. And in fact, we've had 5 Oregon games this whole stage, and you and I have casted 4 of them, and we really haven't seen that solid of a clear when it comes to these roam games. Yeah, we've seen them get maybe one person, but then everybody else is able to make it back to site and try and play for some of those later round moments. But now TSM, extremely worse for wear. They still have some utility to try and fend off DarkZero, but I mean, even for the likes of Snake, he has those impacts instead of that Nitro Cell, and he's dead to the world anyway. Skies will decimate him. Gasher playing close will take out Pamba, but NJZR has already made the move for Freezer Hallway. Canadian will take down the last member, and DarkZero make mincemeat out of TSM.
Final fight goes by a bit quickly, but thankfully the round was settled pretty much before this. There's still plenty for us to talk about. DZ with those opening 2 kills just having far too much of an advantage, not anywhere near of a potent enough defensive matrix set up by TSM with his remaining 3 players alive in the basement. There's just a matter of droning it out, figuring out the angles to attack from, and DZ snaps the jaw shut. Beautifully done. Playing it by the book here in round number 1, and we'll see how they proceed going into round 2 and how TSM will try to shake things up a little bit. They will not retry the basement hole. Going to be moving far away from that with how one-sided it was. They'll head upstairs instead.
Yeah, Bolo trying extremely hard there to try and get the refrag and equalize before he makes a transition back downstairs, but all that does is, you know, puts up the sirens for DarkZero. They now know somebody's inside of Split, and what do? They immediately hop into Kitchen because they know that rotation's there, and that Bolo's really the lone soul for TSM on the mid-floor now. So, especially for Skies, I mean, that's a situation that you're going to take every single time, and he gets it. He'll take down Bolo before he's able to make it to the hatch, and that's going to be that second big frag that makes their entry points onto the site so very easy for them. Now for TSM, though, they have to go back to the drawing board. And what's it going to be? They don't feel very confident in their downstairs defense, and, well, I mean, why would they? Their home game not really working out, and unless they've got another strategy in the books, and they're probably going to want to try something else, so they're going to head upstairs. And I honestly really like the operator lineup that we've gone for here. No smoke in the lineup, but Achieve does have the Goyo here with those canisters, and I'm a big fan of what we've seen with Goyo in this recent year. Not only with the 1.5 getting added to the Vector, but also those gas canisters and how you can just slap them on the wall, and you have a makeshift useful utility for your anchor position players that you don't have to try and babysit. You can just slap it on a wall, forget it, and go do Vector Nitro Cell stuff on a 2-speed.
DarkZero continuing to proceed quite slowly here, as we oftentimes expect from them. Continuing to work out as far as their case is concerned, though. TSM positioned way back. It's going to be all the way up till Kitchen that DarkZero has to push into to finally meet a duel with some of the members on TSM. And obviously after the results of the last round, they're not going to be too keen on trying to swing into these fights aggressively for themselves. So holding it back, aiming to wait for a potential play to come in from DZ. They want them to make the mistakes, not the other way around here. And that's explaining why we have such a passive hold from TSM, despite the rather aggressive positioning in Kitchen.
Love the choice of the Nomad here for DarkZero as well. This is... They walk TSM back. They can place one of those air jabs as practically an obstacle that TSM will have to work around if they want access back to the room that they've been barred off from. But as you can see, they don't have any explosive utilities minus Achieve's Nitro Cell. And do you think that's going to be used to get rid of an air jab? Absolutely not, especially since he's all the way over inside of Armory. TSM, this has been such a solid round past that, though. They've been able to delay quite some time, but you always have to be worried when a timer starts working its way like this, and DarkZero happens to be the opposition. They thrive in a situation like this.
Sky's going to lose all that barricade sitting in front of him, but for good reason, too. Gasher actually able to sneak back one of those kills as well. Won't even see him get traded as that fight apparently going on another part of the map here. Down to a 4v4 now as TSM holds the line for the time being. That seems to have stemmed the time for DarkZero, but might be activating it yet again here with NJR's most recent pickup. Gasher is in this fight after all. Now that we finally get to see him, he's fallen back into the kids' dorms where, once again, DZ just going to be able to execute their way forward. Every single member of the squad except for Bolo. Now down on the ground. Bolo will attempt to clutch the 1v4, but already time will start to tick against him. And at the same time, that more than likely means DZ are going to go for the finishing swing in just a second. There it is, off the skeleton key from Canadian. There's a solid 2-0 scoreline. It's put up on the board so far from DZ.
DarkZero forcing TSM into a corner and then overwhelming them with the sheer amount of execution utility they had at their disposal. No one had the means to be able to play around the air jabs from the Nomad. There's legitimately nothing they can do. They can try and play the door itself and hope that somebody walks into a cross that they can kill them from. But if they cross that threshold, they're now just a free kill for DarkZero. So no one on TSM is going to attempt to do that. And what it allows for DZ is for them to start working different key parts of the map, like Armory upstairs. Skies gets right up main stairs. He gets some support from the window player. They get in, and a big kill happens there inside of Trophy. That's what you wanted to see go right for TSM. If you wanted to know how they kind of make that round murky for DarkZero, it's really in that initial engagement where we see that swing from Trophy, but it goes to the wayside, and DZ are able to snowball that into a big round.
TSM, we can see Pojaman already putting the brakes on this train as he needs to stop this out-of-control momentum that seems to be coming in the first 2 rounds from DarkZero. We'll see what type of input, how his input is going to change things up when we get back in towards round 3 in just a second here. It's going to be too much longer, folks, as we're unpausing now, and it's time to get back into it. Time to see what TSM will show us on what ultimately is going to be their second basement defense in just a second.
The kitty gloves are off. Snake's going to be on the Vigil, and Bolo is going to be on the Alibi. Now, some truly incredible stuff when it comes to this team and, what they've been doing throughout this stage. Not only are Bolo and Merc inside of the top 10, but do you want to know what the top player is for TSM, John? It's Snake at a 1.19.
Makes sense.
Not only that, he's the 3rd best player in the entirety of the NAL currently. I just want to remind you, this is this guy's rookie stage, let alone rookie year. This is his rookie stage. He's never played in the NAL prior to this. He's the current 3rd best player in the entirety of the NAL by rating. That is not a small feat.
He's had quite a lights-out stage so far. With just those stats that Stokes mentioned alone, his impact has been second to none here as far as the TSM contributions are concerned. Time to see what else he can do, though, on the outset of round number 3. Need to see something heroic from the entirety of TSM to bring them back from the brink. These have been two very, in my opinion at least, one-sided rounds going all the way towards DarkZero.
I don't know how Heroic's going to help them. They play in the EUL, but I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, they might be able to play or take something out of Officer's book, I guess. He's had some successful runs with his squad. Nothing ending too great, but maybe in the future, we'll just have to see. As for TSM, I mean, their future's still in their hands. They have the ability to change their fate. Only down 2 rounds. The first logic bomb's going to go out, but there is so much more utility to back this up, John. I mean, practically one of the worst combos that you can ever experience as a defense in Rainbow Six Siege. The Lion Doke combo with some pretty fast moving operators past that can capitalize on a lot of different situations. But remember what we said about Snake? Well, he's going to be able to at least clean up 1, make it 2 as Pampazoo goes down. It'll be 1-1 in the kill and assist slot as he actually just cleaned up a downed member from DarkZero. But this clear has gone awry, and TSM have finally pulled the wolves over the eyes of DZ.
Much more confidence showing from TSM this time as well. The aggressive stance not only working out, obviously, but really forcing back DarkZero into a corner where now it's them that really doesn't have a choice and doesn't really have a plan to move forward here. And any plan they do come up with is going to have some gaping holes in it, unfortunately, due to the fact that they're now down 2v5. Clips as well as Canadian, not even grouped together either. It's Sheev with a great bait peek there. Obviously having his teammate a little bit further back on the inside of meeting takes some heat for that one, but it all works out. The player doesn't even end up going down either. 1 final kill is all that's needed. It's not going to be too troublesome. A flawless round from TSM off of the tactical pause and off of the rebound there to finally bring them into the fold now, 1-2.
Great stuff from Poach, but I still want to know what the digest is. That's all I'm asking for. When is our next digest? Great timeout call there from the coach that gifts TSM around. He resets the pace and puts TSM into a very solid defensive setup. They basically double down on their roam game that we saw inside of round 1, but this time much more influential crosses, as well as Snake being able to get away with a lot inside of Kitchen.
So give us just a sec here, folks. Looks like we have a tech pause. So I'm going to assume like a headset's not working or something like that. I haven't heard any comms in game, so we'll just wait to see as our admin team there, you can see, is already working on sorting it out. And I think it has been sorted out. So just a quick fix there, and we'll get ourselves back into the game. Nice and fast, folks. Just got to make sure DZ's ready to go, and then we will jump back into it. See if DZ can immediately rebound themselves, or if they've got a little bit more work to do to try to contend against this new aggressive showing we got out of TSM at the start of the last round.
Also, if you guys didn't notice, most of the teams are wearing pink jerseys, and you guessed it, it's October. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Make sure you guys are going to get checked, or make sure that you, well, everyone knows that it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I mean, it's pretty hard to avoid with the amount of pink that we have in this month across everything, sports, esports, everything. I mean, but make sure you guys are going to do the proper things for yourself or your loved ones. You know, make sure everybody is right as rain and can continue living a fantastic life. And speaking of living, we're going to jump right back into the game that's now live here on the top floor for TSM. Bolo going to be shifting gears on over to the Oryx, something we've seen him run time and time again throughout history.
We do have an attacker repick for Canadian over towards the Ash, which will be kind of interesting to see if that one ends up coming true. And indeed, there it is, locked in now. So Canadian taking full command of this situation. He's going to take control over the Ash as well. Probably just declared a little bit more utility compared to his previous selection there. Obviously, are some valid reasons to see Ash coming back into it, especially with the meta shift that happened as of the most recent patch. Snake, however, once again in prime position to frag out here right from the beginning of the round. See him rolling back a little bit deeper down yellow hallway as maybe he realized this is a little bit too much pressure to deal with that he was initially reckoning towards. Probably was waiting to see maybe 1 or 2 players, but I think he's got 3 potentially coming in to clear him out from DZ. So a little bit too adventurous to stick around here, although he's still looking for opportunities, don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, Snake is in the trenches. Well, I'll let you finish that, as you more than likely know what I was going to say. That's what all the cool kids now in Siege say, John. But for Snake, he's going to be able to at least back off from that situation and maintain his existence. There's a lot of pressure that could seep in from all different angles. Has to worry about the freezer hallway as well as the breach in his shower wall. But for DarkZero, they've got other means of being able to handle this situation, including Canadian, who's crept up and found a Bolo, but we know how solid he is in a gunfight. He'll take down Nadian, and now Snake looking to push this even further for the defense.
Canadian down, of course. Rest of DarkZero still looking to frag back against this. TSM still stuck behind the locker. Snake specifically ready to frag out, but not ready for the next fight. Eclipse takes him down instead here. That'll be a 2 clear, or rather just a 1-1 trade coming in from DarkZero to bring us down into a 4v4. Heavy cost some of the other members on TSM, though. Bolo specifically down to about 20 HP now as he tried to assist inside of this fight. And he still has to try and get himself out of the position inside of CCTV as well. Might have the hatch below him to rotate through. That's one piece of security he may be able to rely on here. But even there, we'll be very much out of the fight and we'll need a reposition later on. Retreating down through that hatch is not necessarily going to be optimal for him. Tries to take the fight against Panba. And Panba will win it, giving DZ back a little bit of control here. Now putting us into a 4v3.
TSM does still have some solid denial pieces, but DarkZero have the man advantage and can obviously pressure this. Oh, achieved. This is going to be a big peak here, but he loses it. He second guesses himself on the initial peak, and that gives just the allotted amount of time, John, for him to be discovered. Now it's going to give that information over to DZ and the kill. TSM have to try and figure this out with the 2v4 off of site. The only good news is that there's minimal time for DarkZero to get this done, but they practically have all the time in the world when you really consider how Siege usually plays out. Fortunately enough, though, Merc is hot to trot at the current moment. He'll take down another DZ member.
Merc gonna go for the aggressive play, and it works out beautifully. Gasher even catching the third player with the Frostmat as well. Beautifully recovered by TSM. DarkZero had the advantage on initiation, but could not close down the aggressive stance from TSM.
DarkZero, who is usually so good at prepping for their executions, not aware that a Frost is on the field, and that will ultimately be their demise. I mean, minus Merc really just taking them to the executioner's table. So now it's going to be TSM tying things up. They've bounced back since their tactical timeout. DarkZero haven't been able to hold a candle to this light. We'll see if they can get it done in round 5. It's going to be the tertiary site. We're headed to kitchen and meeting to see what can be done.
First floor hold for TSM, and this is probably a site they're actually pretty fond of playing into, given the way that they played this game out so far. Definitely wanting a lot of early round contention, getting into the face of DarkZero, trying to mess with their overall attacking play style. And here on the first floor, that's exactly how you're generally going to try to hold back your opponents, so this should play pretty well into TSM's own game plan. It's up to DZ now to find hard counters to this and finally get themselves onto the site here to try to turn things around, as it's been all TSM the past few rounds here. DZ about to lose their edge on the attacking side and the lead along with it.
It's making for quite an interesting match that we have. You know, I'd say in a certain sense you and I have been punished over the last 2 days with the amount of Oregon that we've been forced to cast, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'd say today it's been a heck of a lot better, especially just the pacing and overall exchanges of utility and the strategy. I mean, really, there's been very solid games to be able to watch over and see exactly what these squads have going on. And this is going to be no different here in round 5. TSM really worried about what's going on around the showers and small tower area. They'll put Bolo in here this time. This is where we had Snake previously, and he was Candela'd out and ultimately executed by the likes of Eclipse. But as you can see, not nearly as many stuns, or Candelas rather, this time around. It'll just be the stuns for DarkZero and the likes of Eclipse and Canadian, but those are more than likely going to be focused into some burn points. But the good news for DZ is that they don't have to worry about that too much either, as TSM have access to none.
DarkZero taking things nice and slow as we would generally expect, already being able to open up the cafeteria wall to start moving themselves forward from that position. TSM has been restrained deeper into the site for the most part, with one exception being extended deeper out from the yellow hallway. So here Panba has creeped forward, has been able to clear things out on the inside of Shower, so dealing with that usually extended position from TSM. Force them a little bit further back here. Now all focus is on the kitchen cross. See specifically one of their players, Snake, hard locked on that angle to try and support Gasher, so he'll have to be a little bit more mobile here, contending against that extra pressure. No real resistance to the actual hallway push at this point, though. Could be a good way for DarkZero to sneak in and crunch this one out, as the resistance here, very little at the moment.
Well, it looks like there's not, but Bolo's actually the resistance to this. He's going to play that long angle that he was playing from meeting inside of, I do believe, round 1, where he ended up getting smoked by Skies later on, but it holds Snake's door, and this makes it to where Snake can favor the west-hand side of this this room. As long as he doesn't cross across these servers, then he's not really in any danger, unless obviously he's managing it himself like he's doing right there. Past that, though, TSM, they've done a very solid job of wasting time, but not only that, Canadian is almost dead to the world. Eclipse is. NGR's now down. It's up to Pambazoo as well as Skies, who are both trying to work their way through Z at the current moment. TSM awaiting their arrival. Still players inside of server here. We'll see if that cross works out that Bo was holding on to earlier as they start to grace the door. Bo's not going to be holding it, but he finally will work his way back towards the mantle. They'll take him down. Canadian...
Not sure how that happened.
I'm not going to touch that one. I don't think I'm going to touch that one. DarkZero ended up losing the round.
I think that was...
Troy slipped.
I think that was like some weird turn of events or something like that. But Troy ends up technically going down to a self-death on fall. We just didn't really see it happen, and it was probably a moot point to the end of the round anyway. TSM, though, takes the lead now, up 3-2 as we head into the final round of the half. They can either lock this one in or even kill it. A 3-3 with DarkZero here. It all depends on how this last basement defense goes. The mirror is going to be brought out again here. Alongside that, DarkZero still playing heavily into the intel on this attack with the Lion and Dokkaebi combo. Alongside the Sledge to open up the top-down angles. And the Hibana to try and take out some of the paneling, or rather the hatchwork that's going to be deployed here. Sky's just on utility duty, though, so he'll switch over to the IQ. They don't feel they can sneak those Pterodrons in efficiently enough to warrant bringing him at this point.
My life cannot go on until we know what happened to Troy Canadian Joflowski right there. That was unprecedented, because it happened so far off cam that I don't even think that you can generally get an aspect as to what actually happened. So, but we'll see if Twitter does its thing. I'm sure that our social media manager is rummaging through the VOD right now to try and find Canadian down. But either way, they still have the means to be able to tie things up here and make it a pretty interesting ball game when they get to the defensive half.
So away from that, all things will go quiet now with DarkZero spawned out on the field. We'll have to see where they look to make their first insertion and take their first challenge. Once again, against a roaming TSM. We've got at least the Mira as well as the Oryx being played by Snake out and about right now. The Mira trying to line up for a Nitro cell position. That'll be Merc. Once again, looking to do that. It'll be up to DZ to try to clear him out up here. If they want to try to go for that direct clear at all, really only Panba in the area here. He has some drone support coming in as well. The drone has missed the scramble that just went on over here by the stairs, so an aggressive swing will work out. Perfect timing for Merc, as they may have caught the fact that the drone went right past both of them, and they might have been leading into this doorway, so beautifully played out there. Snake, though, will not have as much luck towards the other side of the building, where NJR will trade him out.
Merc really took it to their town and then burned it down. The Lion is out. Snake will go to the wayside as well, but that's still good news for TSM. They're ahead when it comes to the actual utility game and just really what both of these teams can cause towards each other, what kind of harm they can produce. Lacking those EE1Ds is a really, really big deal, especially when it comes to this downstairs execution, Don, because there's only a certain amount of spots that you can sit, and it gets very congested. When you have those EE1Ds, it's pretty easy to predict, relatively speaking, where people are going to be positioned, even if you don't have that solid of information. So not having access to that is going to mean the world to DarkZero. The good news is, though, they still have Canadian on the Dokkaebi, so they still have some semblance of info game to run off of past the drones.
Nearly 2 minutes gone from the clock now. TSM has gone ultra passive ever since the events of the first floor unfolded nearly a minute and a half ago now. DZ at the same time has also not made any fairly aggressive moves towards this site just as of yet here, trying to position themselves towards construction and a few other pivotal positions for really committing to the inside of this one. Hatchwork, I don't believe, has necessarily been completed by the team yet either, so if they were going to try to open up E-Hatch, should it have remained closed, then the time for that, unfortunately, probably has passed away by quite a bit. We are going to see a few rotates moving around, specifically Canadian, trying to take up top position. It does look like they actually have that open now based on his positioning, so I might just miss that. Skies, though, striking first for DarkZero on this execute. Indeed, we'll see the Dokkaebi move down through the electrical hatch to move the team deeper into the site. So they're making progress indeed, but at the same time, TSM is holding it back and now fragging it back with Merc to find the first exchange.
Well, quiet until Merc pops off with the Vector again. A triple kill for him. He's gotten everybody in this round. He'll finally be shut down by Eclipse. He needs a 1 versus 2 to try and tie things up here on their offensive side. Doesn't know the position of either of these players, trying to make it work with the bearing 9, but nobody home. He'll finally skimper off in towards Laundry, but TSM get it on the timer. It's a 4-2 split in favor of Team Solo Mid.
So a confident hold for TSM. Inside of the first half, there is able to take the large majority of these rounds, and now has an opportunity, like Stokes has mentioned, this is technically an attacker-sided map right now, so they can forge themselves forward here with just 3 more rounds and be able to shut this game out outright, proving quite a few of us on the desk, as well as both of us here on the casting desk, wrong, and giving the matchup over to TSM outright.
I mean, we had it before the timeout happened.
I mean, to be fair, I was expecting a very close game, like going the full distance to overtime. To be fair, that could still very much happen.
Absolutely.
But it's definitely looking like TSM has their hand on the wheel at this point, for lack of a better phrasing.
Yeah, TSM's got their hand in the cookie jar, and DarkZero hasn't been doing a very bang-up job of catching them. I think that's the best way to put it, at least past that timeout.
DarkZero's asleep watching the TV right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're out in the living room just like, those kids, those little rascals. So yeah.
They're too exhausted coming back from work.
Exactly. Canadians like, I've been doing this for 10 years. Oh, man. But it's time to clock in again, Troy. You can't go to sleep just yet. And in fact, I mean, the scoreboard's actually been lighting up in a certain sense for DarkZero. You can look to the likes of Skies especially, who's been having some pretty solid picks, some solid entries as well, like we just saw in that last round. Yeah, it gets shut down from Merc, but I mean, we saw just how skilled that man is in the later moments of that round as well. A huge quad kill for him, practically shutting down all of DarkZero single-handedly, so a little expected in a certain sense.
We've got TSM out and about. Time to see how their first attacking round goes, and more importantly, time to see what the pacing they try to approach this with. DarkZero has met the challenge from TSM. This is going to be a dirty angle. I think
that's not an angle. That is, this is like a coconut, bruh. Like, just climb under a random table in a dark spot and make sure that you don't get fined type beat. I love it. I really, really do. This is something that we don't see happen too often inside of a matchup like this. And in fact, actually, I believe NJR is going to skimper off. He might have been droned down or heard a drone in his area, and that's why he ended up making that move. But would have been quite interesting if we saw something come of that.
Skies gets the vision and gets the chance to correct as well. Knows it's going to be an even closer fight. Over to the shotgun. Bolo takes the challenge regardless of the factors playing into it. Achieved will be able to, of course, get a quick kill on Repel to trade that back out, bringing us back down into a 4v4, but still damage being done there. Bolo trying to be a little bit more adventurous than his operator could potentially challenge there, pays the price for it. And of course the team loses the free drone from the Yana.
A very aggressive front from him, especially given the circumstance of his health after that initial engagement. He pressures immediately to the back end, but I mean, a player like Skies is gonna know that, and that's obviously what happened. He immediately rotates to the back end and abuses the M590 to the fullest. You don't really have to aim too much when you know somebody's got 5 HP and you have a shotgun. So makes it pretty straightforward at that point. Gash is going to be able to explode open the lobby hatch with the secondary hard breach here on Capitao, an operator that we don't get to see too often, but still has his influence in certain situations, like the ability to micro smoke off things like, you know, lines of sight or miras, or have some prevention when it comes to his fire arrows as well. And past that, he actually has access to a pretty solid AR and LMG, as well as that great secondary utility that they'll be using here for this round. If you notice, there's no other hard breachers here. It's actually just Gasher and Capitao, something that you would never hear anybody say just a year ago in Rainbow Six.
Gasher ready to execute, but at the same time, you can see DarkZero have angles to counter him out. Incendiary grenades have not come out, or the incendiary bolts rather have not come out just as if yet. He's gone for a micro smoke instead to try and block off the access point over towards Laundry there, and it has actually enveloped it quite nicely. The rest of the team, though, just doesn't have the confidence to move forward yet, as unfortunately it blocks off the exact point they want to push past. So it won't work out. There's the incendiary. That'll work out quite well here for TSM's efforts.
Oh, no.
Merc as well, catching Canadian just when he throws out a Nitro. Another kill for Merc. He's really lighting it up today. As it's down to Pandaman now in a 1v4, locked in the B corner as well. No way to play this out. Achieved immediately. Snapshots onto him when he finally swings. And another confident round will go into TSM's hands. Just 2 to go, and the match is theirs.
Wow, wow, wow. TSM. Incredible stuff when it came to their execution and their dismantlement of the actual site setup. I mean, it's a pretty solid clear here, you know, for the Showers player. They got the nice supporting angle, but this is where the rubber hits the road here. Merc's timing, especially on his entry in from Laundry to catch Canadian, you know, single-handedly with that Nitro cell in hand, that is a huge moment there. If microseconds go by, John, those 2 players in Laundry are completely dead, and that's a completely different round. round. So fantastic stuff there from Merc to continue to create opportunities for TSM, just opening up such a wide berth on site for them to be able to get a plant down, and not only that, but force the tactical time out from DarkZero. Blue, it's been 5 rounds in a row since DarkZero got one singular round.
It's not looking good at this point here for DZ. A great start to the game for them, but really has had a hard time keeping control of this ever since then. The tactical timeout already faded away as well, so the time for consideration has long passed. We're throwing them right back into the deep end here, where they'll once again have to show us a good defensive stance. They're going to move themselves upstairs, and no surprise in moving on from the site as well. Things have been way too one-sided towards TSM for a while, so they do not have confidence in that basement play going for it a second time at least. They're going to try to get the full rotation around. But the problem is, if they drop this site as well, they're not even necessarily going to get a chance to go for the full rotation, as at that point, you can either play the first floor, get the input there, and yeah, if you win it, you can take the tack timeout. Or rather, no, you can't even do that because you just did it here. You can try to kind of bring yourself back and figure out what exactly to do on the second go-around, but ultimately from that point forward here, DarkZero is going to quickly run out of options to get themselves back into the game. TSM very much in control of this situation. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot DZ can do to stop it. We'll have to wait and see what they brought out just now from that tack buzz.
Yeah, since the tack timeout from TSM, their lethality has gone through the roof. DarkZero has not been able to do a single thing about it. It has been a frag fest, and it's mostly been happening to the DarkZero camp. Skies is the only positive player, at least since the rehost. We'll have to get those full numbers at the tail end of the matchup. Canadian's going to be inside a T3 for Big Tower to start the round. Always a solid spot to try and delay some time, but obviously that means that TSM would have to play into that in order to do so. This is obviously a pretty hot spot when it comes to the clear up top. You're really trying to get control of Attic, so should obviously be the big spot that we're going to see TSM try to move into later on, but doesn't obviously necessarily have to be the first spot that they hit. They can go up towards Master, hit the main wall, and other things along those lines. Achieved is going to be working his way across the kitchen floor here. See if he can potentially find himself in DarkZero opposition, but as we know, they're all occupying this mid and top floor, so see how it goes from there.
Neither team wants to make a mistake at this point. TSM obviously going to be proceeding forward, though, once they find that there's no resistance to their current hold. Bolo all the way up to the top of White. No one trying to jump out and challenge him when he goes for the full peek from the top of that staircase. Eclipse as well getting forced away. Meanwhile, Bamba just kind of suddenly takes the head off of Gasher, possibly on the top-down angle there. By the way, removes the Ying from play. Only one of those Candelas went out. So the other two are wasted at this point by TSM.
Yes, indeed. Canadian still in similar position to what we saw him start the round in. Still occupying Big Tower, but oh, that is so unbelievably unfortunate for Canadian. But fortunately enough, he stays alive, and Eclipse is there to pick up the pieces. Merc will go down. DarkZero have found their solid ground to stand on, and they're finally taking it to TSM. Achieve still with a nice cross there through the attic, but he's not going to get much done with it. A frag grenade out, this could be the kill that they've looked for so very long, and it finally will be. Canadian will go down here, but TSM still needs so much more.
See, Achieve going to go for a bit of a Hail Mary nade, and it nearly lines up with the movement upstairs. It may very well force Bolo into the open, though, to try to pick that one up. Panba will still succeed in finding the actual kill. It's down to Snake and Achieved here in the 2v4. Bring this one back under the control of TSM, but not looking likely at this point. Far too much success in the 1v1s coming out from DZ. Snake certainly going to make a bout for it, though. Is down to one, finished off the second right there with the elimination of Panba. It has now put this into a 1v2. Time getting low, though. 15 seconds remain, and finally Skies will shut him down with one more shot for the Mark 14.
5-3. DarkZero able to stave off the penultimate point, and that's a good news as well for all you DarkZero fans at home. You do not want to see TSM hit that fateful marker of 6 rounds. It puts so much pressure on your squad, as any little error that happens inside of that round can mean the demise of the team overall and be a lost round, and obviously the last round of the game. You want to try and get as close on these score lines as possible before allowing that to happen, and DarkZero starting with the right foot forward. They're going to throw it down back into the basement again, though. This is a site that did not work out too well the last time around they tried to defend it.
Let's see if DarkZero can change up their own fate. Obviously having a route back over towards this one. I was mentioning it before. They would have eventually had to make a return to this one. Hopefully, again, with new strategies in mind, given the fact that they did take that tack pause 2 rounds back and was able to get some input from the coaching staff in-house here for DZ. For TSM, though, they're going to change up things in their own regard. They are going to re-add the Candelas into this one for Gasher, specifically ditching one of the hard breaches. Not going to necessarily be bringing a lot of hard breach to make up for that either, so more than likely going to have, there we go, the secondary just over there on Gasher to still be able to deal with the hatches, and aside from that, thankfully, they don't need a whole lot to be able to access the basement here. It would have been nice to have just the access to the X-Kairos pellet, something to take out a wall downstairs, but is absolutely not required in any extent.
Okay, Merc, you got me interested. What are we doing with this Thatcher? We've already seen some interesting things this stage happen with these EMPs, given the fact that their radius is a little buffed now. It takes a little while to charge them up, but they're much larger than the Impact EMPs. That's the difference between Thatcher and another EMP wielder. And we've actually seen them used in things like throwing them on the ground outside on the east side to be able to stop the ADS as an elbow, you know, stuff like that. So I'm excited to see how TSM wants to go about this, because obviously, really the only electronic utility that they have to deal with is going to be Jaeger as well as Wamai. They can turn the glasses off of Warden as well, but you know, we're usually seeing that utility leaning towards some executes or trying to get rid of some key pieces of utility for the defensive setup.
TSM working their way in, have taken some control leading up specifically to this hatchwork here. Thankfully, DZ not playing out against that too much, so not going to see any contestation there. DZ just playing pretty much entirely into the turtle setup now. We have seen these played out quite a bit, though, today, and unfortunately, they haven't really been working out for the team on the defensive end of it. Maybe DarkZero can finally change up the fate of all these teams that have decided to sit nice and tight on the inside of the site. So far, generally, has not worked out too well for this defensive side of teams.
Yes, indeed. The other piece of secondary hard breach will go off in meaty, and that's going to open up Electric Hatch. TSM still has some presence around Big Tower as they'll start to apply the pressure where it's needed. Places like Big Tower and construction are going to be priorities for TSM. We might see a little drop in through the E-Box hatch, or maybe a late rotation over to Freezer. That one a little bit more ill-advised given the fact that the mirrors are in play. But as this timer starts to eat at TSM, it's going to force them to move forward, and it's exactly what I thought, John. We're getting rid of those ADSs inside of the corner, but the smoke's already out. The nade is as well, though, but Eclipse is going to rebuff the position. Nade out. Candela's actually Eclipse. I don't know if he got anything off. He did in Gasher. 2 big kills. Canadian takes him down. Snake still on the tower stairs. He has to win the fight, but he doesn't. Bolo will be able to get one. It somehow worked its way into a 2 versus 2. Bolo gets away from Pambazoo. Back and forth they go. PP shuts down one. Bolo will take him with a pistol. Oh my, what an action-packed 15 seconds. We still have 20 to go. It's Canadian, the man from the north, up against one of the best players that North America has ever produced in the likes of Bolo. BoloMerch.com, by the way. It's going to be a plant here for Bo. Does he stick it? Nitro Cell out. The play, and Canadian gets it. Oh my, the Nitro Cell fake might have been all he needed to force Bolo's hand. And DarkZero stay alive.
DarkZero staying alive by the skin of their teeth there, thanks to the pillar hold, obviously coming off of the execute itself. That stemmed the progression that TSM was making up until that point. NJR eventually dealt with, of course, but that's when we see the remaining elements on DarkZero activate, and of course, Canadian coming out with the big clutch there in the 1v1 to seal the deal. DarkZero now within 1 round's reach of TSM's scoreline. As well, going to be heading down to the first floor hold for this one to try and finally take control at a 5-5 scoreline.
I'm really disappointed if this is the case here. Hold on. Actually, I don't know what Bolo's website is for his merch. I even Googled it. I even Googled Bolo merch because I want to make sure I was right. Bo, I don't know where your merch is. I tried. He slipped me a 20 before this broadcast.
Probably on like TSM's website, no?
I checked TSM's website and they said Bolo's stuff is empty. That's what the website said.
Maybe it's out of stock.
Yeah, that's actually a thing that could definitely have happened. You know, I heard Bolo is quite the celebrity on this thing called YouTube. You know what that is?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
I only know of Baidu, personally. Anyone who gets that, you get 10 points.
I only watch things on Yahoo News.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's head back into this one on round number 10 now. TSM trying to save their current lead over DarkZero. but it's been tough to do so. DarkZero seeming to swing their way back into this one as of the past 2 rounds, and this is probably going to be the toughest hold we've seen yet from them. At least the toughest to break down as far as TSM is concerned. We've got elements, of course, deployed here in the site itself, but we've got a pretty big extension up to the 2nd floor as well. This is going to take the majority of TSM's time to clear out. We'll see how they attempt to do so. Here is Merc moving forward with very minimal respect to the security hold at this point, just heading right up towards the top. Already has a crunch
Respect is for the birds, John.
No one countering him out here whatsoever. Once again, NJR as well, not catching him, trying to move back down those stairs out the window, so he just gets away with that kill scot-free.
Merc took a walk, and it was a leisurely stroll right into a kill of Canadian. Man who just clutched up the prior round will be swept under the rug, and TSM right back to their proper form. Gasher's going to begin breaking things down here, and I do believe the plant's going to start going down on the single panel. They don't have any hard breach to be able to break this open, so split is going to be priority for TSM to try and hold on to. There's also no verticality to play into that position, so they're going to have to hope that they can get this done on their frags. So far, not working out for them. It's going to be a tied ball game here. Skies will take down Achieved.
Solid hold still coming in so far from TSM. Only losing Achieved indeed so far throughout it. That's only to even things out. DarkZero at a loss for words about how to proceed. Just walking into the setup here as 2 more kills bleed out towards them. Skies and Pamba, though, change up the scope and even us back down into a 2v2. Pamba ready to reactivate, however. He knows there's going to be pressure coming in from the garage side, but doesn't have an easy way to counter it. The flash as well, right on top of him, but he's able to negate most of the effects. Leaves a gap open for Skies to move in, but at the same time, there's a counter from Gasher. Leaves it down into the 1v2. Panva now alone here, trying to frag it out, but can't get the job done, and time is up. TSM takes control and pushes themselves up on a map point.
There is times where you just have to imbue yourself with confidence, John. There is times when your team needs you to make some big play, and you have to be able to be okay with that, be in the moment, and take some of those big moments and get those frags. That's what we see out of Merc as he quickly ascends White Stairs all off the back of one EE1D just to give DarkZero a little bit of pressure. They really don't know what's going to be happening with it. The big news is, though, is that it's a very loud noise that is global, John. It happens throughout the entire map. You hear this weird vibration. So it allows him to get all the way upstairs, and not only that, but take out one of the key components of that top floor defense. As you were saying, this defensive site is set up on top of itself. So when you lose one of those key players that's going to be playing angles to the floor or holding, something like a White Stairs, that's going to be a huge loss for your squad. TSM exploit it to the max, and even in the dying moments there, some very solid positioning. Love the plant spot there, kind of overlooked Gasher actually running Habana there, but TSM obviously didn't. They brought the proper hard breach for the situation and were able to get that single panel open, so they had so many different angles to be able to watch that. That was the only thing I was a little worried about there, but again, just an oversight from me. TSM 6-4 now, walking into what could be our last round here up against DarkZero.
Snake going to be bringing an interesting element into this one as well. See the Amaru be added in for him. That Gara Hook potentially going to be a surprise addition to the rest of the execute that TSM will bring forth to bear. To be fair, though, we have seen more and more of this operator brought to the table, and it's still pretty rare that we get these all of a sudden jump-ins off the Gara Hook. It's usually a lot more restrained than that, and oftentimes it just ends up being a good gunner more than anything, and the utility is dispatched before it's actually properly used. So wait and see. As you can see, Snake already on the inside of the building. The important thing to note right now, considering Snake's potential play path, is he has that hatch there on the top left side of the screen. Keep in mind, of course, the Gara Hook can work on those hatches. There's a possibility for him to sneak directly into the site and really surprise DarkZero, especially with the current layout of players. No one's in that room right now.
No, they wouldn't, would they?
Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to do it.
They never do that.
That's too bold, personally.
I mean, Snake slithering his way.
They got to wait until someone gets the top white at least so they can support it.
Striking when they least expect it. That doesn't sound like something a Snake would ever do, John. I just can't believe it. In fact, I think a Snake would be more bull-headed. They do have bull snakes,
There we go.
I think he's going to fly into the window over here. And we might have an immediate answer by the man inside of Attic. Some stuns out or something. I don't even know exactly what Snake is tossing there, but finally he feels some confidence. Bolo's in. Snake's got a kill. And that's going to be a plant from Bo. Snake will finally go down to the Attic player, but Gasher somehow stayed alive. DarkZero have been cornered over towards the trophy side of the map. Bo with a grandstand here inside of Dorms, but it's actually Gasher to deal some serious damage. Back and forth they go. Skies, a single bullet's worth of HP, but you could say the same for Gasher. They're trying to spam through and find each other, but Skies Oh no, he can't hear Gasher as he moves his way through Attic. Such a controlled pace from him, and the moment was calling for so much action from Alex. Unfortunate circumstances befall DarkZero, but TSM, what a grandstand here on Oregon as they quickly show just how dominant they can be on both sides of this coin.
TSM keeping it cool, calm, and collected until that final round when they explode suddenly into the game. They're giving us a knockout strategy to close things down with that final attack upstairs, all ending with that very unfortunate critical misread, it would seem, at least from our POV, from Skies there. As he tries to win out the 1v1, just not able to get the job done, and as such, DarkZero will be unable to send this match into overtime. The full 3 points go to TSM from it. DarkZero walks away with nothing, fortunately.
And TSM have looked so lethal throughout this stage. They just won in regulation here, Blue, so that means they're going to get 3 points. They currently sit at 12, which means they have officially passed Mirage in order to tie up Soniqs, currently 15 and 15, respectively, for both of their points. So it'll be tied for first place as of right now, minus, I do believe, the round, plus minus, but we'll have to see. I do believe TSM just ended up passing them on that. So TSM, more than likely, first place as of right now, but my quick mental math.
It's going to leave them in a pretty safe position, too, just looking at the stats on Liquipedia right now, with both XSET in 5th and DarkZero in 6th dropping their games today. There's going to be a pretty wide divide between them and potentially catching TSM in the future as well. So should have made a nice jump there to make sure that they stay in the top 4, hopefully throughout the rest of the season. We've got an analyst desk that's waiting to break that and a whole lot down more, ladies and gentlemen. So stick with us and we'll be right back in just a few moments with that analysis desk to close out the day.
I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, yo, no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Dre with the thizzle.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League desk for one last time. Your host, Doa here, along with Jesse, Jacob, C-Daps, and over in Vegas, we have none other than Gasher waiting to chat with us a little bit about that last game. How's it going, Gasher?
Honestly, pretty good after a dub.
I would say so. You know, there was a lot of buzz around the Rainbow Six community with the TikToks and all that kind of stuff, making claims about Havoc being brought. I feel like it was. The stage has gone pretty well for you. You know, when you and I were talking in Vegas before the stage started, I asked you, you know, you've got one stage basically to prove yourself because we're kind of coming in the end of the year. How would you give yourself a stage 3 report card here as far as how you've done since joining TSM?
I mean, I've done well so far, but job ain't finished, stage ain't over, so the 4 cards come when the stage or the semester's over, and the semester ain't over yet, so not gonna grade myself till I know we're making the major.
All right, fair enough.
Well, currently you're looking pretty likely for that major spot. TSM sitting, I believe, at the top of the standings now. In this game, however, you choose to go to Oregon at the end of the map ban phase. Ended up between Oregon and Chalet for DarkZero's pick. Was that something where you were just comfortable on both of those maps, or did you have a strong feeling that we were going to end up here on Oregon?
I think like midway through the ban phase, I kind of thought we were going to go Oregon. I think this stage, DZ had kind of permaed it for the most part, and so I had a feeling like once I saw the bans, we'd kind of go Oregon, and we went Oregon, and we're obviously confident on it. I think the thing about Oregon is like it's a map where all 5 players can be fraggers, and not just like you have some people that have to support, some people that have to get the kills. So it's a good map because it utilizes all of our strengths.
Yes, and for me, the biggest round of the day would be round 4, where it was you and one of your teammates in the 2v4 on kids' dorms. What exactly, if you want to walk me through, maybe the comm situation as well as how much momentum that brought forward on your team?
Yeah, it was Merc. Merc had like 3 rounds, I think, in a row where he just went crazy and just kind of sealed the deal for us with those rounds. And I think that round just like, I was like, I'm just going to try to rat. They had no time. So I was on a rat spot, and then Merc just played off me really well. He just didn't let me die, and that was huge. And then, I mean, yeah, it was huge momentum, obviously, because we kind of knew, like, after the first 2 rounds, we just said we're going to fight them. So we started fighting. And I think during that time, too, I said, yo, like, if it's ever in a clutch, just like 1v3 or anything, like, we'll win it, trust. And we won 2v4. So that was huge for us. It gave us all confidence and trust in one another.
Okay, you're 7 games in. You've got 2 of them left. You currently sit in first place after that win because of the round differential over you and Soniqs. So you've got 2 more, and then you potentially lock in major qualification. What do you do for these last 2 games? You've already had some time to figure out what your strengths and your weaknesses are, but what do you have to do just for these last 2 contests to make sure you actually lock that major spot?
I mean, do what we've been doing. I mean, the first thing is don't make the games bigger than they are. It's just a game. We've been playing games for years. Just because there's more weight on it doesn't mean it's not Siege. So first step is just take it like any other game and prepare. Like you always do. And when it comes game time and we're on the stage, just show what we can do.
All right. Well, we saw some pretty good stuff from you and the rest of TSM today. Congrats on the win. Thanks for taking time to chat with us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Guy6 on TikTok.
God dang it, man.
There you go, promoting the socials. All right, I love it. A businessman and a real gamer. Well, 7-4 victory for TSM, getting back in the saddle, getting kind of the momentum back going into the last stretch of the stage, but DarkZero struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it was a tough game for DZ, and we did kind of see a little bit of struggles coming through from a couple different players, right? Ultimately, there was no big kind of slacker that we saw, you know, in previous games, but it was kind of tough with that momentum started to roll from TSM, right? They ended up getting, what was it, 5 rounds in a row. DZ had a couple little bursts, 2 here, 2 there, but all in all, it did feel like they were really struggling, especially on that starting attacking half. A lot of kind of similar pushes, a lot of kind of pushes coming through the small tower side. Ended up stalling out pretty often there. That meeting loss especially kind of hurts because that's that bomb site that you expect to be winning typically on the attacking half, and they really did struggle to get that done. So yeah, a couple of weird rounds from DarkZero. Ultimately, not the worst loss we've seen today, but hey, it's you know, it's a tough one.
Yeah, but overall, you have to just give credit to TSM because they played a pretty dang good game. This was 100% not a, yeah, DarkZero lost that game. TSM won that through and through, and you have to give that respect, especially when you have players just popping off at any moment. Merc, phenomenal game, and Gasher, it just kind of chokes me up to see him graduate. It was so long ago that me and him, like, because I was in Challenger League at my room, within like 20-minute drive to him. He was also struggling in Challenger League, but now look at us, we're both popping off. He's looking absolutely phenomenal over there in a pink TSM jersey. It looks pretty snazzy.
I didn't know that they had pink jerseys until today.
I think they're new, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're like brand new for this month. That's dope. And I think what's doper, I had concerns over TSM's attacks. They start out that first half. They got 4-2 on an Oregon defense, which is the complete inverse of what we saw from the Oregon game just prior, where it was all attacker-based. But they got a solid defense half, and then they move on attacks with that kind of efficiency and a speed that didn't really make me concerned. It wasn't so much that it was an increase from what we'd seen before. It was standard fare for Oregon, and they didn't let whatever DZ was throwing at them soil whatever their plan was. They had their timings down. They got plants down where they needed them. Honestly, the only real thing is just if Bolo wins that 1v1 against Canadian, then they have one more round that they can use in the round differential, but you can't really even knock them so much for that. So the problems that I had with TSM didn't show themselves in this game. Maybe on a different map tomorrow, we'll see.
True. And anecdotally as well, in case you were curious, I received word that Beastcoast has been eliminated from SI contention. So if you're hoping to see Beastcoast at the Invitational, sorry.
Yeah, there's still close calls.
Not going to make it.
No, but they're probably going to have to go through open quals.
Yeah.
We
really
need.
I don't know what the
format is. I suppose it's true.
Yeah.
Let's start lighting candles for people.
Yeah, we need like an ultra over there in front of the screen or something like that. But let's take a look at a replay from that last game. This one comes to us from round number 4. A little bit of 2v4 action for TSM to deal with.
Yes, this is what we were asking about, right, Connor, in the interview, and this is the one where Merc's able to play off of Gasher so well. It's initially a 3-man roam on the bottom floor. Achieve knows that the roam's gone horribly, so he's trying to make like a play happen by running out the front door. It's to no avail. Pambazoo is watching for it. So although the roamers did get kind of slammed, they killed Canadian and Snake Bolo achieved all died one by one. They wasted a lot of time and they wasted drones. Means that DZ kind of have to panic here. They kind of have to get a little antsy trying to find these last 2 picks. They don't have amazing information, and then this is exactly what he was talking about in the interview with Merc, playing off of Gasher's position. They want to get this Gasher guy out of trophy. They want to be able to take that kill. The Merc's covering him, Merc's getting these frags, and it's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and just masterfully crafting between the shield and stuff like that. And Merc once again just popping here and there, everywhere. Headshots, bodies hitting the ground.
The Pog mat works,
Whoops.
man.
Just like, I was just about to say, just like Panba is about to hit the ground right into the loving arms of a welcome mat.
The amount of times we've seen a welcome mats be the difference maker in some of these rounds. Like, it's happened this week, it happened last week.
Yep.
Look down at the floor, even if there's not an alibi Prisma right in front of it. Check what's in front of you before you vault in, please. You're going to do yourself so much.
Look before you leap. I thought this was like one of the oldest phrases in like humankind, but haven't learned it quite that well in Rainbow Six yet. Let's find out who today's MVP is. Any predictions before we get into it? Any guesses?
I think of recency bias, perhaps Merc, a very good game today. I also think Melted from earlier today had a really impactful match.
I'll go the other way. I'm going to give it to a support player and somebody who knocked the Soniqs off. I think Dream gets MVP.
Ooh, Dream could get it.
All right. I mean, is it possible for a player that didn't win their game to get MVP? I think I put Blaz up there.
Yeah, Blaz. Before? I don't think we've ever done that.
I mean, he's a great individual performance, you know, so I mean, can you do that? I don't know. Let's find out. Who's the MVP for today?
I think context matters a lot.
Let's find out. I agree, but Blaz is still sick. It's Iconic, and Iconic did have a pretty fantastic game here, helping the Astralis get the win over XSET. A little bit of an upset. I won't say a huge upset, but maybe a little bit of an upset given the status of Stage 3 so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big bounce back, right? Iconic's a player that we saw struggling, especially in those opening picks. This was a really great play by him to clean up all 3 players funneling into him from XSET. Of course, didn't have a great push there built up from them, but nice little plays from Iconic. Really did help them out, especially there on the attacking half, funneling into defense as well. The King is back.
I would like to extend congratulations to Iconic as so far the only player to have received a daily MVP in one day of every stage of this year so far.
True.
He had 2 back in Stage 2, 1 in Stage 1, now he's got this one. It is very well deserved, I do think, like, especially considering the opponent stakes that they were on and on a map it's been a hot second since we've seen them play it, but yeah, very well deserved.
Yeah, and now there's another even greater stat. Iconic has won an MVP in 100% of the play days that he has touched the cloak.
There
you go. If they don't bring that cloak back
cloak
tomorrow, that's it.
You got to wear it. It's a cool kind of a Hobbit kind of look. I like it. I like it. Or Druid, or whatever you want to say. I don't know. Let's take a look at our standings after our 7th already day of play here in Stage 3. We're flying through this. TSM back on top.
It felt like every single game we had the chance of qualifying somebody for the major, qualifying somebody from Invite. And all we got was we locked Oxygen out of the major, and Beastcoast out of SI. duh. Nothing actually got figured out today. We had
Yeah.
so many potential lock-ins. None of them happened.
This sucks, dude. We still had to wait.
It's great.
We were
It's
looking
tension.
for some people to actually finally lock themselves in for some international event. They were going to leave Vegas and go someplace else. Nobody has done that yet. The thing is, though, if you look at the teams that are still at 99% for the major, they do have some games coming up tomorrow, and we are the first league that's actually going to come back with the potential to lock somebody in. So an NA team will get to SI before anybody else does.
Yeah, and can I say, you look at that major probability, there's a pretty big gap between 4th and 5th. We may just know our top 4 at this point. Obviously, there's room to pop off. I think XSET, DarkZero, and Astralis, if they win their next 2, absolutely, they will be likely in those top 4s, but it looks like we may have kind of a good picture of who's in top 4 for NA.
I mean, you know, SSG came pretty close in both of the first stages, but TSM, Soniqs, and Mirage, like,
Mirage
think
makes
about
me
how
happy.
stage
Look,
one
Mirage
ended,
has
and now look at where things
78%
are
right now, but they play Beastcoast tomorrow, so I think their percentage is somewhere in the 90s.
Yeah,
that's going even higher.
Yeah.
That's true.
Beastcoast can play spoiler, and that's
I
the
gotta
position
say,
that they love.
Beastcoast Mirage is like the hype match, the hypest match of the whole stage. You know, just
Who would have ever said that coming into this
I know,
stage?
but it's just it's wild. It's a wild. Let's look at our standings here. No, our standings. This is tomorrow's matches here. Speaking of exactly what I was
Dude, we
talking
got
about,
Mirage Beastcoast in
final
the main
game.
event slot. Let's
The
go.
grand finale of week 4, that's right. Meanwhile, we got some good ones besides that too. XSET Spacestation is going to be good. Oxygen DarkZero rather, after DarkZero's lost today. We'll see if Oxygen can maybe kind of play spoiler a little bit again. Soniqs, Astralis should be good. Parabellum, TSM. All of these are interesting, but that last one of the day, that's the one I'm really going to be looking forward to.
It's almost like XSET against SSG to start the day is fighting for XSET survival and the potential for them to crack back into top 4, considering Space Station have already opened up a decently sizable lead now at this point, and Astralis themselves proved they aren't dead, and Soniqs proved they can in fact bleed.
Yeah, I think match 3 is like my most exciting because not only is it a long-standing rivalry from back when these two teams joined the league at the same time, Iconic obviously back in the day moved from one roster to another, kind of were battling for that 4th, 5th spot in NA for a long time, but now, I mean, there's potential for Astralis to sneak back in and kind of snag a major spot away from Soniqs, who tentatively kind of hold one. Yeah, there's some exciting games next week, or tomorrow.
I mean, Astralis, you know, they seem to be masters of coming back at the last second and grabbing those top spots, whether it's in the stage, whether it's getting to the major finals in Charlotte. Like, I wouldn't count them out. You cannot count Astralis out, especially when you see Iconic putting on performances like we saw today. But that is going to bring us to the end of the day of play here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Final thoughts before we close things out. I'll throw to our special guest first. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying that today was kind of boring because nobody got locked in, but there was some sort of saying, it's like virtue, like being equivalent to patience, and overall,
What philosophy book have you been reading?
I've been reading a backwards one. I was like using a mirror to do it, but what's
the
way
yoga
more
book of
fun
philosophy, I
is the
guess.
fact that every single week, just the competition gets stiffer and stiffer. And overall, it seems like every single stage here at the NAL, we say, this is the most competitive stage we've ever had.
Yep.
And it's true. Every single stage, and it just gets better and better.
I like the suspense.
I agree. I mean, we're really lining up for some amazing games, or Playdays 8 and 9. We really will have a lot of stakes being shown. I think that you look at the games today, and we had a good amount of upsets. We saw signs of life from both Astralis and Oxygen, two teams that we kind of were worried were starting to peter out, had a lot of problems in previous weeks. They're bouncing back, and although Oxygen, they're not going to the major. Astralis still have a shot to make that happen, and Oxygen are looking pretty good as they look towards SI qualifiers, which will, or even just SI, assuming they qualify on points. So, there's still a lot for these teams to play for, and it is getting spicier and spicier in the NAL.
Look, all I'm saying is that if you've got 15 points, your chances of going to the major, regardless of what the probability says, are already really high. So, not to preemptively congratulate Soniqs and TSM for qualifying already, but I think some people can already start looking to prep themselves to fight them if you think you might be facing them internationally. It might be a good idea.
Why are you trying to help the other regions, Jacob? Why are you trying to help them? Whose side is this guy on anyway?
It's not helping.
I don't know if Europe's that far behind, I'm
honest.
Well, I'm a little scared of Spoit.
Well, that's it. That's it. We're done for the day on the Rainbow Six North American League, but we will be back tomorrow at the same time, same place for more great Rainbow Six esports action. So until then, play some games, be good to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow.
too much for the tuck, then I give it to my love. Once I make $1 million, man, $1 million won't be enough. Watch me fake the struggle while I get it off the hush. Now it's JetBlue miles.